it's hard or it's me, but somewhere deep it's cutting like a knife, so you just kill it with that one. All of a sudden you are free. You call your mom and say, hey, it's me, I just need some more mommy money. I'm gonna spend it, filling up my house, my face, my body, and my tongue, 'cause I just wanna feel good. Using all that's left somewhere in your chest, on your sweetheart hit a mist. Uh-oh. Fuck it up, do in your room when you're all alone. 3, 4, you want mom or whatever cure that was. 5, 6, finding bliss when you're drunk or you're doing drugs. When you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk or you're doing drugs. 7, 8, feeling brave but you never really play this game. 9, 10, feels like heaven, you're crying cause you wanna stay. Quick fix, finding bliss when you feel the heartbeat inside. When you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? When you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk. Me too, I'm just like you, and I need to fuck it up sometime. I'm stuck with ego trips, selling sex to a lovable bar. Sometimes I feel magic, then I manage to fuck up somehow. Get drunk, get drunk, get drunk, get drunk, and then getting high. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? One, two, the things you do in your room when you're all alone. In your room when you're all alone. 3, 4, you want mom or whatever cure that was. Or whatever cure that was. 5, 6, finding bliss when you're drunk or you're doing drugs. When you're drunk, 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 when you're drunk. When you don't believe in magic.
Ibland känner jag magin, men jag lyckas ändå fucka upp.
Me too, I'm just like you, and I need to fuck it up sometime. I'm stuck with ego trips, selling sex to a lovable bar. Sometimes I feel magic, then I manage to fuck up somehow. Get drunk, get drunk, get drunk, get drunk. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? me feeling like a firebolt high in the sky, looking like a thunderstorm. Here we go, 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 go. You're easy to remember, so hard to forget. But baby, it's a coward way you strut. How could I not worship every inch your feet have touched? Baby, run away with me. You kill it lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe there's only one of you, baby. Run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. There's no more clouds on the freeway. Now tell me you'll stay. Golden hour lasts someday. Here we go, go, go. Rose bed, fancy hotels, girl, you know. Baby, run away with me. You kill it lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe there's only one of you, baby. Run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. And we'll stay in bed all day. Make love in every way. Baby, run away with me. You kill the lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. Oh, baby, run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. You make my heart believe. Run away with me. You kill the lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. Baby, run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. You make my heart believe.
up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will feel free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we go. It's that time again. That time of night. It is great. Saturday night. Feeling all right. Yeah. All right, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. It's been a good one already, just in the number of people who've shown up in chat and commented. Always love the pre-chat discussions. So far, we've had Patriot Government, something or there. I can't see the full screen name. What is it? Patriot Government something. He's been in here quite a few times. Government TV. That's what it is. Can't see the last of that. That's okay. So he's been in. Blue Aqua Tiger. He was second, it looks like. That's pretty cool. I haven't seen him before. Hello to you, sir. Good to see you. Leah made it in. Good day. Also, to all of you people who are ahead of us in the timeline, happy Mother's Day to Australia. That's right. Yeah, look, Jay Dyer absolutely hammered Erudite, and I may get into that later tonight. That could be a good one. Beth Mayhew made it in. Chairman of the board, Anson Knowles, is in the house, but not in his house. We'll get to that later. All right. Let's see who else is up in here. I haven't seen Ben lately. It was Ben, I think maybe he got scared off. Mikey Balls is up in the house. What's up, Mikey Balls? Good to see you. Good to see you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Beth Mayhew's son apparently showed her all of the love possible on Mother's Day by throwing a gas station sandwich at her on his way by. That's love for you, ladies and gentlemen. He probably paid good money for that. Probably paid good money. All right. Felix is in the house. Not really sure if I've seen him in here before, but yes, Jim Bob's just going to be on cleanup duty. There's just nothing going to be left there. Erudite over the head as usual. It was interesting the positions he was trying to take. That was quite interesting. So EOD 696, last week's runner up is in the house. I should also remind you guys that Beth Mayhew was the winner last week again, and that's very interesting to me. So we'll see how this goes this week. Yeah, we'll see what's up. Kissy Cat dropped by, says she's doing Mother's Day stuff. Well, Kissy Cat, I hope you're still here, and I hope that you are having a great pre-Mother's Day celebration. We've had a very interesting pre-Mother's Day around here, and we'll talk about that shortly. As always, good to see all of the people that are in the chat. It's always a good time. Smoking Spaceman came in and immediately got to work. He has his he takes his job as moderator very seriously. K2 Keep on Trucking is in the house, and that's awesome. Good to see you, sir. Very good to see you. Let's see who else, man. This is a good crowd already. Good crowd already. Could be, got some all-timers in here tonight for sure. I'm gonna go a little slow on the launch out because rumor has it we're gonna have a fair number of leftists show up tonight. So I hope that my righties turn out because I'd hate for it to be a blowout for the lefties, but we'll see how that goes. God's favorite ant is up in the house. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you in the chat. All right. Man, this is a lot of scrolling I got to do. You guys were talking. Where the fuck is me? Well, I was sitting here jamming out to my beats, bro. Getting stuff ready, partially. Yeah. So the way it works is I start the warm-up reel a half an hour early. That gives you guys time to get here and chat and get settled in, find your seats, go to the restroom, all that kind of stuff. Eric R. Oak Emmett is in the house. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. John Burt is driving and listening. Good luck with that. Wolfpack is back. Good to see you. Good to see you. I was jamming out in here. I should have put it up on the camera. Jeremiah Johnson's up in the house. Good to see you as well. It is Sunday for you, John Burt. I'm aware of that. You guys just couldn't wait. Couldn't wait to get there. That's what it is. All right. Elbow cough. All right. Good. All right. Good deal. A lot of cumin going on out there. That's okay. You guys keep it to yourselves. Keep the floors clean as well. Maid's out for the week. All right. Who else we got here? We got some other people. Zach Diecast up in the house. Good to see you. He made it. Good to see you. And Ticky Tack is up in the house. He says good morning. All right. His dad bought it. There you go. Ben meets BPD girl. Ben goes missing. What a surprise. That's awesome. Right. That's right. All right. All right. Peace Dynamo is up in the house. Good to see you. K2's already sent in $2. Shout out to his Jinja EOD 696. Good to see you. Good to see you. Beach mode activated. Now, I wear a lot of Hawaiian shirts. I'm old. Remember, you guys got to remember I'm old. Although it is summertime here, so it is what it is. Looks like Duck may have made it in. That's cool. Chip and Flint is in the house. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. How did I miss Duck coming in? That's all right. All right. Chip and Flint, Duck. All kinds of good people coming in tonight. That's awesome. All right, good. I think I'm caught up now. So Chip and Flint, it's been a minute since you've been on. I've started a debate panel. It is basically the way it works is no. Magnum PI, Ticky Tack. Magnum PI. Yeah. So, all right. Let me scroll back here and make sure I didn't miss anybody. I don't think I did. That's awesome. Good times. Good times. So the way it's going to work tonight, guys, we do have a few changes. We do have a couple of changes. So this is important stuff. Already the Discord is lighting up with the what do you mean there are changes? They want the link to the show. Well, let me throw the YouTube link out there. Whoa. All right. So you may have noticed the new graphic, the no notes, no safe spaces, may your worldview survive. That's just brilliant, guys. It's brilliant because it's only 5 minutes. You can only take so many notes in 5 minutes. Oh, Liberal Cluck, are you in the audience? Sorry, guys. All right, so Liberal Cluck, if you were in the chat and listening, I will send out the link in a few minutes. I'm just going to do this quick monologue, and then we've got to get I've got to go over just a few small things. There are a couple of changes that we're going to make. Now, you can thank largely Anson for these, as well as some of the other people. I did not discriminate. I had a meeting this week, and I had several people. Not going to name them. Not going to call them out. But I had debaters. I had some of my admin or some of the staff. See, he thought it was going to be on Discord because he's a boomer. Well, I don't do Discord. That's stuff. That's just a good way to have bad sound and be chasing problems all night. All right, Liberal Cluck, I see you there. Cool, man. We're going to get to the link in just a few minutes. All right, so at any rate, all right, so a few things before we're going to get in. Let me get into some of the changes for tonight that are taking place. This is new. We're going to try this. As you know, I'm refining the show. I'm dialing it in every week. Eventually, it's going to stabilize out probably in the next couple of weeks. Next week, probably going to move to Friday. So be looking for a day change for the show. Now, last week, I put a $10 bounty to get a seat at the table. And Anson Knowles bucked up and paid for everybody for the first round. And I admire him for doing that. But we're not going to do that this week. Here's the deal. If you are invited, and that means that I have personally, not the staff, I have personally invited you, or you're in the first round, your seat is free. If you somehow, if you come to the party late and somehow there's a seat left prior to 10 o'clock, you get in for free. After 10 o'clock, it costs you $20 to get a seat at the table. It's just the way it is. It's a late fee, mainly because I don't want to be up till 4 o'clock in the morning debating this bullshit. So up until 10 o'clock, you get a seat at the table for free. After 10, got to pay to play. $20. We have a new menu item. Let me see if I can throw this up on the screen really quick. Because because I saved it some fucking where. Which folder did I drop this in today? Now this is my moment. This is my moment to be that guy. All right. Okay. I think I've got this over here. Let me see. All right. So now I'm in I'm going to it won't do it that way. All right, here we go. We'll do it this way. Stand by. Anyway, so basically, the 1v1 debate tonight's are going to be $40. But here's the deal: I'm not waiting for 1v1 debates. If you want to see a 1v1 debate, like you want to see somebody specific, duke it out with somebody specific, you got to pay for it. Otherwise, we're going to do a debate. I'm going to wait probably 5-10 minutes, depending on how we're running on time. And then I'm just going to go in and then I'm going to pick the debaters and we're just going to roll with it. Now that's a good deal for the chat and could be a bad deal for the debaters. So debaters, if you're trying to throw some tactics into the game, you may want to have your boy in the chat to bid you up. If you want to assign we're also going to allow you guys, because of last week's debacle as we got down to the lower end and nobody wanted to take a side, for $20, anyone in chat can assign the chat position before the debate starts. That means that if if Beth Mayhew and ADE, Average Debate Enjoyer, are about to debate and they've chosen abortion, for $20, you can make them debate opposite sides. So Beth would have to take pro-abortion, ADE would have to take anti. Right? Because we're not going to have this lockup towards the end of the night where nobody wants to pick a side. So you can now assign the debate position, but you got to pay for it. It's $20. If you want to revive a fallen opponent, that's $50. And that's really all that's changed. I'm going to, I don't have a graphic for this, so I'll be throwing this out, and I'm sure Spaceman will add it into his thing that he spams in the chat. So yeah, we're not going to look, this is going to go fast tonight, guys. This is going to go fast. Last week, and it was awesome. It was awesome right up until we were down to like 5 people, and then nobody wanted to pick a side. So tonight, the chat can pick your side for you. So, yes, assign a prompt for 40. Yeah, you can also pick the prompt. You can say, Cleaner and Liberal Cluck are debating, feather pillows versus, I don't know, foam pillows. I don't know what the fuck, but whatever it is. I mean, and I'm gonna exercise some executive authority over that. Tonight for judges, we have returning judge Tyler ADE is going to be one of the judges. Let's get him a link. Spaceman, get these guys links as I drop it. Tyler gets a link because he's a judge. Ticky Tack doesn't need a link. He's got the keys. And Anson Knowles, chairman of the board, is a third judge. Now, Tyler may be returning next week to debate. He likes judging, but he also loves to debate. So we're going to see what happens. We'll see how next week goes. All right. The link, I'm going to post a link in the chat, okay? Because this is the fairest way to do it. as soon as I, well, I mean, it doesn't matter. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to post it in the link. Spaceman, you may spam it out until I tell you not to. And then you guys can start filling the bag. No long monologue tonight. There is one last piece of business before we get into it. I may have to step away. If in that case, I'm going to leave Ticky Tack in charge. The reason I may have to stay away is my mother-in-law had an episode last night or early this morning, about 4 o'clock in the morning. She had to be taken by ambulance and EMS to the hospital. She's okay. We're not really sure what's wrong with her, but it's not a stroke, no heart. It's not a heart issue or anything like that. So she's not in any immediate danger. However, that means that I'm here with my 2 sons. My older son is taking care of my younger son. So if I have to step away, I'm going to leave Ticky Tack in charge. And that's just the way it is. So just that little bit of business. If I step away, and I probably won't even say anything other than, hey, I got to go. Don't be offended. Don't get up in your feels. Okay. All right. And with that, Anson Knowles comes on up. Look at that. He's in deep in enemy territory. And there's Anson. All right. So now the link has been posted. And I'll try and get, so you guys that wanted to be in the debate, jump on up. Let's make stuff happen. All right. Beth Mayhew is on it tonight. So I think we really preferred the noir theme that you had going on there.
Yeah, if I'm in high definition and color, you get to see how ugly I am.
Yeah, I get to see that anyway.
I like it. It's a good energy coming from you today.
Yeah, it's not my energy; it's somebody else's.
Mm-hmm.
Anson's deep in the heart of enemy territory. He may actually be deep in enemy. We just don't know. He keeps denying it, but I am not convinced.
He was the first one yelling out Coomer in the chat, so I'm just saying,
Coomer is as Coomer does.
Exactly.
All right. So the link has been posted. I'll post it again. We can keep posting it.
Hi, Tyler.
All right.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Emmett.
The Duck is in the house. What's up, Duck?
Hey, what up,
Glenn
Greg?
Lawrence is in the house. So, Glenn, I didn't know if you were going to be here. So we're full up on judges tonight. If you want to debate, just have to. You've got the link, so come on up.
Man.
Liberal Cluck is in the house. What's up, man? Haven't met you before, I don't think.
Yeah, not a whole lot. I haven't debated in a while. It's been a few months. I was finishing up school and had to put a lot of my hobbies on hiatus for a while, so I'm knocking off the rust tonight.
Awesome, man. That's great.
Emmett, see you.
Yeah, sorry, I've got like 10 things going on, so you guys are gonna have to entertain yourselves a little bit. So, but yeah, hey, Liberal Cluck, man, are you when you say you're a liberal, are you like a neoliberal? Are you like communist or centrist, or where you at on the liberal spectrum?
Probably a little bit of all over the place, I think.
Okay.
I mean, I guess if you ask me a position, I'll give it to you, and you can make your judgment from there.
It's honestly just to be, it's just for information.
Gotcha.
It's good to know where you stand, also for people to know who to pair you against for a debate. Like if you're,
well, I'm pretty left. Like, there's not too many positions that I'm going to agree with the right on. So
flawless.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to have more, so I'm going to before we get really started, I'm going to wait for some more people to come in. So you guys just jabber amongst yourselves.
I have a question.
So that background, Anson, is exceedingly familiar.
What do you mean, Grid?
Are you gonna silently rage quit, saying you have to go feed your dogs?
No, I don't have any dogs, man.
Okay. Are there evidence of any dogs? I'm just curious.
My camera, I think it's going to be a little finicky though, and it might turn on and off, so I'll have to.
That's right. All right. Okay. All right. I guess that's not that funny unless you were here that evening.
No,
I think you meant your wife, Sanson.
Yeah, I think you're right, Emmett.
His future ex-wife.
Future wives. He wants a harem. Not with that hippie shit though.
Is that so?
He went from baron to hippie real fucking quick.
As long as we're not arguing over Genesis 1 and 2 again, I'm all good. Okay.
Did anybody catch?
Do you think Jesus is a mushroom? That is my question for you.
I have a question. Did you guys catch the Jay Dyer and Not So Erudite debate just moments ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
Erudite was all over the place. Like that was a mess. I can't believe
I saw the tail end. I saw the tail end of Erudite's closing statement.
It had so much more potential, but then they got hung up on definitions, and then it just went down to ad homs, and like, man, that could have been something really, really good. That's all I'm saying.
I didn't know Erudite was debating.
And patriarchy can coexist and work well together. It just blows my mind. I don't get it.
Our buddy Flo says that she hammered old
It's
Jay
all
Dyer.
It's just Coomer talk. That's
No,
just,
it's not hard to beat Jay Dyer if you're articulate enough and he's not in a place where he can control his opponent's volume or kick them off, because that's usually how he does it.
I'm speaking strictly from the arguments that she made, and her, like, the idea that ancient Judaic civilizations were feminist in ways, outrageous. And then, that patriarchy and feminism can coexist and like work together. It just doesn't work like that. And I don't know where these fourth wave feminists are getting these ideas, but they're just outrageous.
Yeah, I mean, I was making a point earlier in chat that Jay Dyer is a fucking retard. And so I don't see how he could possibly win, even if he did win.
Well, I think he's a freaking genius, and I think he won because of that.
Yeah, well, you might be a fucking retard too.
I think he's wicked.
It sounds like you're a fucking retard.
Hey, Clanger, good to
Yeah,
see you,
suck
man.
my dick, bitch.
No.
It sounds like you're a fucking.
Somebody's got their volume up too loud.
what a way to start a debate by just going after the judges.
I just think it's silly when people make these claims. It's like, oh, this guy's a retard, that's why he's wrong. And it's like, oh, great argument there, bro.
That man has more knowledge in his little finger than you've probably got in 4 years of education. It's wild.
I'm gonna say that.
Did you graduate high school? Did you graduate high school, Matt?
I'm gonna say that.
The Bachelor of Science.
Yeah. Okay, Doc. Give me a sec. So I'm gonna say that Jay, I think, came into it with a very specific strategy of. Which is what you would do with someone like Erudite, who's going to try and, basically co-opt existing definitions and just kind of run them together. So what you would naturally do, I think I would naturally do, is to try and just kind of slip that under, camel's nose under the tent, right? And Dyer is never going to let you do that. You are going to have to 100% justify every sentence that comes out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, because all he does is regress. He goes, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Why?
Hey, Glenn, good to see you, buddy.
I wouldn't want to. I'd be terrified of going up against Jay Dyer just for that reason. But
Well, he doesn't. He doesn't always do that. I mean, if you approach him and you actually give a good argument, and he has an understanding of it, then he'll try and dissect the argument itself rather than asking you. Absolutely, he will not. If you
Yeah,
give him a good
I mean, you
argument
just have to make it
and he
retarded
understands
enough.
it,
You
he'll
make it
claim he doesn't
retarded enough.
understand it.
Or ethical. I mean,
Guys, one at
actually-
a time. One at a time.
on the
That
same
would-
note, I've seen people try to ask him a question and he calls them, a fucking idiot. And so it's kind of like, I don't know. I'm still kind of, I have great respect for the man based on the knowledge that he has. And I think that he has the ability to make some really strong arguments, just based from all the stuff he knows, especially when it comes down to religions. But sometimes I wish he didn't get so spurgy. That's all.
I think
If
he feigns
you're in the
knowledge.
debate world, you're going to have to
I mean,
develop.
that's why Jay
being called
wins.
an
That's
idiot.
why Jay wins. Is because people just say, "Oh, well, you're spurging if you disagree with this fucking retard who, like, I doubt has read a book in his life. He knows nothing except his little ortho position." Don't listen to people like that. You lessen yourself.
I'm talking specifically about his knowledge when it comes down to religion and that structure. Okay, and there's some things that I disagree with him on. All right, so don't get me.
Yeah,
don't
sure.
think I'm all like all hail Jay Dyer. Okay, but
Yeah.
I still also wouldn't want to frickin' debate the man. That's for damn sure.
I would.
Cleaner. I'd love to see that.
I would love to sometime. I would. I think I would thoroughly enjoy debating with Jay Dyer.
I think Jay
Let's
Dyer.
bring him
Look, Jay Dyer is probably a genius on a lot of different things.
Yeah.
My issue with Jay is a lot of his technique is based on how much he respects you, and I can't respect that personally. I think that the way that he treated Fabian Liberty, for example, because he was already pissed about something else, and he did not address Fabian Liberty's arguments, I thought, very well. And Scott's a pretty bright guy, and he saw that he was never going to get anywhere with Jay because Jay was going to just basically keep.
Jay was going to mute him.
Yeah, Jay was more or less burging out, and he's like, "Okay, fine, I'm done." And that was an L for Scott for sure. He should have stuck to his guns and at least seen the debate through. But then, of course, he hammered Connor into the dirt, so that was cool. But win some, lose some.
I think that he should have just kept on going and pissed Jay off and made Jay crash him out.
Well,
Jay was not going to let him have the room to speak and make a point.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jay was already pissed, and I don't know.
Yeah, Jay's really good at he's really good in front of the camera. Like, I've seen Jay run away with things even before the debate starts. And so as much as I'm saying mean things like he's a fucking retard, he's also great with the audience.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I think Jay's a really good debater, and I think that I can't take anything away from it. I just think that again, sometimes he gets in it, like anyone does, gets up in his emotions or whatever, and that's really the only criticism I can have of him. I think tonight he honestly didn't take Erudite seriously. I don't.
Yeah, no.
I think that it devolved into this game of definitions. Not because of Jay, but because
of Jay.
She tried to say that, like, oh, I didn't say that, and it's like, oh yeah, she absolutely did. I heard her say it, and so she was trying to walk stuff back. And the definition was so easy to just manipulate to whatever pathway she was picking as she was going, which is actually a smart technique, but not when you're going against somebody like Jay Dyer. And especially
you can look at their body, just play through that thing on silent and look at the body language, and you can tell that he knows he lost.
No, there's no way Jay never thinks he lost.
Yeah.
So, he did tonight.
I'm going to be honest.
So are we at the point where people are going to start doing paying for 1v1s in the chat?
I think so. Yeah, let's kick this pig. Let's make it happen. Hello, are you staying for the whole thing, or are you just up here to talk shit?
Well, what kind of a well? I mean, you baited me out to shit on Jay, but
I didn't. I did not bring up Jay Dyer.
Yes, you did. I'm good. I'm good for a while. Like I don't have
Good
anything
for a while.
scheduled yet.
All right.
But how long is the time?
Until there's one left. There can be only one.
Mike's
How long was that last time?
Mike is still
Last
setting.
time we should have been done at midnight, and we were done at 2 because we had 2 hangups where we could not get debates done.
That's right.
We had
Hey, I
literally
was
spent an
trying to-
hour going around them, and I fixed that this week.
And what happens if I bail early?
Nothing.
Nothing. We don't
Nothing.
care.
You
All right, let's go. Let's go.
You lose.
These fuckers.
All right. So if we can, let's go around. Let's just so everybody knows who the judges are. Chairman of the board, Tyler and Ticky Tack are the 3 judges. Everybody else is, except for me, obviously, I'm the moderator. Everybody else,
Can you put the judges up top?
I could, but I'm about to drop all of you backstage. So,
never mind.
So the if we could get the contestants to give their names, what your position alignments are, and that sort of thing. Just very quick, bio or whatever, and then we'll get into this. And I already got chat. If you want to see a specific debate, now's the time to pay for it. Otherwise, I'm just going to start ripping.
Who's first?
So start, Emmett. We'll start. Go ahead. Tell people about yourself, Emmett. Is your mic muted?
Well, I'm very far right. I'm from Mexico. I enjoy debates, and you can find me here most Saturdays.
Okay, we're gonna have some fun.
I hope so. I'm drunk, so.
There we go. All right, Duck.
What's going on? I'm Nate. Am I getting in trouble or introducing myself?
Just introduce yourself. Are you typically lean left? You lean right? You debate politics? What's up, Duck?
Yeah, so I move on the left side of things. I would say I'm a classical conservative, but also a progressive. I don't mind debating politics. I definitely don't mind debating religion. And yeah, I prefer to have a productive debate, but I'll also tell people to go fuck themselves if I can. If you're trying to cheat the system or game the system, I'll tell you to go fuck yourself. It's that simple.
Chairman of the board donated $40. Super chat. 1v1 kissy
That's
cat
Duck.
pics.
All right, so we have $40 from chairman of the board, who obviously is in control of this thing right at the moment. 1v1 kissy cat picks the combatants. So is kissy cat there? Kissy cat's in the chat. So we'll finish this up first, Anson. Go ahead, Liberal Cluck. Liberal is right in his name, so Liberal Cluck. Let's go with that. Go ahead.
My name is pretty cool because right-leaning people will think that I'm right on the right because that's the Liberal Cluck is the insult that we get a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm Liberal Cluck. I am getting back into debating and streaming. I kind of took a little bit of hiatus and knocking the rust off tonight. My positions are I'm pretty left, but I'm not like Eat the Rich. Israel is Genocide Joe left, but I'm also not like Hillary Clinton, gotta have a private position, public position, establishment left. I'm somewhere in between that, I suppose.
Okay. All right. Solid. Beth?
Hi, I'm Beth. I'm from New York. I haven't debated a whole lot, but I'm here a lot. I was left up into my 20s, got smarter as I got older, more right-leaning now. Can't stand Kamala Harris. Totally anti-feminist. Let's go patriarchy, And yeah, that's about it.
We know you, Flo.
My name's Taylor. My channels are Flow State is where most people know me from, but my new one is the Powder Dusty because Flow State is monetization hell. I'm basically a contrarian to every position. People on the left think I'm on the right. People on the right think I'm on the left. Same with religion. People who are atheists think I'm spiritual or think I'm religious, and people who are religious think I'm atheist. I hate all your positions. I think everything is phony and fake. And Jay Dyer lost earlier.
Yep.
Of course you would say that. Of course.
Go ahead, Glenn. We know Glenn Lawrence, but go ahead. Not everybody does. Shocking.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. My name's Glenn Lawrence. I am Flo's better half.
True.
Everything that he's contrarian to, I'm going to be contrarian to him. It's just the way that we roll. Yeah, you can find me at your mom's house at 11 p.m.
Oh, okay. All right.
Nice.
Did Duck drop intentionally, or is he having internet problems? Does anybody know? He's gone. He's not here.
I was going to ask that too.
All right. Well, go ahead, Cleaner.
I'm here to argue. Let's go, liberal duck. Oxcat fixed us.
All right. That's, I guess, okay. All right. So you go. You guys get a lot of time in the back on this show. You guys should be in the chat doing all the cool stuff. Wait.
We'll go cause problems. Don't worry.
Yeah, go cause some problems. All right. You get to stay. My mouse is messing up tonight. What's up with that?
Oh, I get to stay? That's nice.
No, you do not get to stay.
Oh, I do. Hey, how you doing, liberal?
Oh, am I up? Cleaner?
How did Cleaner go down?
Oh, goodness gracious. He got scared. That's what happened.
Well, I think he's having internet trouble. Well, he was back. Oh, there he is. All right. Got it.
Goodness.
That might have been me, actually. I may have dropped him by accident. Hit the wrong button.
That time was you. The time before I was resetting my camera.
All right. Gotcha. All right. What do you gentlemen want to debate about?
Oh, I don't care.
You don't care?
What are your positions, Cleaner?
As long as there's a argument to be had on the opposite side of whatever a liberal duck believes in, I'll argue it.
You want to debate what my name is?
I said as long as there's.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I like a sense of humor. I do.
Okay, so I guess one of the things that I've been consistently most passionate about since 2016 is probably immigration. So where do you stand on that?
Flawless.
I'll stand on the opposite side of wherever you're fucking at. I already said that.
Oh,
Pick-
you're just
pick-
gonna
pick
you're
your
just gonna,
side. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
All right.
do it.
Well, I think that immigration is generally a good thing for the country. I think that I think that it was a wonderful thing that America used to be a place where people could come from countries where they weren't quite making it and come to America for opportunity. I don't think that we are as much that as we used to be anymore after the beginning of Trump's second administration and after Trump's first administration was also kind of a shit show in that sense, in my opinion. Yeah, that's kind of like the gist of where I am, the broad strokes, if you will.
Okay. So the way this works, I'm sorry, I thought you guys were still kind of fleshing things out. Let me, the way this works is you get 1 minute each to state your position. And the second minute, and then you get 5 minutes total for the debate. I will warn you during the 1 minute at 30 seconds, and I will warn you at the 1 minute mark and the 5 minute segment. I apologize, my phone is updated, and I'm having to figure out why this is being such a pain in my ass now. Give me 1 second.
So, liberal, are you talking about illegal immigration or immigration overall?
Immigration overall, mostly. I think here's a more refined position of mine. I do think that our. Oh, okay,
I'm good with the general. If you want to go with the general statement, I'm fine with that.
I do have some topics related to immigration. We could peruse those if you wanted to have a more aimed debate. But I'm good with whatever you guys want to go with.
Well, I do think that our current system, the way that we have it, even before Trump, is not good. I think that we had long wait lines, and we didn't offer enough avenues for people to actually come here legally, which is why we had so many people trying to take advantage of the asylum system back in the early 2020s.
Okay, does that help you, Cleaner? You good?
I mean, I'm assuming the claim is going to be immigration is generally a good thing, because that was what he started with.
Sure.
Would that be what you were saying? Or, I mean, if I don't understand what you're claiming, then please state your claim in a way that I can understand.
We could do immigration is good. That seems a little broad, so I was trying to narrow it down. But
that's an argument.
Okay.
Let me see if I should have an immigration topic here saved.
I'm good with that.
I've had a bunch of them, but we've run through a bunch of them, so I deleted.
Gosh, this feels like when I ask my girlfriend what she want to eat, and like...
I know, right? Well, it's got to be a good show. So,
I mean, I don't think it would be fair for me to pick one of the topics that I have researched, because I've done extensive research on the specific topics that I have. So I don't think that would be very fair for him, because I already have all my research. That's,
Well, I mean, if it's something that I feel like I'm comfortable with, I could do that.
All right. Well, we'll just let you guys make your positions known. Who is taking your? So, Duck, you're taking the affirmative. Cleaner, you're taking the opposite.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Duck, you will. Sorry, I keep calling you Duck. Cluck. Sorry about that. You have 1 minute on the board to make your opening statement or your position, and you can go now.
Yes. So just like on a feels basis, it's really cool that America is in a position to where people from across the globe, especially people who are in dire straits, feels like they can come to America and make something of themselves, make a life for themselves, make a better life for themselves and their family. On a more granular level, on a more data level, immigration is good for America.
30 seconds.
Okay, we have a population deficit. Immigration can help fix that. The types of labors that immigrants do is labor that American citizens don't want to do. It doesn't matter how much you try to pay them. So immigrants are just generally good for our country, and on a fields level, it's good for us to have immigration.
Okay, you finished with 5 seconds left.
Yeah.
Cleaner, when you're ready, sir.
Well, first off, I would say I don't actually fully support saying this in my actual view, but I'm going to make this argument. So historically, what we can see is every time that we have a large portion of people immigrating into the United States, we have had things like discourse in society where there are breakdowns in law, in order, in government. There are breakdowns in people approaching each other in a societal way, in a way that we would all agree is good for society, or a net positive for society as a whole. So every time that we have seen this in the past, it's happened with everyone from the Scots, which are my historic people, the Irishmen, when they came over, tons of fighting, tons of arguing, tons of people dying, things getting blown up. The French came over, fought with us, tons of people died. I mean, the Spanish came over, tons of people died. The Mexicans came into America, tons of people died. So I'm not seeing a correlate.
That is time, sir. That is time.
You can have my 5 seconds if you want to continue.
No, I'm good. I'll end it there.
Okay. So when you're saying when the Scots came over, when the Spanish came over, when the Mexicans came over, tons of people died. What do you mean by that?
I think it was pretty clear. I said when we have large groups of people that immigrate from other countries, we end up having discourse, negative discourse throughout the communities, the social construct that we already have.
So are these people coming over and like killing Americans? Is that the claim, or are we killing each other over the topic of immigration? Like,
no, we're not killing each other over the topic of immigration. There's literally discourse because of cultural breakdowns between the two peoples. So I'll give you a for instance, okay? When the Irish started coming over in mass numbers and then the Chinese came right after them, we know historically what happened was the people that were already here were trying to keep law and order with the Irish and kind of integrated them somewhat with the system. The Irish were cool with that because there was a lot of alcohol in pubs and they could go and drink and they were happy making money and drinking and just living, right? And the Chinese came and started kind of pushing them out of their jobs, is the way that they saw it. The Chinese immigrants were working for cheaper amounts of money, and so the Irish were getting pushed out of their jobs. They started bombing Chinese villages and things like that, little areas, parts of towns, whatnot. This is historically true. We can go through research data and all that, but for a 5-minute debate, I don't think it's really fair to try and pull up research data for this.
yeah. So what's happening in today, like between 2020 and 2024? How many people have we had killed by immigrants? So were there bombings from Venezuelan refugee seekers? Were the Haitians actually eating cats and dogs? Like what like I don't.
What you're doing right now is a kind of an ambiguity fallacy. It's one of the unfalsifiability fallacies. So where you say like this massive thing where like, all right, there's all these people that are coming over, but we're just going to talk about these few. Can I specifically say that these people did this? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying those people did that. I'm saying what happens is when these people come over, there is a net negative in the societal areas that they come to. And that is provable. And by you using the argument, are the Haitians eating cats and dogs, shows there is a breakdown in the societal construct because that accusation was made.
Yeah, but whose fault is that like breakdown? Like the Haitians weren't eating cats and dogs.
I'm not getting into the fault of it because that isn't what this is about. This is about whether or not immigration is generally a good thing, which I would say good would be a net positive. I think we could agree on that.
Yeah, okay. So I don't think that like people disagreeing with each other, even if it does sometimes get violent, which it rarely, very rarely does, especially to a point where people are bombing people, especially in today's society. I don't think that like discourse,
2 minutes.
having discourse about immigration makes immigration a net negative, especially when you think about all the positives where they are able to fill jobs that Americans don't want to fill, and they are able to bring their the good parts about their culture. And America is especially good at integrating people into our culture and our society. And yeah, it makes for a much better society. We're able to like they're picking our food, and without them we wouldn't have people to pick our food. Like if some people want to get mad at that and have discourse, and that's not really the immigrants' fault, and I don't think it makes for
yet
more
again.
society.
All right, you kind of gish galloped around with like 4 different points, and that last one you made was a complete unfalsifiability fallacy because we can't prove or disprove whether or not people would actually be picking the fruit for us to eat. Right? You can't prove that. So. Like you're not really coming at me with a structured argument of any kind.
I mean,
picked the topic.
I did pick the topic, but like you went all the way back to when the Irish came here and spoke of some bombings that have happened to try and prove that immigrants today is like is
not immigrants today.
Okay, but that's what I'm. Okay,
immigration.
Yes, the Irish that we have here, including my parents, the Irish that we have here today, I would say is probably a net positive, right? The descendants of those Irish people, even the ones that caused
30
the
seconds.
bombings, it's probably a net positive to America, right?
So we're going to talk about a specific set of Irish people, like your specific lineage of I don't know. I don't know who you are. I don't know.
I'm not talking about just me. I said including my parents.
I can't speak to your little group that came over.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the Irish in general. If we were to not let them in, there would be a lot of people that would not be Americans right now that have done great things for this country.
How would that be bad?
And that is time, ladies and gentlemen. That was great. I really like that.
That was fun.
Thank you.
That was a lot of fun. That was actually fun.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot of fun.
I left alone
tough one because you guys went. That was tough because you guys went so generalized.
I left alone the fallacious opening statement where he just approached nothing but feels and just started attacking with objections.
Well, no. I didn't approach with nothing but feels. I
Yeah,
separated
you
it pretty
did. You
clearly.
literally said this is just feels, but
No.
and then
I
you started
separated.
talking.
I separated my feels argument
And
versus
then
my
in
my
your
more
second
more
position, you
empirical
said this
argument.
is my
Okay.
opinion.
All right, guys. Let's hear from the judges. You guys are awesome. Both of you are awesome. Especially you, Liberal Cluck. I'm glad that you came out. Hopefully you stay, but I have a feeling that I never mind. I'm sorry.
You know what it is.
I think the chairman just got teabagged out Dusty.
Chairman of the board got teabagged because he's throwing me under the bus, throwing his dirty Mac on Lindsay in the chat. I see that.
While he's in another woman's home.
That's messed up, man.
Hey,
Huh?
you know what? Do you not recognize that set, Dusty?
How's Earl doing?
That's I Killed Earl's set. You guys didn't realize this? Am I the only one that pays attention? Oh
Must
my
be.
God. All right. I'm going to start with Ticky Tack because he's the quietest right now.
Yeah, so I got a comment. So Libera Cluck, I actually have it written down on a feels basis. America is a cool position that people across the globe, especially those who are struggling, can make a better life in America. So you kind of are running on feels, but I'm not going to hold that against you. As some of the on your opening, what you were pointing out as a positive nature was you brought up 2 points. One, the population deficit, and more labor hands. So I feel like Cleaner had enough rhetoric, had enough information to actually dispel the labor force argument. And I would have hoped that Cluck, you actually held more on the position of the population deficit, because that is a strong argument that could be made. And Cleaner did very good job at pointing out a lot of the issues when it comes to immigration in general, as there's a lot of cultural conflicts, and that was pretty much his only real argument behind it is culture causes conflict, which is, yeah, it's like I feel like that Cleaner had a lot more control over this, so that's why I'm going to hand it over to him as the winner.
Tyler.
All right, so the positions made at the beginning of the argument. Cluck made 3. He made the American dream argument. He made the data for population size argument, and essentially the general good argument, which was the argument of feeling. Cleaner came out with a really clear-cut, this is why it's bad argument. And you guys, I will say, starting points, both good. Once you started to get into it, though, Cluck, you let him completely control the realm of the argument. You never came back with the population growth, as he said. You never came back with what I think is the best argument you had was the American dream argument. On top of that, you kind of let him keep at his pace on you. He kept asking you questions, and when you did kind of move away from it, he pulled you right back. You started to get into it with the who's going to clean your toilets, Donald Trump argument about the jobs not being filled, and he pulled you right back into the other argument, and you took it and went back. So I feel like you did a good job refuting him, but you didn't back up any of your points, and when he hit those, you took his bait and kind of went back to his realm. You got to control it into yours a little bit more. I give it to Cleaner.
Anson.
Yeah, so Tyler basically just said a bunch of stuff that I would have said. It's pretty cool that he's in my mind like that. But I'm going to add also that Cleaner took a couple of opportunities to claim that your statements were fallacious in some way, basically undercutting the legitimacy of your argument, Liberal Cluck. And what you should do when your legitimacy is being undermined in a debate is say no. And you kind of just sort of let it happen. You didn't push back on that and really give it to them hard. And when you're in a debate, you can't just let the other side define what your positions are. But I totaled up the total back and forths, and I got Liberal Cluck, you have 8 points, and Cleaner, you got 9 points. And from my perspective, that was a damn close debate.
Oh, cool.
But Cleaner got it.
All right. Well, does any of the other contestants want to give feedback to Cluck or 409? Because you guys were listening too.
I could give him some personal feedback between him and I and what just went on. You actually had good arguments. The thing was that you approached them from a feels and opinions base. And if you don't say anything about feelings or opinions, it makes it a lot easier for you to stand on that ground without anyone being able to argue it. It gives you a more basic approach, right? You
Yeah.
take out that emotion. The other thing, don't let me, your opponent, command where the argument is going when you're the affirmative. If you're the affirmative and you have points that are actually researched points that you have, stay on those points and don't let me derail you from them. That will let you command the argument.
Yeah, so I guess the whole setup for this whole thing is mostly about like debate presentation and not so much like anything else, which wasn't what I was expecting. But I also think it's really cool, and I could really get a lot of practice with debate presentation in and of itself without having to worry about the whole, being right, being wrong thing with this panel. So that's pretty cool, I think. But it's not what I was expecting. I was actually trying to appeal to like I was pretending I was appealing to a broader audience, and not necessarily worried about my presentation and controlling the argument. I was like, well, a lot of people are probably going to think it's cool that America is this place that we can come to. The American dream argument. I felt like just a lot of people would vibe with that. But yeah, as for a debate presentation, I can see how that's like a negative.
So here's another tip that I kind of want to bring up. So generally, the judges, we know a lot of information on both sides of the argument. Unfortunately, we cannot grant the truth of your argument unless you state it and substantiate it. So if you kind of like make a vague point of, I can't really give an example. Maybe like the Haitians point, the Haitians eating the cats and dogs. Like if you didn't say that, we couldn't have ever like brought it up. Or I guess I'm just losing my train of thought on this. What I'm trying to describe is that we know a lot of the information, the news that's going on right now. Is just that we can't grant you the truth of it unless you actually bring it up in the topic.
Yeah.
So, Cluck, I liked your and look, I'm on the opposite side of this argument, so I've heard this particular argument that you're making a lot. One of the things is that you started out really well, as everyone has said, but the minute Cleaner started speaking, he took complete control of the discussion, and then you were answering to him. And the best advice I could have given you is like, Cleaner, yeah, that's nice that those people were violent, but you were talking about greater good here. Was it a greater good that those people came here? He has to concede, yes, it was. Sure, there was violence, but he would have to concede that, yeah, okay, if we would not have had the growth in this country had those people not come here. And then he would have more than likely pressed back with illegal immigration. I think when you make the argument, because I get this argument a lot, and I like to beat people up on this one, so I hate to give up this, but when you say something like it's too hard to come here, the first thing he's going to say is it's supposed to be hard. That's it. We're even as hard as you think it is to come here. We're one of the easiest countries to come to in the world. So I hate giving you that because now you can refine that, or hopefully you do. But when people like yourself tell me that in an argument, I have them for that point because I'm literally just gonna go, yes, that's why American is excellent. That it is supposed to be that hard. My wife is an immigrant. I know. I've watched her go through the whole process. It's actually not that hard. It's just you have to do everything right. So
I want to ask you then. I did kind of bring up the greater good argument when I was like, so would America have been better without all the Irish people here? Including my family. Like
you did,
but then
you let him kind of steer it back, and he also gave you the way that you presented it was in a fallacy that he called you on, so nobody remembers. I promise you, the judges don't remember that you said that. What they remember is him calling the fallacy.
Well, he called it the fallacy, but the fallacy wasn't like my broader point. Like he's like, yeah, I can't really speak to your specific family, but I mentioned all Irish people.
Yeah, no, I got you.
The thing that you did wrong there was you ended your point with your family, which is a subjective metric when we're talking about something big.
If I had just left out the like family part, I wouldn't have left that opening for you to call
Right?
it a
Yeah,
fallacy.
exactly. I wouldn't.
Even
have
though
been
like
able
the
to call it in
fallacy,
that way. I'd have had to
even though
argue it another way. Right.
Right,
Yeah.
and then he immediately called you on the fallacy when you closed it with like people like my family. When you left it there, he immediately called the fallacy.
Yeah.
Right.
And now nobody remembers that you had that great point.
Okay.
We've already got the next debate. It is going to be Glenn Lawrence and Flow State. So the rest of you get in the back. Sorry, Duck. You don't even get to say a single word on that. Poor Duck, man. That's rough. You two guys stay. You go. Oh, by the way, you were bought back in, Liberal. So you get to stay. Emmett, you go. Beth, you go. Tyler, you go. And Judge Judy in Judy's bedroom, you go. All right. Why didn't it do that? There we go. What are we going to debate, gentlemen?
We can see your tears.
What are we going to debate, Flo?
Well, we have to choose it.
I guess.
Well,
I
can assign you a debate, but usually, unless somebody pays for it, you guys get to choose it.
Me and Flo kind of agree on a lot of things.
How the manosphere are the real feminists.
I could argue that too. I agree to an extent.
You agree with me?
I agree with you to an extent. Probably not for the same reasons that you believe it is.
Assign us what did.
Assign you one. All right. While I'm looking, guys, if you want to control the debate, you have about 4 minutes before I just give them a prompt and they have to go for it. Or somebody can pay for it and assign it to them. And I already have the one that I know they're gonna fight on. They're gonna fight. It's gonna be physical. They're gonna beat each other up. We're gonna give another couple of minutes.
It's a nice shirt.
Oh, thank you.
You got your Hawaiian. Is that button up?
It is. Yeah, I bought it in the Bahamas the last time I was down there. So
it's a gay looking shirt.
I'm shocked it's held up as well as it has.
You put it through some shit.
Well, I mean, they were like $20 for $20 each, and if you bought like 3 of them, so I'm like, yeah, this is the last
brand of shirt that you were wearing at one time that you mentioned, and then I started looking at it online and almost bought some.
Burberry,
that's right.
Yeah.
I didn't buy one, but
yeah, it's a badass shirt. That shirt. Well, I have a belt. I have a Ferragamo belt that was $350 fucking dollars.
What's it made out of?
It's just a leather belt. I was like, well, okay, whatever. Anyway, all right. So, we got nobody in the chat has decided to buy one. So, what we're going to debate is: do men get screwed over in the court system in regards to child care more than women?
And I obviously think they don't, and he probably thinks they do, right, Glenn?
I think they do if they don't prepare themselves. I mean, that's the problem. Most guys don't fucking pay attention and look into the laws and stuff, so they just assume that things are going to be equal, and if they don't go in there prepared, then they get railroaded, and then they get mad.
So then did they get screwed over?
No, they just didn't come prepared.
Right. So the courts are actually fair, but
the courts are fair to the extent of they're going to uphold the law. Where they're jaded is that yes, there is a slant.
Okay,
towards
guys, stop. Here we go. 1 minute each. By the way, don't hold back, you guys. You guys gotta get a little more anger in the ball. All right, 1 minute each. Who's taking the affirmative that they are? And oh yeah, Glenn is. Yeah. All right. Are you ready, Glenn?
Sir, let's roll.
Hammer it.
All right. So, I mean, the courts are reasonably fair overall. They're going to uphold the laws that are on the books. But to say that the courts are not biased would be to refute the influence of things like the Duluth model of feminism, that has altered or that has created laws to be written in a certain way that does seem to be against men if men do not come prepared. Men are not given the benefit of the doubt as much as women are. Women are deferred child custody in most cases due to the maternal argument, saying that women are more nurturing, that they should have the child. That's not necessarily true. There shouldn't be a bias on that. Gender should not matter. It should be whoever could provide proper care for the child rather than the gender argument. Because if we're all equal in this feminist world, if we're all about equality.
Glenn, get up. Calm down. That was a good opening. Your turn. Go.
All right. So the very first thing out of your mouth was the concession that I'm right and the courts are pretty much fair overall. You then go on to mention Duluth model. The Duluth model has been replaced across the entire country, and I believe in Canada as well. In the past 20 years. So that's an obsolete model and no longer relevant. The way that courts work now is they favor the child, and they state that the child has a right to two parents. The child has the right to two parents, and it's not a him versus her situation. So from there, they figure out who's got the best capacity to provide the child with that right that it has to both parents. They do not favor either parent. That would be a violation of civil rights and would be illegal anywhere in the country. That's all.
All right. Well, you had 6 seconds left. So, all right. Are you gentlemen ready?
Yep.
By the way.
Yeah, let's go.
I like your mom's house. That's awesome. That's pretty cool. All right.
Mom's house is nice.
Come out swinging.
So to say that the Duluth model it doesn't still in effect, that's not true. We still see laws that have affected that. I mean, just even like when you consider any type of reporting of violence, even when it comes to child custody, we do know that 37% of all false accusations made against men are done in family court to gain custody.
How do we know that?
Because there's Dr. Eric Nelson actually reported on this. So you can look that up. He reported that 37% of all false allegations were made in family court to sway custody cases. So,
and can false accusations be made both ways?
Yes, and 67% of all false accusations are made by women.
And that assumes then that they have a perfect way of catching all false allegations.
I'm just saying what's been reported.
Right.
So to say that,
I think that if you looked into that, you'd have trouble finding a methodology that can accurately determine what a false allegation is and when to
dispute it. Though I think you can't dispute it. Though this is what's been reported.
I'm disputing the capacity to. Yes, I can. I'm not disputing that it was reported, even though I probably could. I'm disputing that they have the capacity even to make the statement about the information that they're claiming to be able to make a statement about.
Again, you can dispute it, but without any evidence to support anything, it's just kind of like, oh, I just don't believe it, so I'm moving on. Like we just know that's been reported. We know that's been weaponized.
Do you know in the study how they were able to suss out that information?
I do not have the study in front of me to actually do that argument. I could actually present it if I had more time than 5 minutes, but we don't. We could go down that rabbit hole, and I have no problem showing you that. The main thing is that we know that children are primarily put in the care of the mother not because the mother is the best interest of the child, but for many years it was due to the whole maternal argument that the mother is more nurturing and the father is not as nurturing as the mother.
But we're
So the child needs to
dealing
be,
now.
so that argument has still played its role and still factors in today. I think the reason
Where?
why the courts may seem unfair for men is that they don't have as much advocacy for
Halfway
women
through, gentlemen.
as much as they do men when it comes to men trying to find custody cases.
So
It seems like
basically,
to
you're
be more
saying
of an uphill battle.
you're referencing the past, but we're talking about the present. We're in the present. We're discussing the present.
Well, now
right?
we're in the future.
Nobody. I'm not denying that in the past they favored women, but today
Okay,
they
so
don't.
that all we can do is we're looking at the past and saying yes, has been a thing. So
Right, but we
yes,
should look at the
this has been
modern
a
past. We
thing.
should look at the recent past after they've changed away from the Duluth model. Right, that's been put to the side. It is obsolete. We're not using
The
that
Duluth
anymore.
model is still in effect. I mean, the way that they have written the
No, it's
laws,
not.
even if you look at was it VAWA, Violence Against Women's Act, that's because of the Duluth model.
What's violence against
So
women
you
have to do
can't.
with courts favoring women for custody?
It plays a role when it comes to false accusations against abuse
Can men
and
make false
against.
accusations against women for abuse?
Sure, but they don't actually seem to be substantiated or
Are
upheld.
are allegations treated the same for both genders?
No.
They're not.
Yes, and then Dr. Nelson is actually he does a full deep dive into that as well.
So can you reference
Again,
a
like I
law?
said,
Can you reference a law that states that they should be?
I just stated Violence Against Women's Act. If it was equal, why would they need to be a Violence Against Women's Act? Why wouldn't it be a
And
Violence
in
Against
there does it
Spouse Act or something?
does it give different measures for how you treat different abuse claims?
Extended
I don't
2
have it in
minutes.
front of me.
Because
I don't have the article in front of me.
Assault is assault, and a protection from abuse order is a protection from abuse order, and they're applied unilaterally. I know I've had a protection order against my ex-wife before. She's had a protection order against me before. They're handled the same way. Same with alimony, same with child support, same with custody. All of these laws and procedures are laid out between two parties, right? It's stated two parties. You got the plaintiff and the respondent. It's not man versus woman. There's no gender assigned to the way any of these procedures, any of these laws are set out. He ran.
He rejoined.
What happened?
I don't know. You were here and then you weren't.
You ran away and then I called you out on it and then you came back because you didn't look like you were running.
No, I mean, the procedures are, again, like I said, the biggest problem for men is that men are not, they don't have the support that, women do. That's why I'll say it would be unfair. Really, I mean, because it's their due diligence to look into the case.
We're not talking about
this
the
is what I'm
available. We're talking about whether or not
the support available is the support available is part of the problem. Like if they don't have the same, if they're not given, if they're not extended if they're not extended the same sort of resources
that is external from
to
the
them,
courts,
though it's supported by the courts, they're not given the same extended resources that
if there's
men
a woman,
are, then
there's shelters for battered women, but not for battered men. That would be extra support to women, but that would not be a bias in the court. Those are different things.
It's a bias if the court is supporting it. If the court offers this support here, you could get help here. The clerk's office does that a lot. That is the court. The clerk's office does represent the court. Yeah, the court clerk's office in Santa Maria, California, in 2007. Helped this my sister's friend with the issue with her ex baby daddy or whatever, but did not, when he went to go look for help, he did not extend the same help. I mean, that's anecdotal. I could just throw that out there. It doesn't mean anything.
That's fine. I'll accept the anecdotal. Now, was the service explicitly only for women, or was it just not offered to him coincidentally?
15 seconds.
It wasn't offered to him. I mean, I don't know all the details.
So it's safe to assume that that he might have just got there right before closing time, right? We don't know why it wasn't extended.
Or it could be safe to assume that because he was male, they did not extend to him the same opportunity that they extended her.
Well, if it applied to him, if he could have gone for it, did he look into it ever?
He did. That's why he heard that she got this support.
Would
and
he
then,
have qualified?
All right,
for it?
gentlemen.
I don't know the stipulations.
That was actually better than I thought it was going to be. That was like way better than I thought it was going to be. All right, let's start with someone who I know has experience in this very thing. My friend and yours, Mr. Anson Knowles.
He's biased.
Yeah, you're damn right. I have a bias on this because you and I have argued about stuff like this before, and you know that I hate your position. I actually become emotionally invested in it. So you're damn right. I'm biased.
There it
Flo,
is.
you came out. Well, I'll start with Glenn because he did the opening. You had a pretty decent opening. You stated positions for why you were taking the position that you were. And it was basically, saying there was bias because of the way the court system's run. It was a pretty good opening. Flo, you'd had a much better opening where you basically dismantled him point after point. It was a pretty damn impressive opening.
Thank you.
And I could tell that Glenn's super knowledgeable about this topic, and so are you, Flo. Y'all both made excellent arguments, but overall, Flo's argumentation style was just a little bit better with the repeated questioning. And you basically brought him back to the areas that you wanted to talk about during the entire debate. But it was hard to tell because Glenn's so damn good at it too. And this is another close one. I gave it to Flo about 14 points, and I counted 13 points for Glenn. I'm sorry, Glenn. I really wanted to take your side because I fucking hate Flo on this topic.
No, Flo did a great job.
Tyler.
Oh man, this was the toughest one I think I've done even last time. Wow. So I will say, Glenn, I'm not going to be as nice. Your opening sucked ass, and his opening completely destroyed yours. I was like, dude, this dude's getting bodied. You didn't pick up until, he asked a bunch of questions, but you had answers prepared for almost every single one of them. And he asked a couple questions that if you didn't have the right answer, it would have invalidated your argument, but you were ready to go on almost every single one. He only said, I don't have the answer once. And I feel like that question was it didn't really matter as much as the ones you did have answers for. I was honestly surprised. I had you guys tied, and I have to get off the fence for this. I have to slightly lean toward Glenn, and Dusty, you did absolutely nothing wrong here. I just feel like that your questioning that you were going for, he was ready for enough to make your tactic not stick as hard as it needed to. That's all.
All right. And Tiki Tack.
Yeah, I'll have to say this is a very tough decision. I kind of agree what Tyler was going with, is that Flo, you did body Glenn's opening statement right out from the get-go, and I thought this was going to be an easy win for you. But Glenn started actually bringing it back when he actually started citing statistics where you did give fair pushback to, question how those models were determined and how can they actually prove that information comes in. It's honestly, it's a fine line right here. But overall, Flo, I do think that you won this by keeping Glenn's feet to the fire constantly.
Yeah.
Flo,
okay.
I expect a $50 cash app for letting you win tonight. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Greg, can I throw in
okay.
some commentary on this one?
All right. Okay. Yeah, let's Glenn, what do you that was a rough one, man. I got to be honest, I thought it was great. I thought it was good back and forth. You called him out on his that he didn't. The thing is that I know that your stats are probably right. He's questioning what the legitimacy of those. You were very good about returning that ball, when he would lob it over, but you just couldn't stick. And look, Flo's had a lot of experience debating this very thing. and you just couldn't stick him down. You were really close to
Look,
sticking him
I
down.
debate hoes. I debate, you know what hoes do.
Well,
Okay.
Flo is a hoe. Have you not do you not understand this?
No, he's a hoe maker.
Oh, he's a homemaker.
Glenn, if the question was,
And I made you.
if the question was, are divorces, psychologically challenging for men in the court system in a different way, I think you would have won. But Dusty did answer the question way better.
I got to throw in on this too.
But hang on. By the way, Kat does win. That was she chooses excellent matchups. Ladies and gentlemen, get your patch your money up. You don't have to contribute the whole thing. You contribute a little bit, and choose your next 1v1 while we're talking here and talking about the debate. Flo, honestly, man, you debated a lot better than I remember you debating. Like I don't know whether you're just more relaxed tonight or what, but you did a lot better. So go ahead, Beth. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good. Glenn, a couple things that might help your argument next time that might have stuck him a little bit is that, number one, this all goes like state by state. A lot of courts are doing a lot better at sticking up for men and making it more equal. But it all starts off with the fact that mothers end up getting a leg up because they nurse their children, and the courts don't like to move the kids around. So that gives them that first established situation. And then from there, yeah, the courts do actually tend to favor mothers just because the kids are already there. And not only that, but they believe first and they investigate later. So any woman or man, and look, men can make the same claims and arguments against women. I'm not saying they don't and they can't, but it is more often than not women that make false accusations. And the court does, just because women are the weaker sex. They will automatically believe them, do all the investigating later, and then they end up with the kids because they simply claim, hey, they've been stuck to me for the most of their life. And courts don't like to move kids around. Just thought for next time.
Anyone else? No? All right.
No, I do think Dusty just stating his position very clearly up front. For me as an audience member, I appreciated Glenn being honest. I thought he was really good faith how he approached the conversation. So that was really cool. But yeah, I mean, Dusty was, he was already on a snowball run, I think, by the time stuff got
eight ball run.
I will say, for anybody watching this, if you decide to use that question tactic, you have to know this topic as well as Flo knew it, because it is very risky. All he was doing was giving Glenn time to answer questions, and one of the questions he answered with such a dunk, that's why I feel like he won it. You have to know the right questions to ask and how to ask them, and he did that perfectly. So don't use this unless you're an experienced debater.
I think that Glenn approached this in the proper way for a 5-minute debate. I mean, he specifically said, hey, look, yeah, we can get into the data and all of that if we have a longer debate or a longer time, but we're just going to have to accept certain things, right? And I think that's fair to do in a debate of this form when someone asks you for evidence. So,
yeah. All right, Glenn, you got to go. Say your goodbyes.
All right, Flo, I'm going to be at your mom's house at 11. Don't come by.
Tell her say hi.
Will do. Later, guys.
All right. Thanks, Glenn. That was awesome.
See you, Glenn.
And then there were you guys. All right. So I'm going to wait a few minutes and then I'm going to assign the debate. If you want to, if the chat wants to assign the debate and make it happen, go for it. But let's see. What time is it? We got to keep this rolling, man. 9:30. Yeah, we'll go. We got 4 minutes, and then I'm going to assign the debate. So
That was a good argument, though. I enjoyed hearing it from two men back and forth.
yeah, I mean, I knew that both of these guys know that subject pretty well. Glenn needs to update his arguments a little bit. That's all. It was really close, though.
I would just mention get homeopathy at Sprouts and stuff like that. If Grid assigns you one of these heartstring sort of topics. Yeah, just the homeopathy, the chamomile tea, all that stuff will bring it down, gents, a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
great.
if you're in the chat and you want to come up here and debate, you can still come up here and debate, right?
Yeah.
Let's get some
about
more
a half
folks
an hour
up here.
left.
There's a bunch of libtards up here still. We got to crush them.
Speaking of, there were like 5 people, Tyler, that said that they were going to jump up tonight in your Discord alone, and we have 1. Which, by the way, awesome job, Liberal Cluck, coming up.
Mita was in the back room. He was having some audio issues and said, like, I lost. He got frustrated after almost an hour.
Yeah.
He apologized.
Yeah, I could have helped. I mean, he should have just jumped up, and we would have seen if we could have helped him with him. So,
I just know if the chat knows that by hitting the thumbs up, you're preventing breast cancer and erectile dysfunction
at the same time.
At the same time.
Yeah.
A subscription actually cures Alzheimer's, which is a very serious disease. It's one of the most lethal diseases in all of the United States.
Yeah.
And hitting the like button and sending me a DM will get you extra.
Not true.
Only if you're a woman, I guess.
Sorry, Anson.
Yeah.
Below me said in the chat that she was up for debating me. I don't know why she's not coming up.
Who?
The screen name is below me, but I think you and I already we already know.
Are you sure that's not Anson trolling?
I'm pretty sure that is Anson trolling.
I don't know. It sounds like Anson. Whoever Anson is, he sounds like a smart guy.
Yeah. That's funny. All right, guys, we're getting into danger zone.
Come on, people.
And we're gonna assign the debates. We're gonna bring some pain.
Making me nervous, Greg.
So many people wanting to blow people. It's weird.
Yeah, we need some baiting going on. What's going on with the baiting? We need some baiting.
Well, they got just under 1 minute left to get that.
$40 to assign a debate. The whole assign. What is that? The $20 to
assign the prompt. I love that.
The debater side.
Hi, I'm below me.
Hi.
That's
How's it
AI.
going? No, I'm a real person. How can you say I'm AI?
You sound like AI.
Really?
You sound like
Yeah,
Anson
it's really
on the
cool.
keyboard.
I sound like a robot? I have compression on my mic.
I did not get
You
that
actually probably have
impression.
the best mic in the entire room.
Oh, okay.
I'd say.
That might be
I think you
it.
sound great. Yeah.
Thanks.
No, it's all good.
I think you sound mid.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah, just so folks know, when you send Grid a $50 to $100 or $40 super chat to select a debate, it also inspires the panelists like myself to prepare for things. It helps new folks like below me hop on, get their voice out on the internet, provide some entertainment to folks. And with Grid, you never know when we're going to flip around on issues and stuff like that. So this is a great forum for it.
Did anybody look at the list of debate topics?
And if you send Grid more than $10,000, break it up into 2 payments so he doesn't have mandatory reporting.
Yeah, please do that. Then I don't have to run it through my business. All right. Well, you guys missed a cutoff, so I'm just gonna go ahead and pick the debaters. And
Well, me and Beth had a topic that we wanted to debate. I don't know. You can say yes or no. It's up to you.
It's sex and marriage, I think.
Well, Kissy Cat, you may have saved the day.
Oxcaxo
Below
donated
me, you're gonna have to
$50
wait.
Super chat.
I'll go.
Emmett V. Duck.
Beth, you're going to have to wait. Kissy Cat has come in again, doing the heavy lifting for the entire chat. Emmett versus the Duck Man. Everybody just go hang out in the back chat, harass each other. Wait, I need Duck back. Wow. There we go.
I get to harass the girls.
Yeah. Let's see.
All right.
There we go. Yeah. Cleaner gets to go harass girls. Your mom's house gets to go say hi to Glenn. Ticky Tack gets to do whatever Ticky Tack does. Liberal Cluck gets to do it. Oh, no, we need Emmett back. Why did I do that? Emmett, you get to stay. All right. Anson, Tyler, Beth.
All right. Let's go. My daddy was a buzzsaw.
Yeah.
Emmett, you and I aren't going to be friends for this. Let's go. All right.
Let us make it happen. All right. So I know you guys are on political opposites. I'm going to suggest a couple of things for debate. Is the deportation of the MS-13 gang members, regardless of whether or not it was legal, is it the right thing to do?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Morally and pragmatically.
Okay, morally and pragmatically, I would say it's not the right thing to do. I would say, at least because it's procedurally the wrong thing to do, therefore it's also just the wrong thing to do.
Procedurally.
Yeah, I'm saying that without the very convoluted and weird legal maneuverings, is it the wrong thing to do?
I don't think he has an argument without the procedure.
No, hold on. I'm going to define it. Let's just take away the idea that even happened, right? When we find criminals that are across our borders illegally, whether they be terrorists, gang members, bank robbers running from Bolivia, whatever, the criminals, is deporting them the wrong thing to do? Emmett?
I would say that it's the right thing to do.
Okay.
Deporting criminals is a good thing. Yeah.
Okay, Duck?
I think it's the wrong thing to do. I think we have laws within the United States' border, and we can enforce those laws first, and we don't even have to discuss deportation as an imposition on immigration policy.
Just to make sure that you understand the topic, because I want to make sure we have a good debate here. If you were a MS-13 gang member and you crossed from you got on a boat in Bolivia and you went up the coast of South America and you landed in the Gulf of Mexico in the fuck is that? Corpus Christi, Texas. If you did that, but you're a gang member and you got caught, should you instantly be deported? Because you're a criminal. You're a member of a gang. You're a member of a organized crime. You're a bad person. Should you be deported?
I don't think we should. So I mean, I'd be happy to debate this or something else, but I don't think we should be looking at deportation laws as a first stop in any case ever.
All right, I got to hear this debate. Let's fire it up. You guys, so Emmett, you're taking the affirmative in that, yes, absolutely, we should kick them the fuck out. And Emmett, you get to start. 1 minute on the clock.
Wait, Grid. Sorry, Grid. Can you give us one clear statement of what we're debating one more time before we kick off?
Are criminals, whether that crime is terrorism, drugs, murder, bank robbery, whatever the fuck. Now, we're not talking about traffic violations. We're talking about crime. We're talking about, what in our country would be a felony. But let's.
Can I make just a clarification here? Are any gang members or part of narco gangs members, should they be deported immediately?
Yeah,
That's
they're all criminals, right? They're all criminals because they have to be a criminal to be a member of the organization, right? They have to. So when we find these people on our border, on our side of the border, and we know they didn't come here legally, should they instantly, without remorse, without any, we don't take them to court. They do not collect $200. They do not go to jail. They're gone. They're gone.
Okay.
Do you got it?
I got it.
You want? All right.
I
sure?
think I do. Yeah,
Huh?
I'm ready. Yeah. Emmett's kicking us off, so I'm gonna be ready to go whenever it's time for us to go.
All right. Emmett, you go first. When you're ready, sir, go.
Okay, so I would go ahead and say that any member of a criminal organization, especially anyone that's considered to be a terrorist gang, thank God for Trump, should be automatically deported. In my opinion, they should all be sent to Sakat, and they should rot there forever, never to come out. I wouldn't even go ahead and give any kind of justification for why not. They are completely and absolutely unable to come into this country and have any legal process. They have committed crimes in their place, and they should be prosecuted not only in their country but probably globally.
Okay, you had 20 seconds left. All right, Duck, are you ready?
Yep.
Fire it up.
All right. Being a person in the United States is never illegal. The United States is still one of the most free nations on the entire planet. And this isn't just about being a person anywhere. It's about our economics. It's about the largest free economic zone in the world. And so if we're saying that we should deport people, and this is where we're starting the conversation, we're basically saying there's a law that just knows that a person has some history, and there's nothing on the books that could ever possibly justify it. We know that they're a gang member already. We know that they might do drugs, all this other stuff. Sell drugs. It could be as bad as you want. But the point is that in the United States, we have formal systems of justice. We have RICO laws for groups like MS-13, 16, whatever it is. And we've got the door knockers. We've got investigators for things like this. At the end of the day, we don't talk about deporting people because that is not how the United States works.
That's time. All right. Are you ready to go to the debate? It's now your open discussion starting now.
What do you mean by you're not ready to go ahead and they should be deported? Like, part of the process that is in the United States is deporting people. So you do that. And in fact, Democrats must do that a lot more than Republicans.
Nope. This is asking me about a magical process that doesn't exist, where you just all of a sudden know with certainty, and even know with certainty after arrest, that someone committed a crime, and especially a felony, while they're being here illegally. And so I'm not a lawyer, but I know that is not how the law works. That is not how criminal investigations work. And so what you're asking me to say by asking me to do something magical is to put our law enforcement officers at risk. And that is not something Democrats have ever been okay with. Democrats have always been the party that support first responders, that support law enforcement agencies.
Well, that's not true. I mean, they were the ones who wanted to defund them. But the point that I was going to say is there is in the laws, and it's a process for you to get deported. And the moment that those prosecutors and those people that do their job according to the investigation say that you are a gang member, why would you be like, no, we have to have 3 years and 13 judges to just kick them out of the country, even though we know they're part of a gang member. They're gang members, sorry.
That's another great question from Emmett. What I would say is that there are 2 aspects of the law and the American identity we have to look at. The first aspect of the law is absolutely, if you have an immigration case brought against you, you better lawyer up, buddy, right? And at some point, if you have multiple cases pending, if that is you, good luck, right? You're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
It's just how the
so you are
American system
conceding
works.
that there is deportation,
Nope,
and you actually have to have people like help you through the process. And what we're saying is there's investigators that you said that you support. They investigated you. They know you're a gang member. What's the right for you to stay in this country? You
No,
must be
because
kicked
I
the
don't
fuck
spend my
out.
time. Nope, this is the huge difference. You wanted to cut me off here, because the argument is implying that if I'm saying that I support first responders and I support the immigration agencies by not emphasizing this point of deportation, this is also saying that what I'm supporting is this aspect of American citizenship, inclusion, integration. This is a
Do you
massive
want to
bucket, and this is
include
what
a
makes the
bunch of
entire
gang
system
members?
successful.
Halfway point.
Do you know what gang members do? Do you know what the MS-13 do? Like, what's their basis for their organization? Like, what kind of crimes they do?
Absolutely, the same argument against members of the Black Panthers, the same argument
Yeah.
against typical Black American families. This is just
Yeah,
rhetoric.
I'm
This
not
is
I'm not
empty
a supporter
argumentation.
of people that commit crimes. Like, I would not be a supporter of any narco
How do you
gang
know?
members that go ahead and
How do
dismember
you
people.
actually know though? How would
Because
you
I've
know?
seen them dismember people.
You're
Have
talking about
you
a
been to
ghost.
Mexico?
I
Have you
could,
ever seen any of the
Emmett,
videos
I
of
could
them
just as well be
dismembering
one of these.
people?
I could just as well be one of these scary ghosts that you don't know about.
A
That doesn't
scary
make me an
ghost.
MS-13 gang
Yeah,
member.
and if you were a scary ghost, I would go ahead and say that should be put to death or be sent to Secot, and I would be totally
There you
okay with
go.
it.
You don't know I committed a
Yes.
crime. This is your point, folks.
No,
Grid.
if your
I'll keep
argument
going, but
is
this is my point
you
right
don't
here.
know if I am, but if you were, and we have an investigator and says that you are, I would totally okay with you being put to death if you are one of
So
these people
let's
that are
go back
committing
into
kind of
this, but I
crimes.
just have to say that you cannot walk down the claim that you just said that if I'm scary enough, I could realistically be put to death
That's
because I
not
might
what
be
you
like an
meant. Maybe
MS-13.
I will give
That's
you
not
this.
what you meant. That's what you
Maybe it's a
said.
language problem. I'm a Mexican. I'm retarded.
All good.
So
Yes, respect,
maybe
brother.
you didn't mean that you were one of the guys that were doing these crimes. I took it as
Yes,
you were
I'm
being
not.
one of the guys that were committing these crimes.
Never been. I've never been, but that's the point is, if you're just looking at people on the surface and you
But
can't judge if this person is an enemy or if they're a friend, maybe they're a little bit of both. The point is that you cannot make a legal argument that this person is capable of being deported. That is manipulation.
Your whole argument hinges on the idea that investigators are evil people that will look at you and say that you're wrong and you're a gang member just because they look at you.
30
And I don't
seconds.
believe that's the case.
That's fine. I think we should listen to law
I
enforcement
mean, the same
officers,
people that you
but
say
we
you
don't have to
support.
listen to nationalists about this crazy issue. You people are psychopaths. Ticky tack, you're gonna say I lost. Fuck yourself. I won this shit. And
I'm
it's
not.
awesome.
I'm
Let's
not
go.
even nationalist. How can I be a nationalist if I don't belong to the country?
I don't want to listen to you. That's
I
it.
do think
Period.
that
You're not an
Americans have the
expert.
right to be
All
safe
right.
from gang members.
Not an expert.
And that's
I am
time.
an expert.
Why is this not? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Listen, you might
There
be
you go.
stronger than I am, but I went to Howard's, so
You got that on me. I went to a state school, so.
All right.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back. So,
that got pretty rough.
No, it got good. Is what it started out fucking slow, but it got good.
it got much better, and it was actually pretty solid work. I'm going to start off with Tyler on this one because I think Tyler is he was hoping for something I don't think materialized.
You know, I originally had Emmett down more points when he said, I don't speak the language. The two questions he sort of misunderstood and answered incorrectly, especially the one about there was a miscommunication there, and he was called down on it. I had a point taken away from him. I took that away and made it actually very close. I feel as though the due process argument that is being made here of you need to identify this person lines up with the reality of what actually happened under the Trump administration, where all the 250 people that were deported were at some point in the legal process and adjudicated to be gang members. So this is actually what Trump did. And Emmett was praising Trump for this, but this is how this process actually laid out. So you're saying that we don't need to bring him in here and give him that 3-year process, but that is how we knew they were gang members. What he's telling you is actually kind of the truth. I will say,
Tyler, just one point of clarification, real quick. We took away the due process. We took away the whole process. We're talking about kind of morally.
Yeah, but I'm just judging in the confines of what you guys were saying in the debate. When you brought this point up, I think he countered it well with that argument, is more what I'm saying here. I'm judging off the back and forth and the claims you guys made in your introductions. I think you had the stronger introduction, and I generally kind of was I thought I was going to agree with him more and not you. I generally agreed with your introduction more, but I think he kind of took your points and met them all the way he needed to. I feel like he walked away with it because he focused on it. You said at one point, gang members should all go to SESCOT. And he asked you, how do you know they're gang members? And you said, we just know. And like, you could have maybe said the DHS and the overseas departments have this intel and that they inform our government. They don't have to actually go through that rigorous process. They just need to be adjudicated. But you didn't rise to that point. You never presented an argument to say why he was wrong there, even though I think there is one. Again, our national security apparatus has this information. They relay it to the courts. That's how we get a lot of it. So I think you just had to say that point, and you would have beat that point, and it just didn't come.
All right. It looks like there's a couple of people who, for some reason, I cannot see their chats. Maybe it's because I'm logged in on the wrong account. Let me.
Do you have live chat on?
I do. They could have me blocked, right? Because people do that. But at any rate, go ahead, Anson Knowles. This is going to be good too.
Yeah, so it started out as a freaking snooze fest, to be honest with you. Like the first half of it, I didn't care about anything either one of you had to say. It kind of pissed me off a little bit. Duck, you threw out some ad homs, and Emmett returned those ad homs and, kind of questioned you on them right at the end, where you basically, accused every one of your opponents of being psychopaths and nationalists. I didn't understand the need for that, but it was entertaining. Emmett, I didn't understand. Tyler, you liked Emmett's introduction. I couldn't find anything really coherent and like bullet point related where he stated a position and then listed off point by point supporting items for that position. Emmett, you needed to do a better intro. Duck, I don't know. You won the damn thing. I have you at 12 points, Duck, and Emmett at 11, and it pisses me off because I also hated your position because it's stupid. It implies that we don't have borders, and we do, and it's just absolutely ridiculous. But damn it, had to give it to you.
Ticky tack.
Yeah. So Emmett, the problem that I have with your argument is that you're putting like way too much trust into the idea of these investigators who go ahead and decide that it's like, oh, this person is MS-13, deported. When it's the thing is that when you go into any sort of criminal situation, when somebody builds a reasonable articulate suspicion of somebody committing a crime, they still have a due process to go through the court system and fight against whether they actually have committed a crime or not. There's also constitutional laws that actually prevent people from. It essentially comes down to you're innocent until proven guilty. And what Duck is actually arguing is that how can you verifiably prove that somebody is either undocumented or part of MS-13 without the due process? It's like, yeah, investigators can be put into there in order to say like, hey, yeah, it's like we have a lot of reasonable suspicion that this person is MS-13 and committing a crime and is illegal. But if you're just going to skip the court process, well, it's like it's just not part of the due process, and this is where I have a hard contentions with a lot of people who support just the correct deportation of immigrants. So on this, I'm going to side with Duck.
All right. Well, hold on.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Maybe I wasn't clear with the prompt.
Yeah, I thought that we were talking about people that
these are known criminals. These are known gang members. It's not that that was the prompt. I said they were known.
And Duck's argument is on the contention of how do you know without the due process? It's just an investigator saying, "Oh, we know."
Listen, it's okay. I don't mind losing the debate. It's didn't think that was part of the contention at all. I understand that he was like, well, we have to have due process.
Well, did you call it out?
I did. I said that. I didn't call it out in the sense of I didn't think it was in contention. That we know that it's part of a master.
If he's saying stuff, if he's saying stuff, if he's saying stuff that's unrelated to the debate, you need to call it out if he's using that to bludgeon you. And he did that against you, where there was one point in time where he had a weakness shield against you, where you were saying things, he wanted to bring it back, and he called you out on something and started talking about what he wanted. That's one of the dynamics of the debate, right?
Listen, Anson, I'm okay with losing the debate. I wouldn't want to tarnish my almost perfect record of losing, so I am happy to have lost and be part of this. Thank you so much, everyone, for having me on. Thank you, Grid, and good job, Doc.
Thank you, Emmett. I had a ton of fun talking to you. I learned a bunch, and yeah, I'd hope to debate you on another topic, perhaps one where you're more familiar than I am with it. And yeah, it was great talking.
I'm extremely familiar with this topic. I just didn't think it was.
Yeah, I may have hosed Emmett on that one because much like in the existing situation, and I may have screwed Emmett on that one. That's okay, Emmett. If I did, my bad. Sorry.
That's perfectly fine. As I said, I wouldn't want to tarnish my almost perfect record.
Emmett, you get to stay. Kissy Cat has brought you back.
Oh, thank you, Cat.
So
thanks so much.
Now Grid can screw you again.
Oxcaxo donated $50 super chat. Free Emmett.
Free Emmett. We freed Emmett. Emmett, you're back. You don't have to go. So Shenandoah, you came in kind of towards the end of that. Who are you? How'd you find us? And what's up tonight? How you doing?
Yeah, nice to meet you all. My name's Shenandoah. Tyler was nice enough to invite me last minute. He was just saying, we need some more like liberal people on the panel. I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm coming on the panel. And so I came on. I will be totally honest. I'm not very familiar with many of you. I've not seen the show before. So this is very fresh for me. And I'm just excited to be here.
Oh, good. Well, we like excited. So the show's actually pretty new. I think this is our fifth one. It's a familiar format. I mean, it's not like I invented anything here. There's a bunch of different shows like this, but basically it's a round robin, single elimination unless somebody revives you. Debate panel. You get a minute to make your case. Basically, we match you up. The chat usually does that, and if you if the chat says they want Shenandoah versus your mom's house down there, the great state of flow, then we would find a topic that you guys disagree on. Maybe whether donuts should be provided for police officers, because we know they love donuts, or whatever it is, whatever the debate prompt is. You guys then pick. You have a side that you pick or just normally take, and then you get 1 minute to state your position, each debater, and then 5 minutes open debate, and then the judges judge you as you saw. And then we've started a thing where we give feedback at the end so that it helps improve the debaters, because this isn't just entertainment; it's an adventure. So
well, I'm excited. I'm happy to learn. I'm a new debater, so this is a good show for me. It's a good fit, and yeah, thank you very much for having me on.
Yeah, great, man. What sort of lefty are you?
I usually just call myself a liberal. Yeah, just like liberal in the very like European sense of the word. Markets, free trade, liberal democracy, rule of law, all the good stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Did we lose below me?
No, I'm here. I'm still here.
Middle left.
Yeah, all the way over there in the corner. I got you. I'm sorry.
He's over here.
My screens are a little further away tonight for some reason.
All right.
I'm gonna
Willie in there. See that? Got it right in our ear.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I
all right.
kind of do want to talk on the topic a bit. If we could just have like 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I just generally want to ask when let's say, okay, somehow the government investigators prove that the person is an MS-13 gang member. What does that mean? What is the process they went through to prove that?
Well, I mean, if they got a gang tattoo.
Are you asking or are you telling?
I'm asking.
Okay, so what happened with the 255 people that were on the plane plus Abrego Garcia? Is all of them were in some capacity of law enforcement. For Abrego Garcia in particular, he got arrested. They judged the gang unit of the arresting officers, judged his tattoos in correlation with his clothes, in correlation with informant information, in correlation with his wife's testimony, as well as a meeting he had with high-up gang members that you can only access if you're a high-up member yourself. And that was enough to present to one judge and one immigration judge and an immigration appellate court that he was indeed a member of MS-13, and they did not grant. They said he had a deportation order. The only withholding order was to send him to El Salvador. So that was valid until the INA. They were ruled a gang. The gang was ruled a terrorist organization. The INA invalidated his withholding order. So all of these people did get adjudicated by immigration courts or police officers.
There's also
Damn,
a
Tyler,
Supreme
you know a
Court
lot of
case.
shit.
There's
That's
also a
well
Supreme
explained.
Court
Thank you.
case. There's also a Supreme Court case, and this sort of sits on top of some case law on what might happen, I think. But in Chicago versus Morales, the Supreme Court ruled that the police cannot take actions just because they believe someone is a member of a gang. Like, you can't say, get out of here, or something like this. And part of this is saying that, well, it's sort of vague to say what it means that someone is a member of a gang, even if you have like multiple convictions. And so, when people don't like Kamala Harris, and they say, well, she's a weak leader or something like this, this is something Democrats might think of a little more than Republicans, that, well, if it's always weak to say someone is a member of a gang, and this isn't something that could hold up in reasonably any other situation, well, don't we have to be really considerate about how we use our institutions in the United States? Because that's sort of the strong part. It's not the weak part.
Yeah, but that's not what Tyler just described here. He actually described a very thorough detail of all the evidence that's cased against how they determine a person who's MS-13. It's not just a vague claim.
There's also costs.
I think it's a little different when you start looking at actual law instead of because there's lots of cases where you can say, well, look, maybe they earned this gang designation based on what a judge has to say or a jury has to say, but this doesn't make them this doesn't define their essence as a gang member.
Well, aside the point, I'm a judge. I don't want to debate. I just wanted clarification on that particular question. So thanks a lot, Tyler.
There's also case law against Abrego Garcia in El Salvador. So he is in jail in El Salvador for a case in El Salvador.
I don't get it. So, like, if a whole bunch of cops say, I know this guy's in a gang, I've seen him doing gang activity, how is that any different from, like, when a man and a woman go to divorce court and a woman says, this man did all kinds of crazy shit, and the court goes, oh, you're right, without any evidence, right?
Hey,
like,
I got a question.
That is the contention I brought up. I was kind of steering towards.
I got a functional question. Is Alex Kirsch, are you a lib too, or are you a conservative?
He's a liberal.
Oh, okay.
Guys, we got 5 minutes before I designate the next debate. Alex, are you still having a problem with your audio? Alex? Okay.
I still can't hear nothing.
You can't hear anything?
You sound beautiful.
He couldn't hear
Mr.
that.
Kirsch.
So just over there,
go on
you'll see
YouTube
the thing where it says mute. There's a little tab beside it. Click that. Go up. Make sure your speakers or your headphones are selected.
I don't think he heard that, probably.
Well, I'm hoping that somebody has them on Discord or something and they can tell him, I guess. Or type it out in chat, maybe. I don't know. All right, guys, time for the next 1v1 coming up in just a few minutes. If nobody ponies up, it's going to be Beth versus Below Me. This has apparently been brewing for a week. Well, dang.
Grid, we're having a problem with this because now she's trying to say that I said something.
Chairman Everboard donated $60.
So,
Super chat.
The Anson just
1v1
solved the
Alex
problem.
v Beth. I pick the affirmative debater after they
You said
select the
last week
debate
that you
prompt.
didn't believe that grape existed in marriage
nope,
because
never said it. You're making that
Okay.
shit up.
Well, you were telling me that I
Look,
needed to
I
educate
said
myself
sex
on the
is required
Bible
between a
and
husband and a wife. A wife is
Okay.
required.
Guys.
I'm good now, Grid.
Chairman, while I love that selection, Alex, you got ears yet?
Yeah, I'm good. I can hear you now.
Okay, good. All right, good. While I love that selection, I really want Below Me and Beth to go at it. I
Okay,
kind of
that's
want
fine
to
as
see
long
some
as
girl-on-girl violence.
as long as I get to pick the affirmative, that's fine.
Okay.
Which one is affirmative? I don't care. Yeah.
Wait. We need to clarify the prompt here. So, by all means, Grid.
Okay,
Beth
I'm
was
kicking
very
everybody
clear last
back
week
except
that
for you
based on the
three.
Bible that she believed that there was no grape in
Nope.
marriage. You were very clear on that last week.
I said a wife is required to have sex with her husband. Not that there's no grape. You're making that shit up. And put your camera on.
I know that this is somewhat self-serving that I want to see the girl-on-girl violence here, but that is just part of it. All right, Anson, you get to pick the affirmative.
What's the debate topic?
That's what we're about to get into. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this one's been brewing. I didn't have anything to do with this on purpose. Below Me, can you hear us?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay. Are you camming up?
Nope. Wasn't
Okay.
ready for that.
Chicken.
All right. Okay. All right. I feel that Beth has a sense of disappointment on that, but
Well,
that's
I
okay.
mean, it's kind of a moonlight move. If you catch my drift.
Yeah. Well, maybe I don't know. All right. Let's define the prompt and chairman of the board. Let's make it happen, Captain.
Wives are required to have sex with their husbands. That's what we were arguing about last week. I said they were. Then she turned it into some weird grape argument, which I never would have said. But sorry.
So I believe this stemmed from me bringing up Andrew Wilson's perspective.
No, Glenn cited in the Bible, it says that women are required to have sex with their husbands. They can't say no.
Okay.
And I said that was biblically factual. Not that there is no grape.
I did actually remember that. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so what's the prompt? Below Me, did you acquiesce with that? With the women are required to have sex in marriage thing?
I can debate it either way. She can go back and change it if she wants.
Okay.
I'm not changing.
So Beth, you're saying that you agree with that women are required to have sex in marriage?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, then I want Below Me to take the affirmative on the debate.
Oh.
Okay.
Which means that you have to argue what you think Beth's position would be.
Anson is evil. I just want to say that right now.
Any good debater should be able to argue either side of the argument, so.
Yeah, I can do it.
It's only fair.
I can do it. Let's go.
Well, let's make it happen, Anson. You got to go. Go away. Okay. Ladies, I know, Beth, you are familiar with the format. Below Me, I'm sure that you have been watching and are now fully aware of the format. Since you are the affirmative, you will go first. 1 minute. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Ready.
Go.
Okay. When a man and a woman get together, they usually get together sexually. And in that, once a woman and man get married, a woman is not therefore allowed to take back that and say, well, now this is going to be a sexless marriage, and there's just no reasoning with her. They use it as a weapon. They can withhold sex based on how they're feeling at the moment, or if they have any kind of anger towards their husband, or if he didn't take the trash out, or if he isn't living up to his side of the marriage. Well, sex isn't, it's just a given in marriage. It's gonna happen, and it's not a woman's right to take it away, because that's part of the sanctity of marriage.
And that's time. Very good. Beth, are you ready?
Absolutely.
Go with it.
Biblically, men are charged by God to respect and protect their wives, especially because they are the vessel of the next generation. And therefore, as part of that, that would include respecting their bodily autonomy and their consent. Furthermore, it does actually state in the scriptures that women may withhold sex for things such as prayer and fasting. And so, who are you to tell her how long she can or can't pray for? Her walk with God is far more important than whatever bond she has with her husband. There.
25 seconds left. Awesome. I have to say, for you guys know each other's arguments pretty well. This is going to be fun. 5 minutes starting now.
So, why do you think men's demands should override consent and therefore disrespect what is supposed to, the only bringer of life? Why should that even happen?
Because that is the whole point of marriage, is to procreate.
They're charged by God first and foremost to protect, provide, and respect their wives.
In First Corinthians 7, verse 7, chapter 7, verse 3, it says that the husband and wife should not deprive each other except by mutual consent.
Except by mutual consent, exactly. So therefore, if there's stuff going on and the two of them agree, then there is no reason why a woman can't withhold
but the
sex.
whole point of marriage.
What if she has a medical condition going on? And the husband says, you know what, you're absolutely right. I don't think I want to have sex with you while you're having that problem.
Well, then she can give him a blowjob, because you know what? That is still sex.
Technically, according to the church, oral sex is technically sodomy and therefore an abomination by biblical verse. Thank you, Emmett.
Well, that's not what we're debating here right now. You want to change the debate subject yet again. You're changing the subject yet again.
No, they can't.
That is still a sex act, and
Ladies,
that's still intimacy.
A little less talking over each other, ladies.
According to church dogma, blowjobs are out of the question.
Well, we're not debating
oral
dogma.
Is considered sodomy.
It's still a intimate act, and so she can still provide pleasure to her husband by giving him a blowjob. It doesn't have to be vaginal intercourse.
You're
and
saying
so
okay, so
she
wait,
can still please her husband.
Wait, your prescription is that she should go against church dogma decided by the
That's not the topic of this debate, Beth.
No, you just said, okay, they can withhold sex, so you conceded to my side and said, okay, they can, but they should still do something to please their husband. And your prescription were things that the church has determined are an abomination under biblical law.
I disagree with that. You're interpreting the Bible to say that, and I disagree with that. I disagree that a blowjob is an abomination. You are just making
blowjobs fall under the definition of sodomy, sweetheart.
That's not the topic that we're debating.
No, you're right. It was your prescription after conceded that a woman can withhold sex. You said she should please him in some way, like she can give him a blowjob. No, she can't, because under church authority, that's
still a sex act, and it's still a way to please her husband and come to a mutual agreement so that it's not withholding.
It is still wrong under church law.
No, it's not.
Okay. Yes, it is. It absolutely
under maybe your church law, but not mine.
What church are you in? Because I bet I can correct you right now. This dogma was formed. Even Orthodox Christians, which is the original church.
That's fine. You're taking a religious.
You're
taking a religious stance, and I'm not. We didn't say this had to be about religion.
Yes, you're the one who cited 1 Corinthians. So yes, you made it about religion. Don't backtrack, sweetie. Come on.
No, You
Don't backtrack
you
now.
were citing that Bible
You went
verse,
to it first.
and I went to it, and I said mutual consent.
I did not cite 1 Corinthians. You cited 1 Corinthians, and
1
now
minute,
you're
30
backtracking
seconds.
and saying it's not religious. You opened first, okay? And so I'm going off of what you said, and now you are backtracking.
Okay, Beth, changing the goalpost
conceded
yet
my
again.
position. You made a prescription for something that is immoral under church dogma, and now you're backtracking and trying to say you're not talking about religion at all. You've completely abandoned your position entirely.
No, my position got changed by
You're arguing your
Anson.
position way better here. Come on.
So I'm still standing by that a woman can still please her husband and give sexual pleasure and not withhold sex completely, even if she is ill or if she has
Women
any
do it all the time. It's one of the leading causes for when men file for divorce is usually she's withholding sex from him and usually giving it to somebody else. But
Extended by 1 minute.
You led off talking about with a religious foundation. Okay. And so now you're going to backtrack. You want to go to secular side. Okay. Even in it, that's like the number one problem in secular marriages. And quite frankly, women withhold sex all the time in secular marriages. There is no punishment for it. You can't even divorce people on the grounds of no sex. It is not, it's not it's not grounds for divorce. I hate to tell you. I mean, there's a lot of other things that are, but not that. So, what else do you have?
I've made my point.
No, you didn't. You actually conceded mine, and then you backtracked on yours, and you went somewhere totally different, and I have no idea. I mean, you got nothing to stand on, honey. And you're arguing my side of things. Come on. Let's go back to religion here, because you did start off with that. You said under your church, it is not in your dogmatic law that oral sex is considered immoral. What church?
Those words never came out of my mouth.
You said not in my church, and I asked you what church. Because I said it's part of dogmatic law, and you said not in my church.
Sexual intimacy is a foundational element of a relationship.
Are you Wiccan? That would make sense. That
When
would
you
make
get
a lot of
married, you
sense.
enter into a covenant. You
A
have
covenant marriage, perfect. A covenant marriage relies on religion.
There are sexual responsibilities in marriage. It's not dating.
I agree, but we're not talking about that. We are talking
It's
about
marriage.
Can a woman withhold that within marriage, even under
that
a
would be
religious
breaking
premise?
trust. That
And
would be breaking trust.
Technically, men were charged first and foremost to protect, provide.
All right, ladies. Pull the claws in. That's actually really good. It was better than I thought it was going to be. I'm going to be honest. It was better than I thought it was going to be.
That was really
I
hard.
really
I was
liked
not
it.
prepared to take that side, and I was
wasn't either.
honestly not ready at all for that. So thank
That's
you,
why Anson
Chairman of the
framed
board.
it that way.
Emmett,
Right.
I saw
That was good.
you, Emmett.
That was
I
really
hate
good.
you, Beth.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
How dare you use my argument?
I know, and I just destroyed that argument on Monday.
All right, I'm going to start with Anson Knowles here, the troublemaker who pulled the Uno reverse card.
Woo!
That was satisfying. I especially enjoyed the blowjob talk and the
blowjob satisfied me.
sexual.
That was
depravity.
absolute cancer, honestly.
Yeah. Well, no,
I hated
every
every minute of that. I hated every minute.
It's especially difficult to argue your opponent's position, and that's why I liked that so much, because I knew that y'all were so passionate about it. Beth, you had a bodily autonomy argument and a biblical argument. You didn't really lean into the bodily autonomy argument in the actual core of the debate, but you did bring it up in your opening. And below me, you had a no takebacks argument, and it was pretty much that. You did cite scripture, and then Beth basically called you out on hypocrisy in your argument and changing your goalposts fairly effectively. But in terms of just the core, as soon as Beth said that you abandoned your position, you essentially shut down and stopped debating, and it was kind of sad because I really wanted you to get in there and talk more about blowjobs.
So
But,
did I. I really did. I really, really did. I just.
But yeah, Beth,
I'm
you
really
had
out of practice.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Beth, you were at a 14, and below me you were at a 10, so I gave it to Beth. And I really wanted to vote against Beth on this. That's why I reversed it. So damn it.
All right, Tiki Tack, I got to hear from you.
I don't think I have much to say on this. I think both sides were very reasonable on their arguments. I think the only thing that kind of swayed towards Beth's direction was when Below Me actually conceded into, okay, well, if sex is not being offered, then maybe a blowjob kind of thing, which does kind of sway the argument more towards Beth. I would not have conceded that at even that little bit of ground. So just on that alone, I'm going for Beth.
All right, and last but not least.
All right, so I have some recommendations for both you ladies. Next time, a pool, Jello, and bikinis would have made it a 10 of 10. So Beth started out with the autonomy argument, the biblical argument, Below Me contract argument, manipulation argument. I think that your point conceding to the blowjobs held up your contract argument very well, but it really undercut the first point you made out the gates, which was the point of marriage is procreation. You cannot make those 2 points simultaneously. Like the first thing you said, point of marriage is procreation, but if procreation can't exist, she could just dome them off. It's like those two things don't really line
You're
up.
right,
So,
you're right.
On top of that, you were the first one to bring up the Bible, actually, as well. It was more the bickering that I kind of didn't really take pay as much attention to.
Thanks, Beth, on that one.
Yeah, there was a little bit going both ways, though. I will say you showed some balls coming up here and arguing something you were confident in, and probably didn't research that much, but you did contradict yourself a few times. And beat down Beth looks like she's on track to win 2 in a row this week.
I gotta say, guys, like that is not my position at all. And actually, she cited scripture that I cited to her in the argument in the chat last week. So
yeah, that's why I
good on
kept
you
telling
for
you to
remembering
save
that.
it for the debate, Beth.
What, Cleaner?
So you're both actually in favor of blowjobs.
That's why I told you to save it for the debate.
No, I told
Listen,
her that last week. But yeah, you're right. You're right. And yeah, no, I
Considering
don't
this
believe
panel,
women
I'm in
should
favor of
withhold-
blowjobs too now.
I follow biblical prescription.
I'll always go with the blowjob argument.
Jesus Christ. Ugh.
Come on over.
All right, well, I want.
All right, bye,
I've
guys.
got to hear. I've got to hear from our leftist guest. What did you guys think about this argument? Are you guys just in awe? Liberal Cluck, Alex Kirsch Project, and Shenandoah. Did you know? Do you guys want to bail now? Is this like just way too far out of bounds for you guys?
I didn't give anything. I didn't care at all about the biblical arguments. Even the slightest. I thought it was weird, the whole you can't get married and then take away sex thing. Like you don't become a sex slave when you get married. But I will say that if I ever got married and sex would stop, I would probably divorce.
Marriage is a biblical idea in entirety. And so therefore it would only make, I don't think secular people should even get married. I really don't. I don't see anything good that comes for any of you for it.
I mean, I can't share my government health insurance with somebody I'm not married to.
How is Abraham able to have Sarah for a wife?
I'm not going to comment on what those Old Testament people did. I mean,
What? I'm asking you a question.
Why does
So
it,
were they?
wait,
was that?
wait. Why does it matter?
Wait,
whether it's
Grid
Old
ask the
Testament or New
liberals. I
Testament?
have a point to make. Grid ask the liberals. I just want to say that in modern marriages, they sell. You can buy a cutout of the rump of your favorite porn star online, and so you know. To me, this is all left field. I think modern
Ox
couples
Taxo
can
donated
put sex in
$50.
the appropriate
Super
bucket.
chat. Alex V.
But
Cleaner.
also, this is just absolutely, it was fun watching, but it was absurd. Maybe it was over my head. Maybe it was under me. I don't know. It could have been both.
All right, so I've got to obviously we've got a debate coming up, but I really want. What did you think, Shenandoah? Shenandoah. I always want to say River right after that. He may be away from his microphone.
Yeah, he might have stepped away for a second.
I got to be honest. I mean, below me left, but for someone with the moniker below me talking about blowjobs, it seemed weirdly appropriate, and that was interesting. I'm actually surprised Kat Katibi didn't stick around for that one. I feel like that's right up her alley. Cat and alley.
What? Blowjobs?
Well, cats, alleys, blowjobs, all of
You're
it.
gonna trigger Dusty if you say
I
the
know.
word too much.
It doesn't take much to trigger the great.
I already fapped during the last debate. I'm good.
Yeah, Shenandoah said he's in the restroom. He'll be right back.
No worries, man. No worries. All right, look, we've got our next debate already. Alex v. Cleaner. By the way, Kissy Cat, you have, I believe, $20 credit that you can use to extend. You could use to do some creative name changes. You could also somebody could stick a few bucks with that and get our next debate going early. Silvar Ogre says that you're all lucky fuckers that he's broke, because he would stick somebody with an auto fail debate, and he would do it too. I know him. He is that kind of guy. He will stick all of you with the debate that you cannot win. All right. Anyway, so let's go ahead. Alex Kirsch being thrown. Alex, you got the format down, right? All right.
I was kind of listening in, but I think it's kind of different so I don't know who Cleaner is, so okay.
Cleaner's tactical. He's okay. I just put him in the back. I didn't mean to do that. Why?
Check your DM, Alex. I just gave you a quick couple heads up. Check your DMs on that, just to help you out since it's your first one.
By the way, I'm sorry, Grit. I'll calm down now.
That's okay. I thought it was. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I was like, it was either going to be legit awesome or a complete fucking train wreck.
Does Cleaner have a claim to make?
Oh, Cleaner always had. Cleaner he'll debate you on almost anything.
Send it. Go ahead, make a claim.
Right.
Let's go.
All right. So what do you guys? Alex, what are you debating a lot these days? What are you comfortable with?
I don't give a shit.
How about tariffs? Where are you at on tariffs right now?
Targeted tariffs are good. Widespread tariffs are bad.
Cleaner, what would you like?
Targeted tariffs are good and widespread tariffs are bad. When you say widespread, do you mean general across the board without any delineation between who?
Yeah.
You can pick another subject, Cleaner. You do have a win in the book, so I'll give you some latitude for sure.
I mean, I could see a few arguments against it. I don't think that. I mean, personally, I would say that targeted tariffs would be something that I would say would be good, because like you're specifically targeting who it is that you're going to be raising these tariffs on, or specific goods to bolster your economy or defeat the opponent's economy in some way. So I couldn't really see an issue with that. General tariffs, it depends on the level. I would say there would have to be a line somewhere, which would still in some way make them limited and not really 100% general. So I couldn't really say that I disagree with them that much on that.
Okay. What else? What have you been debating a lot, Cleaner, that you like right now?
Fucking all kinds of stuff.
Make it spicy. Let's go.
I don't know if you really want to
Oh,
You want to go for feminism? Are you a proponent of feminism?
Sure, why not? Let's just go the feminist route. Let's go for it.
Well, I mean, if it's something you actually believe in, I'll argue it with you. But if
Well,
not,
okay. What else?
you go for the death penalty. Where do you stand on the death penalty?
I'm kind of like I used to be pro death penalty, but I'm kind of more against it nowadays, essentially, because like if you want to talk about the death penalty, we can go for it.
Abortion.
I've debated abortion before. I mean, whatever makes you feel comfortable, let's go for it.
Yeah, I don't like generally. I don't really care. You can.
Yeah, cleaner is actually really easy. So,
topic. I'll go at it as best I can, no matter what it is. I generally like to argue whatever other people actually have prescriptions for.
You make the position, dude. I'll try to debate it as best I can.
I'm going to go back to my list. You guys, let me pull something up here that I think is really interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, give me just one second. I got to read. So, I read fast. I don't read instant.
I can throw one out real quick. Go
ahead.
For a speed debate. I believe that following the Christian, and I'll be specific here, following the Orthodox Christian ethical code and moral code would be a net positive for society.
Why?
Well, the why would be in the debate. The yes or no of it would be what we're determining right now. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree. Why? Why do you think that the Christian Orthodox Christian would be a good way to live, essentially?
I didn't say good.
Okay, why would it be a net positive?
That'll be in the debate.
Okay, well, go for it, dude. I mean, you seem pretty comfortable with it.
Let's roll with this. All right, cool.
You probably shouldn't have done that.
Okay.
No.
I shouldn't have done it then, so okay, go for it.
All right. So Cleaner, you're the affirmative?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Cleaner, you start off. 1 minute on the clock. Go with it.
We can see that the prescriptions that Orthodox Christianity proposed for what we should follow in society, whether you believe in God or not, doesn't matter. The prescriptions for what are moral will produce a net positive in society. That's it. I don't really. I mean, I could go on with like all the different commandments and all that, but I'd rather just get into the debate at this point.
Perfect. You had 38 seconds left when you done that. Go ahead, Alex.
There's 45,000 different sects of Christianity, so you actually can't say as to whether one's correct or one's incorrect, essentially. So you can't actually tell me that like Orthodox Christianity is correct when there are so many different sects of Christianity, essentially. And if you're talking about Christianity, you're talking about like, do you follow the Bible to the letter? Because Christians actually have a tendency to say, oh, well, I follow this version of the Bible, but I don't follow this version of the Bible. I mean, it's pretty inconsistent, honestly. So go ahead.
Okay.
And also 30 seconds. All right, stand by. Let me get the 5-minute mark set up, and you guys go now.
Hit me with your best shot, buddy.
So I guess if I was arguing about what religion is correct, then yeah, I mean, that'd be a fair thing to say, but I'm not. I'm saying that I believe that following the Orthodox Christian moral and ethical code would be a net positive for society. I haven't really heard you give me a refutation. I mean, I can give you like the 10 Commandments, basically it says thou shalt not murder. Should we go around murdering people? Do you agree or disagree that we shouldn't be murdering people?
What if God says the murder is okay? Would you be okay with that then?
I'm not going along with the what if. I'm going along with the prescription as it stands.
But God actually ordained that it was okay to murder people at one point, didn't he not?
Yeah, see, look, the thing is, what you're doing right now is shifting things around. And
oh my God, dude.
I'm saying the prescription the prescription of what we have for the ethical and moral body of Christianity is what we should be following. I'm not saying whether or not in the Bible it has a story about some bullshit happening or something like that. I'm saying the prescription. You do understand how to debate, right?
I do understand how to debate, but the fact of the matter is like God ordained it was okay to murder people, was it not?
God, that's not even in what we're talking about.
That is what we're talking about because
God hasn't ordained that, and it doesn't even matter what God ordains because I'm not approaching.
So why
this
follow
from a
the fucking
religious
Bible,
point of view.
honestly? So
See,
if God didn't ordain,
okay, look, you're missing the whole point of this. All right, I'm
I'm
not
listening to
approaching
you.
this saying God is real or God this or God that. I'm approaching this saying the
So if you're
moral
not
and
going to say
ethical
God is
code
real, then what moral code do you have to go by?
Christianity
Essentially,
currently has
if there's
would produce a net positive for society if we all followed it. I even added into my claim whether you believe in God or not and are completely secular.
so if God doesn't exist, then what's the fucking point of this whole thing then?
The net positive for society.
You could have the same moral outlook whether religious or not, can you not?
I literally said that in the prompt. Like I said,
You
it
didn't say
doesn't matter.
anything.
Or in my starting argument. Yeah, no, I did. I said whether
You
you're
literally did
secular
not say
or
that,
whether you
actually.
believe in
You
God,
didn't
it
say anything
doesn't
about
matter
secular,
either way.
honestly. What are you talking about? Dude, you did not mention secular one time in your
Yeah,
opening
I
prompt.
did. I've actually
Clearly
mentioned it
did
a number of
not.
times.
You
No,
did not, actually.
no, not in the prompt. I already spoke. I already said no, not in the prompt. In my opening statement, in my starting
You didn't
statement,
say
I
you
did
didn't say like
say
you
it
didn't say
doesn't matter
secular
whether you're
whatsoever.
secular or religious. It doesn't matter. This is a meta argument. Like you're not able to approach the debate in a way that you can combat it, and so you're
You
trying to
haven't
have
made an
a
argument
meta
though.
argument. No, you have made it a meta argument.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Do you have any idea what you're talking about? Do you have an argument? Yes or
Oxcaxo
no?
donated 20
Yes, I already gave it,
Super chat.
and you're not giving me any refutation. Your job as the person who is attacking
You
the
made the
affirmative
fucking
is
affirmative.
to prove
made
that
the
what I'm
affirmative.
saying is wrong, or have me prove what I'm saying is
You
right.
haven't
So I
proven
approached it.
anything.
I gave you an opportunity to
How do you
refute.
know that the Christian argument is
Thou shalt
correct?
not murder. I listed one right there. Okay, thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not steal. Like, are you okay with stealing? Is that good? Would you say people running around stealing would be a moral net positive?
But you don't need to be religious to say
What
that's
you're
wrong,
doing right now is you're actually conceding the argument on your side by saying, yeah, okay, I agree that you shouldn't murder, you shouldn't steal, you shouldn't. So the Ten Commandments that there are, you're actually not refuting any of them. What you're going along and doing is saying, what if, which is a fallacy, and I don't really like it. So I'm just going to throw that shit out completely and not speak to it anymore.
Sir, you need to listen to me
Come at
real
me with
quick,
something
okay?
real.
Sir, you need to understand something, okay? Do you mean to tell me that before organized religion, there was no rules out there simply saying that you could not murder or steal from other people? Are you saying that did not happen?
That wasn't my claim at all.
What the fuck is your claim then? Seriously. You
Have
say
you
thou
really
shalt
not
not
been
murder.
listening at all?
No. I've been listening to you. You said
God.
you invoke the 10 Commandments.
My-
Thou shalt not
my
murder.
claim-
No, shut the
My
fuck up,
claim
okay?
of
You need
what
to shut
I
the
am
fuck up right
giving
now.
for the affirmative action for the
you
affirmative
need to
is
listen right now.
that I believe that Orthodox Christianity's ethical and moral
You're not
framework
listening.
is a net positive for the
This is your
world.
fucking problem. You don't want to listen to other fucking people. What the hell they
That's
have to
my
say,
claim.
okay? You
Like
didn't
you're
make a
so
claim.
stupid, you can't even approach the argument.
Right. I'm so stupid. Even though I asked you a very specific question, but you did not fucking answer it. Do you actually believe that there was no society that said it's wrong to steal, it's wrong to murder before
I never
organized
said that.
religion?
I never
Then why
said
don't you
that.
Answer the question. Answer the
I
question.
never said that.
Then answer the question. Do you believe that there was a
I
society
did.
that
I already
You didn't-
answered the question.
You didn't answer the question. You did
No,
not.
I didn't answer the question the way you want me to. I did answer the question
Then
though.
answer the question. Okay, answer the question. Yes or no? Do you believe there's a society that said it was wrong to murder and steal before organized religion? Yes or no?
Now that's a false dialectic because there
It's
are
not
other
a false
answers
dialectic,
besides
it's
yes
a
and no
simple
for that, and I
question.
gave one of them already.
No, I asked you a very specific question, but you're too scared to answer it. It's a yes or no question.
I'm
Do you
not.
believe
I'm
there's
not scared.
You
Listen,
100%
all
are.
right. When you're arguing a claim, you can't argue other things that aren't the claim and make them the claim.
It's a specific and honest question, and I'm asking you to answer yes or no, and you're not answering it. Why is that?
Because you're not making a point to the claim.
Oh my God, you're so fucking dishonest. Honestly, I
All right,
asked.
that's
I'm not being
time,
dishonest
gentlemen,
at
and I
all.
feel like at this point we need a public service announcement, so please stand by.
Everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
Talk.
All right. There we go.
It was a funny joke.
I like
What's
how
that?
the subtitle said "shut the f up" while she was dropping f bombs.
I know, right?
Yeah.
That's
That was
YouTube
pretty-
for you.
That was pretty
I like
funny,
that.
honestly.
That's YouTube for you. You can't do anything about it. All right. So, first order of business, we have $20 from Kissy Cat. This with her balance 1v1 of Anson's choice. I think she's flirting with you, Anson. But that's okay. At any rate, there we go. I'm going to start with Ticky Tack on the judging on this one because I think he's going to have the best explanation without losing their. Because I'm pretty sure Anson's going to be really angry, but we'll get to that. Go ahead.
So, Alex, I'll just say that you got sharked into losing position as soon as you agreed to the debate. Because there is a very specific clarification where he also included Orthodox Christianity is a net positive. And even on your opening statement, you already described about, 45,000 sects of Christianity, which you go, is correct or not correct, blah, 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 sola scriptura stuff. And it's like, that is not Orthodox Christianity. It's like completely missed the point on your opening. And then you also conceded on that when Cleaner said, is do not murder, do not steal a positive? Or it's like, you didn't directly concede to that, but you did say that, no, it's like you don't want that for society. It's not good for society, which in turn just proves the point that Orthodox Christianity is a net positive. It's like, that's really it.
Honestly, okay. Tick. Let me ask you a question. Is murder okay in any country right now across the world?
No.
Then what the fuck is your point?
Because Orthodox Christianity has prescriptives that are a net positive.
Okay, I just asked you a specific question. You said, is murder okay across the entire world? And you said no.
Correct.
The entire world. Stop.
Come on,
I asked him a question. Okay, is every country across the world Orthodox Christian?
Be right back.
No.
Once
Then
you're done,
what the
Ticky
fuck is your
Tack, let's hear
point,
from Anson.
honestly?
Because
What is your point?
Because I could replace literally anything inside of that of the claim of the statement,
You're
being like,
missing my point.
no, here's the deal. I could put in Hinduism as a net positive, and that is a true claim. Okay, it's like because they also have the same prescriptions.
They don't. They okay. Seriously, you're missing my fucking point. Essentially,
You're missing my
that-
point.
No, I'm actually trying to correct. I'm actually honestly correcting you right at this point because you're
Okay,
saying Orthodox.
whatever. I don't have to listen to you. On to the next judge.
Don't fucking listen to me then. Okay, go ahead.
So did you make a judgment, Ticky Tack?
Yeah, Cleaner one.
Okay.
So this was Alex on that one.
This was actually exceptionally difficult for me because the way that I judge these are on shifts of power during the debates and not necessarily the content because it relieves me of my bias. The problem is that this is the first time it's been tied in terms of like rhetorical skill during the debate and who actually more forcefully made their points, because that's actually the only thing that I really care about is who was more effective, and because of that I'm going to have to look at some other metrics that I have based on the style of the debate that are more subjective, which I fucking hate doing. A Cleaner, you made a point, your argument, you stuck to it the entire time. You didn't get derailed off of it. You answered questions. You pointed out flaws with your opponent repeatedly. And Alex, your the premise of your argument was a no true Scotsman fallacy. And Cleaner, you didn't call him out on it, dude. Like, what the fuck?
God, Jesus Christ!
Like, why didn't you call him out on that? Saying, no, I'm an atheist. All right, I'm not attacking this from the perspective of a theist, right? So actually, I appreciate that argument, but I've used it before. And saying that there's no such thing as a true Christian as your argument, that's like the definition of a no true Scotsman fallacy. And I didn't actually deduct points for you for that because it's Cleaner's job to point it out, right? So I don't know. I mean, this is just too damn close. I'm gonna have to go with Cleaner on it because you used the yes or no, yes or no, yes or no, and you didn't forcefully overtalk him enough to prevent him from being able to come back with a coach.
Judge, why didn't he answer my yes or no question?
Well, that's a rhetorical tactic, right?
It's not a rhetorical tactic. Oh my fucking God! Seriously.
Right. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm gonna give it to Cleaner. This was the closest damn one, and like I said, I agree with the position that you took, Alex. Like in terms of my own worldview, but it just in terms of debate, I think the Cleaner won.
All right, and last but not least, Tyler.
I'm sorry.
All right. So to start out with the two introductions, Cleaner made one claim: the moral code prescribed by Christianity, even if you're an atheist, he said, with or without God, the ideology that results from it is the best. Alex's starting argument was there's 5,000 different versions of Christianity. How do you distinguish which one's the best? And as soon as he addressed that argument, you never went back to it. Your entire introduction was completely left behind in the first 30 seconds of the debate. And you went other routes. You asked some good questions. You kind of kept him on his toes there for certain things, but you abandoned your own standards that you set for yourself in your introduction. And to go to that yes or no point, even if he didn't answer your question how you wanted him to, you should have moved on there because he did give an answer that was sufficient enough to at least defend his premise. It was, even if that existed before, and even if it exists in other forms, it doesn't have anything to do with the moral code that I'm talking about right now. So you could, even if he said yes to your question, it wouldn't have hurt his argument. And that's essentially what he said as his answer. He also did say in his introduction, you at one point said he didn't, and so this was just factually wrong. He did say in his introduction, with or without God, he's talking about the ideology, not your personal faith and attachment to the religion itself. So I have to say that he stayed on message, and you made some good attacks. It just, most of them didn't land. So it was a good tactic. It didn't get under his skin. He's too calm of a guy, and you didn't get him off his game. It worked. It worked. Non-Fun did the exact same thing to Sparky last week. That dude fucking raised hell, blew his whole argument up, and Non-Fun won because of it. Cleaner just doesn't seem like, he seems like he has the patience to deal with it, and it just didn't work. It's a risky strategy you tried.
Yeah, God, Jesus Christ. Seriously, right. I gotta say something great. Honestly, I'm basically saying it's like, I asked a question, he didn't fucking answer it, and everyone seems to give him their argument. Fine. If people want to give him the win, fine. I'll concede on that point. But the thing is, I asked a very specific question. He did not answer it, though. That's the thing. He didn't make an actual logical argument. He just said, oh, Orthodox Christianity, good, and that's it. He didn't say why.
That's why, and judges are doing you a little bit of a disservice here. It has nothing to do with him saying, because you're missing the entire point, is that Orthodox Christianity in and of itself is not based on sola scriptura. Plus, he didn't say that belief in, he very carefully worded it. He did not say belief in Christianity makes the world better. He simply said Christianity makes the world better. The prescriptors in the Bible, and especially in the Orthodox Christianity. And he suckered you into that one. I did ask. I tried to save you.
I did try to allow him to pick his own topic too. So
no, you didn't actually. You were the one that was. No, you were.
Yeah,
actually
I did.
No, you're just being disingenuous.
Sir, you were the one that was picking the topics. and you did not make an argument. You
Well, he did.
He did. He said the Ten Commandments, and he used that as the moral structure for our legal.
And I even asked after I said the prompt, "Are you sure?"
Bullshit argument. You pitched a bullshit argument, honestly, and I called you out on it, and you could not answer. You could not defend it, honestly. That's
No,
the
see,
difference between you and me.
I picked the
Cleaner.
prompt, and I even
Cleaner.
asked
You could not defend
if
your
you
position, honestly,
were
sir.
sure you wanted to do this.
Can I ask
and
a
you
question?
said, "Let's do it."
Can I ask a quick
guys,
question?
guys.
Quick question. I
Yeah,
just
go
want to
ahead,
know why it surprises anyone when Orthodox and Christianity takes no ownership for anything. Why it seems like this isn't the, that why is this a surprise outcome? Neither of you guys can own points you made or that the other couldn't
He
respond
wasn't
to.
making. He wasn't making.
I
an
can own
argument
my
like
point.
that.
I don't even
I
understand
can
what.
own
Hold
my
on.
point.
Let's let the atheist speak.
Yeah, Oh, are you talking about me or him?
Yeah.
Me? Okay. So Cleaner was making an argument where he was saying that the philosophy of Christianity is a net positive, not Christianity in and of itself. And see, the problem with that is that it basically separates all of that negativity that atheists kind of attack Christians with by treating it as a philosophical system instead of a theology. And then he was able to use that to basically kick back against all of the arguments that you made because you didn't really pick up on that. And I'm an atheist, right? I totally get it, right? Like it makes sense to attack the Christianity because that's what you're used to doing.
If you would have brought up the churches, like have gay marriage in the United States and have like women pastors and pro LGBT stuff, it'd be like, look, different versions of Christianity don't prescribe the same thing. If you would have hammered down on your introduction, I think you had the stronger argument out the gates. You just abandoned it within 30 seconds.
I didn't abandon it though, because
never
the
made
thing.
that point.
No, Tyler, you got to stop, dude. Okay, seriously, because he hammered down on murder, and I simply asked him, "Is there any place across the world where murder is actually okay or something like that?" And he said, "No."
I've already explained this.
I did explain this.
I've explained this to you already. I think you just
didn't
don't like to
explain
listen.
shit,
I did.
dude. Seriously.
You lied about what he said 3 times in the debate. I just don't think
I
you're
didn't
listening
lie.
or comprehending
Wait.
properly. You're just
No.
not able to pick
Wait,
up.
wait,
full
wait,
arguments.
did I
All
lie?
right, guys.
I pointed it out in my review. You weren't listening.
As much as I love
dude,
the
you didn't say it.
drama,
Oh
Alex, calm down, man. Calm down.
I'm calm, but
I need you to act like an adult, please.
God, don't tone police.
You, Tyler. Seriously.
Don't tone
Fuck you.
police.
Honestly.
Okay,
Can I ask Cleaner a question?
Seriously.
If I was forced into that conversation, into that debate, my angle would have been like pointing out with my very little bit of biblical knowledge, like things that are in the Bible that are like bad, like prescriptions in the Bible that are bad, such as like the if you're a slave, you can whip your slave and things like that. Would that have been a good angle to attack that prompt with?
I would say that would be a better approach because it would have at least been approaching the prompt. But on my side, I would have refuted that with that is not the prescription. That is off a story. And it is
Interesting.
Right.
I think that counter is even a bad counter, Cleaner.
It may be.
Can I give you Alex?
But that would be my counter.
Hang on, Alex. Just let go of the murder thing. If you want to defeat Cleaner's argument, you needed to have come at it from. You needed to acknowledge that yes, maybe reading and understanding the philosophies of the Orthodox Christian faith could be beneficial to humanity. There are many different things that do the same thing. The question then becomes, why would they read that philosophical book over another philosophical book? And then he has to say, well, I picked this book specifically because because of whatever fucking reason he's going to give you.
Well, his prompt
and
is,
then you can start going back and forth about it.
His
That's a great point, Grid.
His whole prompt was dishonest from the get go because it's probably like, is murder wrong? And I simply asked. No,
but it doesn't matter if murder is wrong. Literally, the reason it doesn't matter is because you say that people just naturally understand it's wrong. Sure, but you actually don't look at the fact that if you prescribe to the philosophies in the Orthodox Bible, specifically, he was very specific about that for a reason, then that is a net positive on society. The only counter is to say, is just concede it. Sure, it is. But there are many things. So what makes it a more of a positive influence?
I did say murder.
If I could actually make a comment.
I did say murder was wrong. Did I not say that?
Why are we stuck on murder? What that has
because he brought up murder.
You actually did skip past
he
that.
brought up murder. I didn't bring up murder.
Actually,
Did I bring up murder?
the only two things that I brought up from the Ten Commandments were murder and theft, and you didn't speak to murder either of the two times I brought it up, but you did.
I did actually.
No, you didn't.
You can rewind this whole fucking thing.
Rewind it. You'll see that I very specifically asked each question independently. I did ask them together, and when I asked them together, you wouldn't give me an answer. So I asked you.
I did give an answer,
and you said no.
Or
you said yes.
Cleaner, I gave an answer.
Can we get back to hold on? I really want to hear from some other people. Cluck, you got an opinion on this or?
Yeah, I think something that Alex, you need to understand too is that this whole exercise isn't even like about who's right or wrong. It's about how you present yourself and how you ended up debating the topic. You could debate a topic as that is 100. You're 100% factually incorrect. If you did it well, you're going to win at the end of the day. So that is something that you got to understand about this exercise. It's something that I didn't understand when I first came into this and had to learn.
Cancer. Oh my. Okay.
You could have brought up the molesting of children in the Catholic Church, and be like, "Hey, that's an Orthodox sect. That's an Orthodox sect, and it looks look what happens there."
You could. The thing is, though, you can bring that up because then you're gonna get into this whole rabbit hole. Is like, oh well, that's not true Christianity. Essentially, they're like that's not real Christian. Oh my God, I don't believe in Catholic.
Yeah, sure, but it would be up to
you.
and
that would be a positive on your side.
Just as a former Catholic, that might actually have a phenomenal explanation, right? There's nothing that can.
But the thing is, though, is like
defense for.
But hang on, wait. We're talking about like the Orthodox churches, right?
We're talking about the Orthodox.
Hold on, I can't hear Shenandoah. What's
I
up, man?
apologize. No, the only reason I was making a comment on that is because we were talking about like specifically Orthodox Christianity, right? Like the Russian Orthodox Church, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. I feel like a very easy counter to that would just be like, that's literally not the church I'm talking about. Catholics, we schism from them in like fucking 1056 or something. Like that, we're not the same religion.
But Catholics identify as Orthodox.
It's the same religion. It's just.
Yeah, that's their choice. That's not the Orthodox choice. But here's the problem. Okay, hold on, because y'all are getting into the weeds about a part of it that actually doesn't matter. I wasn't speaking about the church. I wasn't speaking about the religion. I was speaking about the ethics and the moral code only.
But here's the problem though. It's like because like you can talk about the philosophy all fucking day long, but the fact of the matter is like in the Bible, like we talked about two specific topics. I could have gone actually into the fact of like where in the Bible it's okay to own slaves. It's okay to like basically kill people that are working on the Sabbath.
You're right. You could have gone into those, but you didn't, and that's why you lost.
No, it's because we're focusing on two separate topics, essentially, because that's what you want to talk about, essentially. Maybe because you're not very good at stuff like this. Maybe because you want to focus on those two topics. But I could have talked about this.
Down just a little bit, bro.
Okay, fine. I'll talk.
My head is hurting. No, you sound amazing, but my head is hurting, dude.
Fine.
I can't.
I will talk about this. Okay, is this okay? Is this an appropriate
you sound
level?
So sexy.
Why are we talking?
Actually, as much as I really want to continue this, I have to get into the next debate. It's already paid for.
Good.
Alex, maybe somebody will pony up the cash and bring you back.
Okay.
And if not, hey man, come back next week. We'll be except next week it'll probably be on Friday night, depending on my schedule. So
we'll see.
Yeah, man. But I mean, it will. Your buddy Duck is Cluck. Pardon me. I keep saying Duck. Your buddy Cluck is right. It's all about the rhetoric and the delivery and the arguments that you make. And I actually had to tell a judge this one night after the debate. He was like, yeah, I really was trying to understand, if their arguments were correct. I'm like, that has nothing to do with anything. They could be absolutely wrong, absolutely backwards, and make the better argument and win. It has nothing to do with being right or wrong. This is pure debate, as pure as it can get. So, because nobody has time to go verify your facts And the sign above the door was no notes, no safe spaces. Hope your world
Personally attacked by your statements, Fred.
Sorry,
I ain't
said
bothered
feel
by it,
personally
honestly.
attacked by your statements about arguing things that you could be totally wrong about and still win.
Yeah. All right, Alex. Good to see you again, man. Come back, hang out in the chat. Maybe somebody will bring you back. You never
Sure.
know. And
job.
otherwise,
Hey,
we
great
got to
show.
get into the next debate. I'm trying to remember what Kissy Cat said. I don't have her.
She said, "I get to pick."
Oh, you get to pick. Okay. Well, let's go. Let's roll with it. See you, Alex. Got to go.
Shenandoah, are you a libtard too, or are you one of the normal people?
Yep, I'm a libtard. Loud and
Okay,
proud.
awesome.
Sound off.
Sound off.
Fucking Wakanda forever. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll put you up against a different conservative. You and Emmett need to have a nice chat.
All right, sounds like a plan.
Let's go, Emmett.
All right, Emmett.
Let's go.
Let's fucking let's do this honorably,
Let's go.
like men.
Good
Let's
luck,
fucking do
guys.
it good. Let's fucking do it good.
Good luck, gents.
Let's do it.
Let's go, gents. All right.
All right. So let's start dropping people out of the back here. You got to go. So who are we going? Who's going
Me
where?
and Emmett.
You and Emmett.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
We're doing it.
interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, Emmett's gonna lose.
I'm gonna lose. Shut up, Anson.
I mean,
No,
I'm
Emmett's
kinda
gonna.
hoping.
Emmett's so
It's only
good.
because you're hippie Anson now.
Emmett's the best.
That's
I was
that's
actually-
the only reason.
He's
I was
so
actually
good.
going to say that Emmett's already done one the night, and probably should have gone to somebody else. But that's okay, man. We'll make it work. Let me drop Beth off of here. There you go. Let's get out of here. We'll go over there. All right, gentlemen. I want a nice, clean fight. When the gloves come off, you keep going. All right. We all understand you, Shenandoah. You've got the. I keep wanting to say river there. That's hilarious. You have a grasp of the.
Format.
Can they call you Shen? Because I don't know if I can
Shen,
say
yeah, Shen's great. Go with Shen. It's perfect. A lot of
Okay.
people call me that.
Okay. All right. Are you in the Shenandoah Valley?
I'm not actually. I'm from
Okay.
Nevada.
I just broke through there the other
I just
day.
think it's a beautiful name, so I picked it.
Yeah, we're neighbors. I'm in Utah.
Oh, really?
I-
Fuck, dude, I'll take you out to lunch. Like, we'll fucking, come on.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Okay.
I'll invite
Right.
you over,
Yeah,
so I can
Yeah.
take some of your liberal shit and knock it
Yeah.
off.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
What do you guys want to debate over? Shenandoah, do you have a favorite subject?
Oh man, actually, Emmett, can I turn that over to you because I'm a little new and I feel like you might have something. In
Sure,
mind.
sure.
We can go. What are you? Are you commie?
No. I'm just a liberal man. Like markets, trade, rule of law, liberal democracy, land value tax. I don't know, fucking liberal stuff. Can I curse on the show, by the way? I hope I'm not. Like,
Absolutely.
Okay, just making extra
Absolutely.
sure. Yeah, because I will refrain if you
just
ask
stay
me.
away from the obvious TOS.
No, I'm not going to call you the N word. Do not worry. It's fine.
That would be weird.
That would be weird.
Okay.
That's why I'm not. That's why I'm not going to do it.
Okay. All right. Well, let me go to my list. All right. Well, let's check. Let's get some typical liberal good ones. Can communities reduce gun violence while respecting individual rights?
Mm-hmm. My answer to that would be yes. I'm
Is this
generally
a
pro
2A?
2A-ish, though. Not like,
Yeah,
you know.
I don't.
You're not super strong on that. All right. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's
Yeah.
cool. I got a lot of them. So it's all right.
Fair enough. Non-fawns watching me.
Non-fun.
you like-
Oh, what's
Yeah.
up, non-fun?
Yeah.
You're
Are you
late.
pro
You're
liberal
late to the
democracy?
party. Let's see. Men and women cannot be just friends.
What's your opinion on that, Emmett? Mine is, yeah, I think they could be, but I think it's difficult.
I would go with my actual position is no, but
Okay. You think that's different enough to make a fight out of it, or no?
we can have a fight out of it. I think that the problem is Yeah, we can go with that. I just don't. I think we can have a better argument.
Okay, fine. I'm good with that. Yeah, let's try another one. We'll put that on the back
Okay.
burner.
All right.
Do you think the Abrego Garcia case was justified, or?
I've done that one a lot recently. I would like to skip that one if that's okay. Yeah.
All right. Voter ID laws are necessary to secure elections.
I would say yes.
I'm fine with them. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We're agreeing on a lot.
Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine because these are just really random.
No, that's all good.
Is feminism helping or hurting gender equality?
Yes, I'll say yes. Certain types,
You say it is hurting?
No,
It's
sorry,
hurting?
it is helping. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, there are some types which aren't, but like.
Is that something you can debate, Emmett? As a matter of fact,
I think gender equality is wrong. So.
Oh, that could be interesting. Okay, we could debate on that. We could debate on gender equality itself because
gender equality it is. See, it's just a little takes a little stroll, and we get there. Okay. How shall we define the exact prompt so you guys don't talk past each other? Gender equality is something to be sought.
What do you?
Or is there such a thing as gender equality? What would it look like?
I guess is gender equality net positive for society? I don't know. What do you think about that, Emmett?
Okay. All right?
I said no. He would say yes. It's gender equality net positive for society.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. And you guys feel comfortable you can make solid debates on that?
Yeah, I could. Yeah.
Or you at least fake it really well? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. So since you are taking the affirmative, Shin, you get to go first. You'll have 1 minute. If I catch it, I will tell you that you have 30 seconds left. If not,
Please
just
do. Yeah, I have a hard time judging that, but I'm ready to go.
All right. Let's go.
So I think gender equality is beneficial for our society. It enables more labor productivity. We get more stuff done. I think the freedom of women is honestly is important for women's psychological health. There's a lot of things from back in the 50s, especially in old newspapers, that showed that a lot of housewives really did not enjoy the limited existence of being a housewife. And so having greater options is very important to me. And women being able to make those decisions and fill similar roles to men, even if they don't necessarily want to make those decisions, I think is good for the betterment of the woman. And also, I think
15 seconds
increases the economy. Yeah, we'll just go with that. Fuck it. Yeah. Good.
All right. Cool. Done deal. Emmett, you ready?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
I would say that gender equality is a myth. It cannot be properly achieved. What it does, it increases the labor pool and reduces salaries for everybody. It has made impossible for people to have one household incomes, which are very, very important. And it has also taken the woman away from the household and thus taking them away from the children where they're supposed to be in order to raise the next generation. It has also impacted aversively relationships between men and women. It has contributed in the reduction of marriages and proper couples in society.
All right, 18 seconds left. That's awesome. You guys are rolling right on through. All right, I'm going to give you guys 5 minutes. If someone pays to extend, I'll let you know. Otherwise, I will try and remember and give you a warning at the halfway point. And with that, let's go.
So you mentioned a lot that these relationships are proper and good. Can you define what specifically you mean by a proper relationship between men and women, and why is it proper and good?
Yes, I would go ahead and define it according to Christian ethics. That's the only way I can define good, and that would be a relationship between a man and a woman, where the man is hierarchically having the proper position in a marriage, and they are mostly towards the procreation of a family.
Okay, I understand that, and I do respect your religious beliefs, but I will say that I don't share your religious beliefs. I actually have a different religion. And so is there some kind of like middle ground we could possibly argue on, or else this is going to become a debate about like different religious beliefs?
Yeah, I would agree with you on that you don't have to share them. The problem is what I see with you, it would be presuppositional, and it would come to your, it would also ultimately come from your preferences. So I'm not entirely sure that we can share preferences.
Could we possibly argue then, and I'm just trying to make it so that it doesn't devolve into a religion argument, could we make it that the state of affairs that you're talking about, where the woman is submissive to the man and in a marriage and so on, could we say that that's at least like pragmatically useful, like the last debate did?
Yeah, we can go with pragmatism. I will agree to go with pragmatism.
Yeah, because otherwise I'm just gonna say like, yeah, dude, I'm a Buddhist. I don't believe in Christian scriptures and so on. Like, we're not gonna fight. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, that's fine. But if we're gonna do that, then we're gonna go ahead and just go directly into pragmatism, and it's just pragmatic.
I'm totally good with that. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we had that at least set.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that because I'm not going to grant you anything that says that's good or bad. I'm just going to go with fully pragmatic. Okay?
Totally fine with that. Yeah, totally fine. Because I think that's the only way we can continue the argument. So, all right. So, honestly, I would be curious on what
super chat.
specifically.
More minutes.
I guess. Okay, let me think for a second. I understand your concern about women being taken away from the home, and I actually do think that to some extent this is a real concern, because reproductive labor in society is important and birth rates in developing countries are falling. Do you think that this is because women have exited the home and are working jobs as well? Or do you think, sorry, let me rephrase that. Do you think this is because of, say, the ideology in society that women are equal to men? Or do you think this is because of like economic factors or something like that?
Well, that is all of those are involved. So the first one is women are not being prompt as one of the greatest things they can do in life is being a mother, which they should be said. Hey, being a mother is an absolutely benefit not only for society but towards yourself. Building a family is incredibly important. The second part is the economic factors in society are making them go out of the family, which is not good in general, especially for the kids. And then we see that they are going into like they're getting into the economy, they're getting higher paying jobs, and they usually never go and marry downwards. So what that creates is that there is a lot of women that are above the median that are going for a very minority of men, and we're not seeing like any relationships being formed.
So you're talking about like hypergamy, basically, that like women will date only up,
well,
basically.
I don't think that,
and that you think if women can get jobs, they're going to be able to like there's just not going to be any men up there, and they're not going to settle down with a lot of men.
Yeah, I would go ahead and say that, and it's nothing to do with good or bad. It's just statistical analysis.
This isn't really a gotcha, but have you ever like been to a Walmart? I honestly, I mean this in the sense of, I don't know. I feel like this argument sort of falls apart when you actually like just go outside and just survey with your own like lived experience and anecdotal evidence. You'll find that like a lot of people are in relationships, and a lot of people really do desire very long-term relationships.
I'm not denying.
I do think that like people do want to date up. I mean, I do think also men try to date up in a different way, just like more for looks and so on. But
I don't. What we're going down is an economical statement. What I'm not going to deny that there's couples outside. There's obviously couples outside, but the point of the matter is in the large scale. When you're talking about scale off, that's where we're seeing these kind of things.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying that I'm unsure if women earning more is inherently bringing down the capacity for women to find long-term partners. My understanding of the data is that the main reason that women aren't settling down and having children is usually a mix of like the dating environment has kind of been a little bit broken because of like dating apps and the algorithms that follow, and then also
okay, but let's get to dating apps for a second. Let's go to dating apps. What do you think that the market in the dating app is being completely broken? Why is that?
In case you guys didn't realize that your time's been extended 4 minutes, keep going.
Got it. Personally, I think the biggest issue with dating apps is just that they essentially remove the human element as much as possible. So
Don't you
And-
think that there is a
And also there is like
possibility?
a massive supply glut of like men to women that doesn't really exist in regular dating scenarios. Like for
Yeah.
like it's like 80 to like fucking 80-20 like men women. And I think that just honestly breaks all of the dynamics when it comes to dating apps. You were gonna say, sorry.
Yeah, but there's also the thing about dating apps is there's women get a lot of possible matches, and this is something that we know of. And in this marketplace, they are actually getting like a ton of different possibilities, and
Right.
men don't get that kind of scenario. And
just
this
to be clear, I think
expands-
this would still
Thank you.
happen even if women went back to like 1950s social norms where women just like basically like yeah, because like it is very common in all societies, even patriarchal ones, for there to be a lot of male suitors in a woman, and it's just that these dating apps really juice that up well beyond what we're kind of programmed to do from like a fucking biological sense. So I think even if you went back to like 1950s dating norms, you're not going to fix the brokenness of like dating apps or something like that. There's still just going to be tons and tons.
I'm not gonna like this debate is not necessarily about the dating apps. We're talking about in essence one of the reasons why we're talking about this has to do with virtues of woman and what men and women are looking forward. So women usually would look someone that has the capacity to provide security, especially during the time that they're pregnant and the time that the kids are young, but they have way more responsibility towards the kids. And the big problem with that is that when women are in the marketplace, like when women are in the working space, they usually not only delay the time for them to have kids, but they also will not go down to look for somebody. And this creates a huge problem.
Yeah, I understand that. In my view, I think you're going to have a much easier time creating that security through social programs rather than, say, trying to go back to previous norms of society that half the population.
1 minute,
is probably
30
gonna
seconds left.
The problem with social programs is that they go back into destroying, like they will go ahead and affect the economy. And at the end of the day, we're going to see a reduction in economic productivity. Okay.
Well, I mean, in either case, we're talking about encouraging women to have more children, and in either case, we're going to be seeing less productivity. I think in my case,
I don't think
subsidizing motherhood probably would see less of a drop in productivity because
Yeah.
I mean, first off, I think it's more realistic. I think you're just like going to be able to get like half the voting population to agree with that, and also
I agree
at the
with
same time,
subsidizing motherhood.
you at least still like will be keeping a lot of women in the workforce who aren't like trying to have kids, and they're not like just like now you have to fucking stay home and be a housewife, which to be honest with you,
I
isn't
would
always,
agree
like,
with
economically
subsidizing motherhood. I would actually say that a man should subsidize motherhood about 25 years, and they're probably subsidized even more into the future.
30
that she's
seconds.
An actual mother, and she can spend time with her children, and she can actually have a household. And I think the moment we go away and we get away from those specific roles for the mother and from the woman, we see a decline in society.
See, I understand that, but honestly, I also look at societies like Japan and Korea, which still have
Mm-hmm.
very patriarchal societies, and I see that the birth rates are falling even faster than they are in like America and Western societies, which are more egalitarian. And honestly, it
Yeah,
just
but
makes
what
me
we're
skeptical.
seeing in those societies is
Gender
actually the
equality is
destruction
leading
of
to
the role of
failure
the mother.
Of birth rates. I think that was it.
Yeah, Shen, that's a great debate. We
I
went through different
appreciate you very
areas.
much. That was very fun. That was my first one. I feel like I could do better, but I think you did very well, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
You did really good. I'm
All right,
impressed with
Alex, I see you in the back, but I can't bring you back up until somebody pays for you to be on the screen. So, not ignoring you, just ignoring you. I got to get into the judging here. Anson, why are you not in your chair?
I'm in my chair.
He's just invisible.
Yeah,
There
I'm
you
right
go.
here. What do you mean I'm
Yeah?
not in my chair? You can't see me?
Nobody can see you.
Well, I'm right here. You must be dropping some acid or something.
Wait, do you not see
Calm
him?
down.
He's right there.
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm not
blending.
I'm not gaslighting you. I'm right here.
Yeah, okay. At least you can hear, right? Okay.
Well,
All
let's
right.
say-
At least, yeah. Whatever.
Alex
I'm
is
good.
still in the queue in the bottom. Did somebody
Oh.
pay for him to come back?
Yeah, I started with that. No, nobody's paid for him to come back yet, but I don't think he. I told him that he could hang. I mean, he can hang out back there.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'm gonna start with my friend, comrade Tyler. You get to start off on this one.
Can't hear you,
Muted.
Tyler.
Shenandoah, you got to tighten up your introduction. You came in with 4 points, and you really only argued 2 of them. 2 of them were completely pointless to have in your introduction, whereas
Totally agree.
Emmett hit all 3 of his points. Bad economically, bad for the kids and the family as a whole, bad for procreation. You didn't argue about women's health that much. You more argued about there being a societal benefit financially and the autonomy of women, essentially. So I'll go going through this. I think Shenandoah took the W. I'll say that up front because of multiple reasons, but the biggest one was that the end of the debate there, you kind of gave him all of what you were saying in your introduction for the 2 points you did hit. There's other reasons for this, and here's how. Here's other societies that still kept that standard, and they're actually doing worse than us. Here's how it actually benefits us more economically, and you substantiated your claims better. It's good that you had statistics in your mind because I feel like that was the blow that won it for you, was when you brought up other countries that are more patriarchal based, even though they are still veering more into a Western mindset where women are working. It's not even close to the same rates and not even government at the same rates. And so you were right to show that like our country accelerating this is actually helping us more in the long run with the 2 parts that you did hold up. I would say tighten up your introduction because that's what hurt you the most. But generally, I think you won the exchange.
Totally agree with that. Yeah, my introduction was god awful. Thank you. I appreciate your feedback.
Ticky tack.
Yeah, so it did feel like a lot more of a discussion than a debate, but I enjoy the fact that both sides brought in a lot of information here to contend with. At first, the topic did start out with gender equality is a net positive, and I do agree with Tyler that that Shannon that you did have multiple points you were running with, and I think through a lot of the debates, you were trying to run on points, but didn't have enough time to really flesh out the details. And I think it's just that you need to adjust with the formatting of the debates. Where Emmett was also able to bring up a lot of good counterpoints to it, and actually contend with some of the second topic you two kind of agreed with, which was. Given the state of affairs, that women submissive to the man is pragmatically useful, and I think that was kind of like what you're like steering towards, and I think Emmett made the better arguments for that subject. So I am going to hand it to Emmett.
All right, Anson Knowles.
What was the prompt grid?
Is gender equality a net benefit?
Yeah, I didn't really feel like that was debated. I don't know. I mean, the argument that they had, Shenandoah had the more impressive one. I gave him 12 points over 8, but I didn't really feel like that was the topic that either one of them were discussing. So I just thought they both sucked, but I'm going to give it to Shenandoah.
All right.
Fair enough.
Emmett, once again, you maintain your streak.
I maintain my streak. I'm learning from the great board Baron, so I'm happy for it.
You got to vote for me this time.
Emmett, you have to tighten your rhetoric up, man. You're first of all, you guys were kind of talking past each other a little bit, and then you were kind of agreeing with each other, and then you were kind of like you were making good points, but it was just like so conversational. They didn't even come out as points. It was, you got to tighten that up. I don't know. Maybe you need to have a really horrible relationship, get abused and dumped by a woman and slapped around a lot and toughen up a little bit.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I don't know what bad life choices you need to make to toughen yourself up. Go make some. Okay.
I got confused about one point. I don't know if you guys can clarify this one for
Yeah,
me.
go ahead.
So really quickly, Emmett made something that was sort of between a claim and an argument, saying that, well, without traditional gender roles, women make all kinds of choices that might do things like delay when you have kids. It might like upset the household in some sense. So,
Mhm.
really much in line with this sort of traditional gender roles and whatever it is. But Shenandoah, I didn't in this one part like, and to me, I think this could have been like a 2 or 3 point deduction. I wouldn't be surprised if any of the judges did this. Because I didn't see you have a bastion in your argument to fall back against, saying, well, this is nonsense, or I didn't see you have a way to refute this or to reinterpret what that means. So I'm just curious about that one part of the debate where, you know, um, it
Could you
seemed
do me
like
a
Emmett
small
was making
favor
a
and
point.
restate the part? It just cut out for me. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, Emmett. So basically, Emmett just said, women make choices with his mouth and ears. Women make choices that can delay when they have kids. It can put career in the middle of family and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And so I don't know why that didn't have a better refutation.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, I will say from my own personal perspective, I was having a hard time thinking ahead because the 5-minute format's kind of new for me. So I was definitely like, oh shit, I'm responding to like immediately everything as it was coming out and trying to also interpret what he was saying. I definitely could think of a rebuttal. I think if I was going back in time, I would probably say something to the end of, I think that's very true, but I also think that the woman is probably the best person to make these decisions. I don't think that the man is necessarily going to be better than the woman at making these decisions. I think the man could just as well make horrible decisions that would undermine the family and that ultimately, like, it's kind of the same argument I would make against, like, say, when a communist would argue with me nationalizing family care. And I would say, like, I honestly think that the family is probably more interested in the quality of life of the woman. I mean, sorry, fucking the child and all that stuff. Does that make any sense? Forgive me. I was a little all over the place.
No, it's okay. I like Shen. I liked the initial part of your debate there. You came out. You were a little bit stumbling around, but at least there was something there.
Mhm.
And then Emmett had the perfect chance to just destroy you completely. And this is where more time actually worked against Emmett because he just kind of gets lost in the sauce and he started kind of wandering, because he was absolutely right about birth rates, about women not marrying early enough, being lied to about going into the workforce and being able to have both a career and a happy marriage in life and all of this. He's right about all of that stuff, but he didn't stick you not one time. You were always able to go, oh yeah, okay, and then just move on to whatever you wanted to say. Emmett, you got to do better. Again, go make some bad life choices, get some anger.
I don't know. Why would I be angry at him? Like,
well, he
he's
controlled
done
the
nothing.
entire. He controlled the entire.
Yeah, he controlled the
debate.
whole thing.
Yeah,
You were
But
right,
it's his
Emmett.
claim.
And
I'm
make
just
your
attacking
show
his
people what it
claim.
looks-
I'm
show
not gonna
people
go
what
and be like, "This
Why
is
don't you
my
guys show
claim
people what it
now."
looks
It's not
like? Sorry,
about-
I'm cutting off Beth, but show people what it looks like when you're making a point and when your point wins. But let your opponent also agree that this is something that you both didn't move past together. Like,
It's not about getting actually.
We
angry.
didn't. Like, we disagree
Emmett,
on almost every topic, and I just go ahead and went with
Emmett,
him through all
it's
his
not
argument.
Emmett, it's not about
That's
getting
fine.
actually angry. It's about being aggressive and assertive. And
Yeah, I agree. I can go ahead and be like, I could have been way more aggressive with him, but he's a nice guy.
do
Why
it.
would I be?
Do it.
It's okay.
Why would I
I
be
actually genuinely think we
more?
both need to work on being a little bit more aggressive. So, like, trust me, it's a problem I have.
Yeah.
I was
For you,
because this is actually one reason I wanted to come on this panel was to, like, hone that a little bit and get like, fucking, you know what I mean?
Besides, I
Grab
know
him by
that
the
the man's
balls.
from voted
Oh, you're
against
gonna get
him
some of that,
because
Shen. Don't worry, Shen. The rest of my feedback for you is that when you were making points, you were using, and fortunately, nobody, this is the format lends itself to this. You were not correct on a lot of them, and he should have called you on it, and he didn't, because he didn't. Right, so you got lucky.
I think
I like it. I did like the conversationalist. You're both gonna both of you guys are gonna be good at this. It's just Emmett, you gotta get that
yeah
rhetoric You just amp up a little bit. Hang out with Beth more. Whatever. I don't know. Because she's got a lot of that. I want to beat people energy.
Like,
But
I
for now,
appreciate it.
I just
Here
want to
we go.
say that I am really happy you got me on today. Thank you, Greet. Thank
Absolutely,
you,
man,
for the
absolutely.
judges and for all the feedback. Anson is completely wrong about this. I was going to say that, and we're going to talk about it on Monday. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
And thank you all for having me, and have an excellent time.
Yeah,
I need
absolutely.
to go lay down.
Peace,
You are
bro.
I am
awesome.
drunk as hell.
You took 2 fucking L's tonight, Emmett.
Yeah.
That's fine. As I said, I
and-
almost lost my stick of almost being completely a loser here. So
Emmett's gonna fucking leave the chat. He's gonna have like a cool ass training montage. It's gonna he's gonna get Eye of the Tiger, and he's gonna come back. He's gonna be fucking ripped, and he's gonna kill me. And it's
Look
gonna be
what
great.
Yeah, right.
Shannon, if you ever wanna, if you have a stream or something you ever wanna talk about this, you can hit me up. It'll be fun. So have a good one, everyone, and
yep. Good night.
Wait, Emmett, where?
Good night.
Hold on. I need people to debate. Where can I find you? Like,
you can go into Greet's Greet's
Yeah, you guys
Discord.
join my Discord. There's like over
And-
200 people in there that love to debate and beat people.
Yeah, I'm Emmett there, and you can hit me up. And if you piss me off, I will tell you that it's
No,
not going to
you
go well
won't.
for you.
You're the nicest guy ever, Emmett.
You are.
Ask Ben. Ask Ben about it. Ask Ben. Ben's still so butthurt that he had to get a BPD girl. About
He hasn't
it.
even been back. What'd you do to Ben?
I don't know. He got a
introduced Ben
BPD
to
girl.
TikTok, and he got obsessed with him, and now I don't know what happened to him.
He had to get a
I'm
BPD
kinda
girl to
scared
get
for
over
him.
that debate. That's all I'm saying.
He's like
All
gone.
right. Okay, bye, Emmett. We got to move on. Time
Have a
is
good one.
time is money. Money is
It is
time. and
past
we're
my
burning all of
bedtime.
it.
Yeah, let's debate.
So this is a unique situation, gentlemen. This has never happened here. We have 3 leftists, 2 righties. There's never been an imbalance before.
Who's the third leftist? Is Beth or a cleaner or Duck? Is Duck?
Duck is definitely
Duck,
a leftist.
Duck, you look like a leftist. Yeah.
The rest of you guys are just liberals, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, what were we at on the clock? We give you guys about 4 minutes to pony up for the next one, or I'm going to pick. And I don't know who I'm going to pick yet.
I'll be right back, Grid.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Go ahead. Where is EOD? EOD would have been cool to have on tonight.
He had a D&D night, but he
Oh,
showed
right,
up in
right.
He's in the chat now.
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
He is a good one
He's
for-
probably a little gun shy because Imperious came up last night and wrecked my stream, and I had to private the whole stream. So
That was brutal. I'm.
yeah. What can you say?
Do you have the ability to like mute people from your end?
Oh yeah, I can kick it, mute, whatever. I can throw you guys all out. But definitely. Kissy Cat has spoken. Kissy Cat doesn't want me to.
Oxcaxo donated $50. Super chat. Beth V. Cluck.
Has she been giving you money to make these picks?
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
I don't know where all this money has been coming from.
Yeah, Kissy Cat, like hit me up.
Oh, if you hear her talk, we got to get her on here before they. Kissy Cat, you got to come on. If you hear her talk, you're gonna fall in love, like 100%. 100%. Just her voice.
Sorry, Kissy Cat, to break your heart, but I'm already taken.
Yeah, she sounds like a shrill Yankee.
No, she does not. You do.
Hey.
All right, so Beth versus Cluck. That's awesome. He's been sitting there. He wants some exercise. Not you, Duck. Cluck. You see, that's a problem.
When you said Duck earlier, I thought you
I'm
meant
promoting,
me.
bro. I'm being.
Oh, you're promoting? All right,
Hell
cool.
yeah.
Cool.
Thank you for your promotion. I appreciate it.
Oh,
I don't know.
wanna
If you're
take you to Beth.
dyslexic.
You're such a. I mean this. You're such a tough firecracker. I can't. I
Yeah.
don't know you well enough, but you're gonna get after it.
I'm just playing with you, anyways.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna. Do we have a topic while we're all just sitting here?
Yeah, that's.
Oh yes, actually, when you said can guys and girls be friends, I was like, I lit up. I would love to debate that one.
All right,
Beth is okay with it. I say
no,
yes,
they
absolutely.
Okay, let's do it.
All
No
right.
notes. Let's go.
I already know the answer to this one, so you got,
Okay.
I've been alive a long time, so. All right. You all know the rules.
Chairman of the board donated
do you want to go
$20. Super chat. Anson picks the affirmative debater on Beth v. Cluck.
He wants to tell you guys who gets. Anson, what a dick. All right, Anson. Dick move.
Yeah. Well, I excel at that. So, you think guys and girls can be friends, Beth?
No.
Well, you're gonna have to debate that because you're the affirmative on that now. So.
He Uno reversed
Okay,
you.
I got it.
Why do you
For
keep
the
Uno
second time
reversing
tonight.
Beth?
For the second time tonight, you're doing this to me. Let's go. I got it.
Because he's a dick.
Yeah. That's okay. It comes back. It comes back. Remember that.
All right. So now, Beth, you have the affirmative. Cluck, you got off light. All right. All right, Beth. You ready? Let's
Okay,
go.
you want me to go first? All right.
Yeah,
So I say men and women can in fact be friends, and as a matter of fact, they have to be able to be friends because we interact with each other so much in so many social spaces when it comes to work and even going to the store, schools, when you have children dealing with that. I think that relationships need to be sound enough and firm enough that you can trust one another. And if there is no trust, then there is no relationship. And it's just that simple. Short and sweet.
30 seconds. That was in fact short and sweet.
Wait, can we time out? He just swapped the positions. Is that what happened?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
not at all. What do you mean I got off light? I wanted to argue that one. Okay. Let's see. Guys and girls cannot be friends. If you were to hit up any of your guy friends and ask them to come over tonight, they probably would. Guys are just with women as friends, waiting for the opportunity to have sex. Even guys that are with women probably are. They claim to have girlfriends are just having the backups just in case the relationship ends with their current significant other. Yeah, that's my intro.
Also 30 seconds. Before we get into the actual debate, this is the most evil thing. This is the most evil thing and yet so useful ever. I love it. We're going to do this from now. This is now a real thing. All right. Let me dial in the 5 and you guys can start.
Okay, so you're saying even when it comes down to a homosexual male, a woman can't be friends with him? That's still going to interfere with the relationship somehow?
I think that usually it does interfere with the relationship, especially when when a homosexual male gets really close to the girl. It provides a lot of insecurity, especially like when it comes to like emotional insecurity.
Then that becomes a problem with the relationship as a whole. If there is that much insecurity in a relationship, why are you even calling it a relationship? I mean, it's like the whole argument about going through phones. If it gets to that point, you don't have a relationship anymore.
Well, you do have a relationship because you're still with your person. You're still building a life with this person. You're still getting house together, having kids together. All of that stuff is a part of the relationship. And if your girl, you're not going to let all of that fall apart just because your girl wants to be with a guy. Like that's not as a friend.
But now
like,
you're
that's
saying
not a thing that.
Now you're saying though that yes, your partner in these situations can't interact and become friends and whatnot with like your kids' teachers Or, what about people at work who they have to see every single day? You're
It's
going to
probably
go and get
better
insecure
for it's
over
probably
that?
better for a professional relationship for you not to be friends with people at work anyways. So having a
That's not
guy
true
being
at all.
having a
That's not
girl
true at all.
having a
You have
girl
to be
being
friends.
a friends with a
If you're
guy
not
at the
friends
workplace is going to cause all kinds of
if
issues
you're not
because
friends with the people at work, then, when you need somebody to cover your shift and stuff like that, it's a
yeah, I'm
lot
not saying that they
harder
can't be
to get
friendly.
people
I'm
to
saying that they can't be friends. They can't have a
Yeah, it
relationship in that
has
way.
to
There's
you
a
have to
there's
have
a
a friendship.
fundamental
You're asking
difference in
someone
being
else to take
friendly and
an
being friends.
8-hour shift for you, and nobody likes these jobs,
You
okay?
can do that
So
to
if
people
there's
who
not a
aren't
friendship
friends.
there, they're gonna be like, "Well, I don't give a fuck about you. I'm
That's
not
not
taking
true
your
at all.
shift."
There's a real give and take. There's a real give and take in the
Oh,
workplace
that's
where
not true. I
where
think
yes,
you're
I will
being
take your shift because I expect you to be able to do the same thing for me.
you're
It
being
happens all the time.
extremely naive with this, okay?
Well, I mean, I've
And
been in the workforce for a very long time. Like I
Well,
know how
well
these things work. I've never been friends with any of my
I've been in the
coworkers. Like
I'm 41. I worked for a very, very long time. And yes, you have to be able to be friends with these people. And
what is even your
God
definition of
forbid,
friendship?
God forbid
You don't
some
have to
guy
hang
from
out with these
work
people
calls
outside
me
of
on
work
my
in order for them to
phone
take
at
your
9
shift.
o'clock at night and says, "Can you please cover my shift at 7 in the morning?" What? My partner is allowed to freak out at me for that?
But no,
Okay.
no, because you're talking
Because the
about two
boss
fundamental.
doesn't call
Well,
for
hold on,
that.
hold on
The
a second,
boss
Beth.
says you
Hold on a
guys
second.
work out.
You are talking about two fundamentally different things. When you're talking
Mhm.
about being friends with somebody
You
and
have
covering a shift, those are two
If
fundamentally
you
different
do not
things.
have a friendship, you are not that person who you're going to be calling up looking for them to cover your shift is not going to cover your shift because they don't give a shit about you.
Your entire argument around this workplace thing is based off of a flaw because you
Okay,
will cover
I
your
don't
shift
agree
for
with
your
you at
coworkers
all.
if you have a
I think
friendly
I think
relationship
you're
with them,
missing the
but you don't have
point
to
of
be
this. So let's
friends.
move on to different relationships or different kinds of friendships that you're going to encounter. And
Okay, we can move
it
on,
doesn't
but
matter
I do
what
want to
kind
point
it
out
is.
that you are
It
just
comes down to the
fundamentally wrong.
intimacy within the relationship.
1 minute,
And
30 seconds.
if there's that much insecurity within the relationship, then really you have a very big problem because what about, my ex-husband having friends, I'm supposed to tell him he can't go places, can't do things. I can't go places, I
Well,
can't
you're
do
his
things.
ex. Why would you have that kind of
No,
authority
I'm
over him?
saying when we were married in a relationship, in which,
Yes,
by
when
the
you're
way, we
married,
spent
yes,
20 years.
absolutely.
We spent 20 years together. So believe me, this was a topic that came up very frequently.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
a problem, right?
Because he was very insecure about
Yes,
things,
it was a
right down to
problem
my
with your.
boss
He's
calling
now
me
your
in
ex.
for
He's now
work.
your ex. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Like you just
It
made my
doesn't matter.
point
But
for
the
me, Beth.
problem still exactly, and that's the point that I made in my opening, is that if there is that much insecurity where you cannot have friends of the opposite sex, the relationship is no good. Every relationship needs the foundation of trust in order to grow from there. And if you don't trust each other, then you have absolutely nothing.
He should have been able to trust you to not be friends with people, guys. When
He should be able to trust
when
me.
he requested when he needed that for his security, he should have been able to trust you to not be friends with guys. Like that's the
Oh,
way it should have been.
wait. No. Because see, you guys pull the same thing.
Oh
Equally
no.
as friends
Oh.
with the females at work and females in other places.
I
God forbid
I
you're
don't know if she's
friends with
lagging for
your
anyone else,
mom's
but can you put some
neighbor.
more time on the
Yeah,
clock?
we got
Yeah. You've got an extra minute, and she froze. So
I'm froze. Am I good now?
yeah,
You're frozen
Am I
video
good?
wise. I can hear you, but you're frozen
Okay.
video wise still.
As long as you can hear me, hopefully it'll kick up.
all right.
So as you know, I lost my train. Thanks for that one.
I'm so sorry.
No, listen, both sides need to be able to have friends. God forbid you're friends with your mother's neighbor and, you want to make sure you're keeping an eye out on her and you get a strange phone call during the night and now it turns into a big fight just because someone's worried about your mom next door. Okay. People interact with each other every single day and you can build even basic friendships. And it's important to have those. It is super important to have those
You
for
can
even your
build.
mental
No.
health.
Wait, hold on. You can build other types of relationships without the intimacy that comes with
I
a
would
friendship.
argue that me having girlfriends is more dangerous than me having male friends while I'm in a relationship.
That doesn't
Because
make any
women
sense.
will
Why?
go to extraordinary
10
lengths
seconds.
to sabotage your relationship.
Okay,
And
men will
honest-
too. Men absolutely will too. Go through extraordinary lengths to sabotage a
Again,
relationship
But
for a
again,
girl
if
that they're
you have
interested
the
in.
trust in your relationship, which is the most important part of every relationship, you've got to have that trust. Otherwise, you have no foundation to even build a relationship.
Okay, I just want to say, Judge, I fucking hate you. I hated every moment of that debate. Holy shit.
That was awesome.
I did too. You have no clue. I fucking hated it. Because
That
I
was so
absolutely
awesome. I
hate the
can't
other
even
way.
tell you how awesome that was. That was the most awesome thing yet.
Who was
Really?
on the affirmative there? Was that Beth on the affirmative?
Beth was on the affirmative.
Anson switched
Okay.
stuff.
So it was Cluck's Cluck's responsibility to pull the definition from her of what she was calling things, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just curious.
All right. I gotta go to ticky tack on to begin
Am
with
I
on this
still
one.
frozen real quick?
No,
Or am
you're
I
good.
Okay, thank you.
I'm pissed off at Anson because I've been trying to figure out a way to get rid of Beth. And I really feel like Cluck was in the position to actually take her down on the affirmative, and then you switched to Anson. So thank you very much for that. Next, so honestly, Cluck, it felt like that you were making claims, but then you're letting Beth just kind of like talk over you where you can't actually substantiate the claims. So I couldn't
Because
actually.
everything I was saying wasn't true.
Yeah, it's the thing is that I guess one suggestion I would have for you is to turn down the volume on your headset so it's easier for you to talk over people. And yeah, but because of that you haven't really been able to really substantiate your claims because of Beth interrupting you a bunch. I'm actually going to have to hand it over to Beth because she's the only one who actually was able to substantiate claims.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Tyler next.
Wow, I got a completely different read of that. I thought Beth's introduction was short, concise, and good, but that was actually a weakness because he got to come at it from a couple of different ways. And one of those ways was saying like there's other types of relationships, and you're essentially conflating friendly with friendship. Friendship has a higher level of intimacy. I don't think that got addressed properly. I feel like the points that Beth went to about women being vindictive, he countered well with men because men will lie to get in a woman's pants. They'll break up a relationship overnight and things of that nature. I think the real winner, I'm looking through it right now here. Where was it?
The real winner was chat. The real
I didn't read chat yet. I was typing everything up. Was Cluck saying that the work relationships? I wish he would have brought up like how work is now. You go onto an app, you say I need the schedule filled. It's anonymous, and someone that needs the hours picks it up. There's not even names involved, let alone a friendship. But I still feel like he substantiated his argument enough there, saying that you don't need to be close friends to change a relationship. You could just have a business interaction, and you didn't answer that back. You just doubled down on your point, which again, it was simple, concise. You kept your message on point. I just feel like his exceptions that kind of came in from the side actually beat you. And if you remember, Beth, I was the one that gave you the winner last week. I am not biased. I'm going with Cluck.
Let me just remind you, Tyler, this isn't my position. Anson switched it.
I'm well aware. You guys did great for that fucking curveball being thrown in.
At the last minute, too. You didn't even get a chance. Like it was literally like as you're ready to go.
That's kind of the point, Beth.
It was awesome. It was awesome. All right, Anson, you troublemaker.
Yeah, Ticky Tack, I thought that switching it would actually eliminate Beth. So I did it for the same reason that you wanted her gone. But in terms of the actual debate, y'all both made reality-based arguments, meaning y'all were saying in your opening, the reality of the situation is this is how human interaction works. And Beth, you kept coming back to the trust, which was one of your opening points in the debate and in your reality-based argument. And Cluck, you didn't really come back to the whole, backups and all that, but you did talk about the general, the degeneracy of people. So that basically filled in for filling in your support for your argument in the opening. And you, Cluck, you gave her a definition of relationships that she was using in her debate, and you defined it for her, which is a good power move in general when you're debating against somebody, and I really appreciated that. But in terms of overall, and the way that I score them is overall power moves between the two people in the debate and who basically bodies the other one the most. And I gave Beth a score of 14, and I gave you a score of 11, Cluck, because I really do think that you needed to reach down just a little bit further and tell her to shut up and talk over her a little bit instead of letting her just walk all over you.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
I'll
I'm
debate
I
with you
with all due
anytime
respect,
off
that's
of here.
yeah.
I'll
I'm
debate
not.
with you anytime in Discord. Look me up.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, it was fun. I do wish I could have argued the other one on that one. I would have probably made the same points that Beth made. What would you have said differently than I would have said, Beth?
I absolutely would have nailed in on insecurity, destroying relationships, and the fact that even from every standpoint. In fact, I actually, the very first time I ever competed, I had the same exact prompt in one. Yeah, I focused on the intimacy of a relationship and the trust, and I literally just kind of flipped my reasons why. Trying to
I'm
remember.
going to be honest. I thought that Cluck made the better arguments. He just didn't make them very strongly.
Yeah.
I was trying because I don't believe in it at all. I think.
Okay. So was me being like that's why he's your ex. That wasn't a power move. Like,
Well,
I felt so dirty.
That was dirty. That was dirty.
I can tell you the two things that I really noticed in this. The first is that during Cluck's opening statement, he made an appeal to probability fallacy when he was saying the nature of relationships and relationships in whole. So I think that that wasn't called out, and that could have been called out. But also, it took him about 3.5 minutes before he asked what a friendship is, but it was in the context of a different question instead of asking her that and holding her to what the definition would be to try and defeat her argument, which I think would have given him a stronger foundation for an argument.
That's a good point. I think one thing Beth did that scored points, especially for the right side of the argument, was sharing that, well, like, adults have lots of contexts for having adult relationships. And so, like, yeah, there's a question about, like, how close of friends they might need to be. Like, this is stuff I took away to, like, think about, or I won't. But, the sort of other side of that is I didn't hear on the point Cluck was supposed to defend. What is it exactly that I'm supposed to think about here? And Beth stepped into it. Beth said, now that I'm here, this is what you think about. And that turned out to be accurate.
Oxcaxo donated $50. Super chat. Duck V Cleaner.
The other thing that I really focused in on and hammered on the first time I had this debate was the way other people outside of the relationship tend to act, and how the insecurity is actually justified based on the actions of others, and therefore that's why friendships are not good when it comes to relationships. And you even see teenagers start cutting off their friends when they have girlfriends or boyfriends, and really it's because they know just how evil everybody else is. So
I gotta say, Beth, you did really well, but I think that you only won because of rhetoric, and that's it. Like, absolutely, you were more bombastic. Your points, honestly, there were a couple of things that you said that I was like, that's not really true, and it's not true. And poor Cluck got railroaded. He wasn't ready for this, but next time, now he knows he can go practice.
Oh yeah, I think I did pretty decently considering, like, the first round I didn't even know what this was, and the second round
right. Hey, everybody has the first day on the job. You know what I mean? So don't worry about it.
You're really good. You're really good, Cluck. I mean, I really want to see you back. I mean, because I think that
definitely come back.
Appreciate it. All right. Well, y'all have a good night. I'm gonna go.
And you don't whine when you lose.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You got respect.
awesome.
Thank you for not embarrassing me. I was too much.
We're not supposed to argue with the judges, man.
Yeah. I mean, Cluck, honestly, man, you just got to tighten those arguments up, get a little bit more
Aggressive.
brutal. You need to be more brutal.
Brutal. Gotcha.
Brutal.
See, when I argue, like usually my debates are kind of like when I do debates, it's usually trying to get to some truth of a matter, which brutality isn't really a part of that. But I do like this for like honing in my rhetoric skills, which I am lacking, which is why I lost a debate against Lactoid. Because he was factually incorrect on everything that he fucking said, and I found out that later.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Anyways, y'all have a good night. You
have a good night. I actually debate with Lactoid quite often over on Prime Kai's, so I get it. So, but all right. Well, we already have the next debate. By the way, Kissy Cat, I understand that cats are bad at math, but here's the thing: it's $40 for a 1v1, not $50. So you end up with $10 extra credit every time. So now you're up to $20 credit. So I don't know if you meant to do it that way, but that's cool. It's looking like Duck, the man, the myth, the legend, versus where's that guy? Cleaner 409. We all need a little 409. And I am going to allow Anson Knowles to pick the topic on this one.
Oh, okay.
Make it interesting.
Yeah. Well, I'll make it interesting. Yeah, I mean, I know both y'all's positions fairly well. How about?
I tend to be a little more progressive about most things. So.
Yeah.
I tend to be a little more destructive of everything my opponent thinks.
Yeah. Is arguing in marriage important?
I don't want to do that one.
Do you think that you need to argue in a marriage?
I don't want to do that one necessarily.
You don't want to do that one?
Not really.
Oh, okay. Is the Federal Reserve stealing our wealth?
I don't think so. I mean,
what about you, Cleaner?
Oh.
I think we would get stuck in the weeds of definitions on this, but I could see a lot of arguments. I just think this one would be better for like a 15, 20-minute segment.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I
Fair
mean?
enough.
I mean, we're going to get into a lot of acronyms when we do this.
Was January 6th an insurrection?
No.
Yeah. That's what it was supposed to be.
Let's go.
All right, I like it. And this is gonna stir some emotions. Everybody's gonna get angry. It's gonna be great. Right before bedtime, too. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the topic is, who wants to define the topic? Who is saying that Jan 6 is or was an insurrection? Duck, you are? All right, I'm gonna let you define the topic, Duck. That way you can't claim that 409 cheated you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the topic.
Okay. Good enough. All right. Well, since you have the affirmative, I'm going to let you go first. You will get your minute. Are you ready, sir?
Yep.
Head off.
All right. So it was in 2012, 2008, when we saw Barack Obama take the White House. And from that moment in his time, we saw Republicans redefining everything to serve a partisan, populist, insurrectionist agenda, and this included redefining economics. It's not small to note that in 2014, you had a nationwide organization of white supremacists meet up and murder someone in Charlottesville. And so when we see January 6th, the only thing I need you to see is that along this timeline of driving the American institution into nothing, yes, there was a coup attempt. The fact that MAGA at some point in time appeared to manage or somehow and not even really take
Oxcaxo
racism out
donated
of it
$20
doesn't change the
super
fact that
chat.
January 6th,
Beth V. Shenandoah
as well
next.
as much of the support for MAGA, is not only about populism, but it's also indifferent towards racism, bigotry, xenophobia,
All right,
and totally against American values.
You only get a minute. you were off to the races, man. I like it. All right, Cleaner, when you're ready.
Sure. I would say January 6th was not an insurrection. An insurrection is an intent to overthrow, disrupt, or challenge the authority of the United States or impede the enforcement of federal laws. And that was not the intent of what was happening, as we could see, as clearly as we could see, right? We couldn't try and know for sure what Trump was thinking, but we can look at what it looks like the intent was. And from the way he was talking, it does not look like he intended for this to be any kind of violent uprising. Also, there were articles that were put out about specific people that were placed in places to try and ramp up the crowd and whatnot. Whether that's true or not, it does kind of throw some questions on the whole thing that you would have to raise an answer in order to prove that it was an insurrection and not something that someone else had caused.
That was exactly 1 minute. Well practiced. Sir.
Nicely done, Queener.
All right. 5 minutes on the clock. Roll it.
All right, bullshit. The first thing you want me to do is to bring the persona of Donald J. Trump into the picture. And January 6th was not about Donald Trump. It was about the fact that racist, bigots, and insurrectionists can organize on the internet.
That's not really the truth of it, because the truth of it would be whether or not January 6th was an insurrection. And in order for it to be an insurrection, that was your prompt. January 6th was an insurrection. That was your prompt.
I don't get what you're saying. You're trying to respond to something with a ghost.
No, I'm trying to respond to you saying January 6th was an insurrection.
No, but actually answer what I said, though. Donald J. Trump doesn't have to do with January 6th. An insurrectionist group doesn't have to be about the president.
He wasn't the president at the time. He was a citizen, a former president, and he was speaking to a group of people.
That's totally missing the point of what happened on January 6th. And this is my point to the judges and audience, is that when you understand the phenomenon of January 6th as an actual insurrection, you get a lot more information out. That explanatory power is critical for national security and defense.
So
but I am open to hearing a different perspective.
So let me see if I understand what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
There was no intent to overthrow the government or disrupt the government or anything like that, right? That's what you're saying?
Not at all. I'm saying that the narratives that we'd created over the last decade make it even more explanatory why this was an insurrectionist attempt on the United States by a specific group. You can actually identify the people and the groups where these people organized online.
That's really not going to work, but you're going to have to come back to proving how it was intended to be a disruption of our government processes in some way, because it's the intent that makes it an insurrection. Without the intent, it's just a fucking riot.
The fact that I think the group had people that were seemingly these outlandish characters who had said extreme things online and showed intent, shows that this was not just an innocent movement. It was, in fact, people that showed up to the Capitol believing their fellow citizens would overthrow a democratic process.
That's begging the question. That's a begging the question fallacy, where you're saying that because you think this, it's necessarily true. It's not. It's not. You can't prove it, so it's a form of unfalsifiability claim. You can't prove what other people were thinking or that there were people who were there.
So if I grant you this, if I grant you this, I say the question begging.
The government.
If I grant you this, I say the question begging that is happening is in fact is that why wasn't there a protest at a state courthouse or a governor's residence or a state congress? This wasn't. This was specifically about replacing the rightfully elected executive of the United States. That's the president of the United States, the commander in chief of our country.
Where do you get that information from?
Well, the fact that there were hundreds of people at the Capitol on January 6th is a great starting point. That's all I have to say.
It's not. Hundreds of people gather for all kinds of things. I mean, let's see, Kamala Harris, like she stood out in front and said, "Hey, I want to run for president," and got thousands of people in front of her, and we're not calling that an insurrection. So what makes a couple hundred people getting around Trump?
I don't think I have to respond to that in the context of the debate. Kamala Harris got on the ballot on her own right. She was the vice president. Everything about her is believable as a president of the
I didn't
United
say
States.
anything about that.
It's not a
But
conspiracy
you keep
theory.
kind of shifting away from the questions, and I keep trying to bring you back to the whole point of
I'm right
to
here.
prove there was intent in order for it to be an insurrection, and you're not proving any way, shape, or form that there was any kind of intent for it to be an insurrection.
I believe that if we went through every
You
single
can
case
believe
file,
what
we
you
would
want,
find.
but I'm going to
Well,
need you to.
that's a pretty strong belief.
30
That's
seconds.
that's a different type of belief, Cleaner. If I say that I have evidence that is good enough to be in a court of law, and also you have these people who are specifically saying online that the election is overturned and just happen to be online. I don't even know why we're asking that question. It doesn't make any sense. None of it
Because
makes any sense.
the intent of the thing is what matters. Okay, people can say whatever they want online.
There is an
But
intent.
if they do not approach it, and they're not the ones leading the group and saying this is what our group is doing today, we intend on stopping the government, then they're not causing an insurrection. They're just holding a group rally. They're just having a protest. They're
Nope.
just a group of
That's not
people
what that was.
talking about shit.
That isn't what that was.
All right.
Guns. You don't need to be on. Nope.
This was a good one. This was good. All right. I'm going to start with Tyler on this one.
All right. So I want to say, Duck, from last week to this week, substantial, better, more concise, better arguments. You were rather long-winded, and I could tell you read a lot of books, but you weren't making great arguments this week. Substantial improvement. Both your openings were good. Where Cleaner took this win was he defined insurrection very clearly, which you kind of you disputed a little bit, but then agreed to. And then when you agreed to it, he asked you how you prove intent. Your only way to prove intent was to say, well, they said the election was stolen. That doesn't fall to the definition of intent that you guys were both agreeing to here in the beginning. So you did eventually concede to his definition. And then when asking intent, like I could think, like, if I say free Palestine, that is not intent if something happens to a Jewish person. Like it's taking a logical leap that doesn't hold up, and he called you out on it, and you just kind of kept restating the case. You never gave him a reason why it wasn't a logical leap. I think just definitionally, he took this based on that. And like
I believe so Tyler, I just want to push back. I think I did say in there that they have recorded messages from the people that there was not an intent for a peaceful protest, but I respect.
Sure, but he said that. I get that, but he also hit that with then what is distinguishing this insurrection from just a riot? Intent to do harm is not what an insurrection is. That would be a riot. He made that argument. I just didn't get that deep into the back and forth. That's all.
Okay. Anson.
I scored Cleaner at a 12 and Duck at a 9. And the opening that you made, Duck, I highly recommend you, when you're making an opening, think of it in terms of you have a position you're taking, and then have points that you're making to bolster that position, and then preemptively attack or do something to throw your opponent off. and really focus in on organizing your thoughts about what an opening ought to look like. And in terms of your rhetoric, you're really good at like the first thing you said when you got into the argument was bullshit, right? And that's like super powerful when you're in a debate, because if you're doing that with most people, it kind of throws them off. But you need to follow it with bullshit. You were wrong. These are the reasons why you're wrong. And now we're going to get back to talking about what my points are that I talked about in my opening with more support. And instead of getting caught in a back and forth conversational thing, you need to think of it in terms of the strategy that you're using to defeat your opponent. But you have, and Tyler was right. He said a lot of the shit that I wanted to say, but I'm going to not repeat what he said, because I mean, that was all spot on. I mean, you've gotten a hell of a lot better. So
thanks.
Yeah, that's
Appreciate
all
it.
I got to say.
All right, Ticky Tack.
Yeah, I don't think there's much I need to add in on the conversation, other than yes, Duck, your arguments have been getting a lot better. They're a lot more clean, more concise, and to the point of the debate topic. It's but yeah, it's like I pretty much just echo exactly what Tyler and Ansa was talking about, and I am going to have to side with Cleaner.
Cool. Good job, Mr. Cleaner. It was nice getting my ass kicked by you. If I had to get my ass kicked by someone, I'd prefer that it was you who does this.
Hey, I had a good debate with that, and if you want just a little tidbit, when you and I were going through this, I have a notepad open on the side, and I typed out your opening statement, your points, things like that. Maybe doing something like that might help you just a little bit, so that you can kind of refocus the conversation and command it back to your points, rather
Yeah,
than
that could
trying
be
to argue mine.
that could be more helpful. I felt when I was giving my opening statement, I was a little bit of a scatterbrain. There's a lot of things I left out, so.
Duck, I'm going to be honest. I agree with everybody. And the one thing I'm going to say, the one comment I'm going to make is that you generically, you have pretty decent arguments. They're just really, a lot of times you go like super esoteric and people can't even follow what you're saying. And you didn't do that. Obviously, everyone said that. But the other thing is you didn't really spurg out and start talking over Cleaner and just start kind of yelling at him. So that's awesome, dude. I don't know what you did differently this week, but whatever it is, keep doing it. You're getting a lot better. And
I don't know what you're talking
awesome.
about, but thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate having the chance to come on panel. I don't know if anyone else had thoughts for me or Cleaner.
It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, Beth, you too.
Yeah, nice meeting you too, man.
Yeah, good to meet you.
Maybe come back next week. Maybe I can get to debate you.
Yeah, we'll do we can maybe do a what is it? A liberal dude versus a conservative chick or whatever it is, and yeah, have a conversation about something productive.
Yeah, come on my channel and do that.
Reasonable.
Come on my channel and do that, Duck.
Yeah, Monday night on Anson's.
Is that Anson? I think you're one of like the I don't know why, but you're like one of the last people that I've met here, and I've seen you on Raging Tomatoes as well, where you contribute to panel. I haven't yet subbed to Anson, so sub to Anson, and thanks for having me on chat.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
might go hang out in my bedroom and be on the cell phone instead of the PC.
There you go. Night, man.
See you guys. Take care.
Yeah. Thank you again.
Stay safe, man.
All right. Now there are 3.
Kissy Cat already paid for me and Shenandoah.
I know.
I have a suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How about I say that toxic masculinity is just something that's being used to attack men unrighteously.
Let me think 1 second.
If you got some ideas too, throw them out by all means.
No, that's fair. No, I honestly, I think I would like partially agree, but I think the issue is I would probably just debate you on the specifics. I would just be like, sometimes yes, sometimes no. That would be essentially my response to that, which might not be a strong enough thing. Oh, damn. I'm sorry. It's like my first time ever on, so I'm like, shit, what am I going to fucking debate about? I should have been thinking about it. I do think, I don't know.
How about submission?
Submission?
women should submit to men.
Sure, I think I could go with that. That's like very similar to the last debate I had. I think I could at least work with it. Yeah.
That's why I was.
Yeah, I think no, I think that's a plan. I think that's a plan.
I was trying to think of stuff once I.
No, it's totally fair. I'm trying to like figure this battle out. I'm having a good
I
time.
swear that I thought that you were going to go with a patriarchal argument.
Well, submission pretty much is one. Isn't
Yeah.
it?
It's very similar.
He looks like the opposite of the patriarchy. So that kind of.
All right, I'll take that for what it is.
What are you talking about? He's got a strong jaw grid. He's got twice the jaw you
Actually,
got, bro.
It looks very like World War II, like young soldier kind of with it in the green and
That's
the
intentional.
haircut.
Yeah, that's like part of my brand. Excuse me. Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah, yeah. My channel name's called Chairman Shenandoah, so like that's the whole fucking like thing. It's like yeah, fucking.
Are you
I'm like
a Civil War nerd?
No, not specifically. It's because I grew up as a Maoist, and so like I play into that as a joke sometimes. I'm a liberal now, but that was that's like my background.
Wait, hold on. You were a Maoist?
Oh yeah, from like the ages of like 9 to 18, I grew up in like this Maoist group. It was.
I gotta have you on my show. My wife
Yeah.
is Chinese and she doesn't believe in Mao at all. So that's very interesting.
That would be fun. Yeah, I don't believe in it anymore, but that is what I grew up in. So I use it as like a branding angle.
I see.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Not that kind of Mao page. The other kind of Mao.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, all right. So you guys got your topic. Let's get this set up. And let me turn this back on.
So you're taking
This
the
is-
affirmative on this one?
Yes,
Sorry?
women
Okay.
should submit.
Can I ask a quick question about the affirmative? What's like the conventions about the affirmative in this? Because like this is my first time doing this. Ever.
Okay, so in
Like, 'cause-
most blood sport debates, now this changes.
Yeah.
You always got to ask the rules anywhere you go. You always want to know the rules. But if you're the affirmative, you go first, and you have the first introduction, and then you get the last word.
Got it. Okay.
So, and that way, you don't. I don't know. It's just convention. It's just the way it is. But we don't do an actual closing here, which arguably we could. But this whole format is so that I'm not up till like 6 o'clock in the morning.
No, that's fair. Okay, I just want to
trying
make sure.
trying to do a bunch of debates, and it's really I really like this format, and we've actually been narrowing it down, and it's just continuously evolving and getting better and better every week. This week is awesome. Like this is gonna. We're down to the last three before 1 o'clock in the morning. That's amazing.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah, there was one night we went till like 4 in the morning. The first night I won, we went till 4 in the morning.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
rough,
Oh, man. Yeah, that sounds fucking rough. I mean, honestly, I think that would be fun, but I'd have to. Now that I know that, I'm gonna definitely have to set aside more time for these because I was like, wow, I don't know how long this is gonna take. Like, it was
Well,
like,
I'm gonna try and switch to Friday nights because I shoot. I shoot competitively, and my matches are almost always on Saturday mornings or Sunday. And if I don't get the Sunday matches, there's no way I can go to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning and get back up at 5:30 or 6 and go shoot a match and do well.
Yeah, that's all.
And as much as I enjoy doing this, this is still a hobby. Ish. All right, so you guys got you guys know what you're talking about. Everybody's ready to go. I don't know why Dusty dropped off. He was winning, but he's gone. So I think he just fired up his show. So But anyway, I'm gonna let you guys go at it. So Shin, you have the affirmative, and your
No, I have
No, she has the
you have the affirmative.
Yeah,
All right,
the
Beth has
question
the
is, like,
affirmative, and she will just let me know when you want to start.
All right, I'll go now.
Go.
So women should absolutely submit to men. First of all, biologically, men have the monopoly on force doctrine. So, we look to them for provisions, for protection, for everything that we need. Next, the woman's natural proclivity is to take care of the family. So that is kind of secondary to roles that men play that are far more important for the society. They are the more stoic sex who can separate their emotions from logic and handle things like war and being soldiers, and they don't have so much empathy. Women tend to react on emotions rather than stop and think and use logic. So we need to be looking to men to lead us. And on top of that, biblically, that's the prescription. Every Abrahamic religion commands that women submit.
That's your minute. You're getting a little long-winded there. That's okay. Whenever you're ready.
All right, got it. Yeah, so it's my opinion that outside of the bedroom, submission ain't so fucking fun. And, I personally think that women and men are significantly more similar than different, and that women have just as much agency and ability to make good decisions as men. We see this in how women generally take lower risks than men. Women are starting to become proportionally a larger population of college students relative to men. Women have been pretty damn successful in politics in many countries across the world, and there are many historical societies where women are very take leadership roles, and they're fucking fine with it. Honestly, I don't see the big problem. I think empathy is valuable, and I think raising the family, I think it's fucking great. And honestly, I don't see why that should be put down relative to other tasks that men might do, like say fucking fighting in war. As if again, fuck. God, I think women could do that too. I've seen a lot of women in my time fucking throw hands. Holy shit. Anyways, that's my end.
Yep, there you go. Yeah.
Okay.
Throwing hands is fine. That's fine. All right.
We ready? Can I start?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry.
Go.
I have thoughts.
Go.
My brain's going.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Am I good? Are we good?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the idea, your claim that women take lower risks and that's a good thing, that actually ends up being a bad thing, because women will hold off on very important decisions that need to be made for the community. And honestly, it's because we will sacrifice, or we will avoid the sacrifice in the now for the greater good later, because we don't want the sacrifice
Well, just to be
now to hurt
clear,
someone.
I honestly think that women taking less risk is essentially an argument against the idea that women are fundamentally unstable because they're too emotional.
I'm not
and
saying
I
that.
think women are very, very good at actually making low risk decisions that pay off over the long term. And
Absolutely, but the big
there's a
problem,
reason
though,
that
is
female
their
homelessness is
empathy
lower than
can
male.
get in the way of very important decisions.
I mean,
And
honestly,
they
I
become
definitely could see how empathy can be a limit sometimes in life, but
Yeah,
I actually think
and-
empathy is very valuable, especially for leadership
is.
roles. I mean, I do business
especially when you're
management.
raising a family. And
Yeah,
I'm not
and it's
putting that
very
down.
useful.
I'm not saying that that's a lesser job. Actually, it's far more. It's one of the most important jobs. I
I'm
mean,
very
as
glad,
a
'cause I
mother,
do-
it's
yeah.
the greatest thing I've ever done with my life, is be a
Parenting
mother.
is excellent. I just would also say that I think that also applies to the father. I want to be a father one day. I think being a dad is
Absolutely.
excellent. And
And when you look at
I don't.
when you look at the
social
parental
expectations
dynamics,
of
dad is
my
usually the
family and
disciplinarian,
nurture them.
because mom is always the pushover. And you see that a lot. And then when we
Mhm.
start talking about war, we're going to be saying the same exact things. Not only are women less physically capable to participate more on the
Honestly,
battlefield,
I
but
think
let's look
I
at
think
how
that only
men
really makes sense
react to
historically.
the
I think
things that
technology has changed that so
the
much.
things that men have to do in war sometimes break them. What is that going to do to a woman who has far more feelings? By no means.
Honestly, I actually think women are better at
but what I
emotional
am-
processing and can handle trauma better than men. I'll give you the
maybe
point that
in
women
some
are on
cases, but
average
not
weaker
in
than
that
men, but I definitely think that a woman would be able to process their PTSD a little better, especially because they're able to talk about it. And whether or not that's
Oh yeah,
biological, I
women
don't
can
know.
sure talk a lot, right? I proved
Well,
that.
yeah, I mean, hey, I mean, you're doing it right now.
Exactly. but no, it's really, I think that women do best when they are focusing on the things that are, their jobs and that are good for them to do, and have a man that's able to stand there and lead things and make the more bigger decisions. Because that's the other thing, is women will hold off, right? We hold off and we're like, I'm nervous about taking this risk of moving our family across the country
Honestly,
you know,
I
away
just
from
think
their
that
family
women
and
are
all that.
probably the best ones and in the best position to make that judgment. I know a lot of men, and
I'm
sure, there are some who I would like. If
I'm
I
not
was a woman,
saying men get.
hypothetically, I would like fucking submit my choices to
I'm
them.
not saying
But
that
I
men get
do
right all
think
the time,
that
but there's
women, like,
the
yeah,
other
they're
big
the
thing.
best position
Let's
to know
talk
that.
about like when someone breaks into your house. Okay, the
Mm-hmm.
wife is going to grab the kids and be protecting them while the husband charges in, right? So as
So just to
that,
be clear, why does that mean that they should submit to the man's decision in that case? Like, how does that relate back to
in
the
that
point?
case, why should they submit? Because again, you have
Yeah,
the
because like I think
biological
like
factors.
okay, we have different complementary
Listen, there are
roles, but
some
how does
women.
one mean that
There
one
are
is
some
more
women who can
inferior?
certainly defend themselves, but when you have a
Right.
team dynamic in a family, okay,
Mhm.
and let's say somebody's breaking into your house,
Yeah.
okay, if I have a man who is bigger than me, stronger than me, can take hits, and God forbid that's another man that broke into my house, because I get hit
See,
once and I could be down.
I get what you
Okay?
mean, but I just don't think
Meanwhile,
that the idea that there might be complementary roles for men and women in a relationship,
I
you know,
think
even if we're assuming it does exist,
the
I just
whole
personally
idea,
don't think that means that women like shouldn't be able to make their own decisions, that
the
they should be
whole
submitting
no,
to
the
men.
whole
I
idea
think that
comes
like
down to respecting that man and
yeah,
submitting to him out of
just to be
respect,
clear,
because
I
these
think
are the
respect.
things that men do for women.
I think
And
respect
women
is certainly a
down.
mutual
There's the
two-way street.
problem. Everything coming out of your mouth, a lot of it is fed by feminism, which is saying that, oh, women can do just as good. When really, in reality,
I've
yes,
seen a
we
lot of
can do
fucking
good,
good
but we are
women.
not as good. And there's a
I've seen,
reason.
yeah.
There's a
I
reason why
I
men,
just don't think that we should be like
men are
saying
better
on a
leaders
category basis
statistically.
that
And by
women
the way,
absolutely cannot do
women have
fucking
always
better or
gone
what.
to college and graduated college at higher rates.
Well,
Okay,
and that
that's
has since
nothing new.
changed. So I mean, I think that's a good sign that women can do pretty damn good for
And
themselves.
that's time, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome.
Thank
That
you.
was
You were
good.
great.
That
You
was
were really
awesome.
good. Thank you. You fucking gave me a run for my money. God damn.
No, likewise. Likewise.
That was fucking good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are awesome. I appreciate you.
All right.
I tried
All
to be
right.
more firm because you were like,
Okay,
you're such a
Ticky
fucking-
Tack.
fucking
Why are you
bitch.
going to kick me off now?
I don't even think I can.
Ooh, shit, I'm going. See you.
I'm still kind of processing. I'd like to hand this over to another judge.
Yeah, let's go to Tyler first. He's in touch with his leftist side.
Yeah, come on, Tyler. Give me your feminine side. Come on, boy.
We can't hear you, Tyler.
We can't again. Come
I'm
on.
sorry. Yeah, I mute because my keyboard's loud. Sorry. That was a banger. Probably the best one of the night so far, actually. So yeah, Shen came in with autonomy good, submission bad. Women are great in roles, and this balance is needed. Like he conceded that the gender role thing is real. He hammering this home like 3-4 times at the end. Yes, you're right. There are certain gender roles that take place because of advantages. How does that transmit over to submission? And the only answer you had, Beth, was that you need to respect the man. But he kept hammering. Your argument might be right, but how does this come to this? How does this come to this? I don't think you ever bridge that gap. Otherwise, there's very little to critique here. You guys went tit for tat, and like every time I thought Beth had a good point, Shenandoah hit it. And every time I thought Shenandoah had a good point, Beth hit it. Like there's very little here I have to nitpick, and it's just because Shenandoah really got at the core of what Beth's point was and said you're not building that link. I think that was the best argument.
It's kind of hard to build a link even with him talking.
He matched your energy.
Oh, he
I
sure
was
did.
trying your energy. Yeah, I was like,
You
dude,
did
I was
awesome.
texting my friends. I was like, holy fuck, like she's so good at talking and controlling the conversation. I'm gonna have to meet her energy.
Every
You are
time I
very
was
good at
trying to be like, this is why. It's like because men do all this stuff. Every time I was trying to, you had a point there that I had to respond to. So it was like,
yeah. No, you did great though.
you made it hard for me to get stuff in.
I
You did
know.
real
You know,
hard.
you were fine to me too. I was like, there's a reason.
Anson, have you given your verdict yet?
Unmute
you,
before
Anson.
speaking.
Just kiss already? No, thank you. I think she's married. Are you married?
I'm divorced.
Oh, sorry. Well, I was on the opposite end of that. Fuck. My bad.
You're fine.
Anson?
You're muted, dude.
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Sorry, my earpiece messed up a little bit there.
No worries.
Yeah. So I was going to say that this was a tied in terms of power dynamics debate. And so it wasn't a situation where Beth could overrun with rhetoric because Shenandoah equaled him in aggressiveness. And it was nice to see somebody finally match you in rhetoric and aggressiveness. And I scored y'all both at 8 in terms of back and forths. There's level one in a debate where you make your points and then you back up those points. And Beth, you were terrific on that, and so were you, Shenandoah. Yeah, you basically you took her points that she made in in a very organized manner, met every single one of them, which was your job in terms of taking the negative, and Beth, your job is taking the affirmative. But on the next level of the debate, where Shenandoah turned around and countered, Beth, you didn't have as much of an organized response as I would have expected in that situation, and you didn't counter back with additional points to basically flounder him. So you were really good at level one, but when it got to level two, Shenandoah won. And even though y'all both tied on the back and forths, I had to give it to him simply on that point.
All right, Ticky Tack.
Yeah, so on the subject of women should submit to men, so I do understand the positions of Beth in that, generally speaking, men are stronger. They should hold the leader roles. If you want to go down a biblical sense, it's like that also supports it. But Shenandoah definitely took a more modernity stance in that we are seeing that, women are becoming more capable of filling into roles that men generally do. Not saying 100%, not saying 100%.
They're not.
He's making good arguments towards it.
Yeah.
But what I think this really dumbs down to is that it comes down to the leadership role. Who should be the one in the position to make the final shots? And Beth, you did bring up the scenario of, okay, the defense of the home. Who should be the one leading in that charge? The thing is, though, is that the only thing you could point to is that the man is stronger. I believe there's a better argument for that. Because Shenandoah did counter to say, it's like, well, it's all very situational. It's a hard one. I know I'm dancing around.
I did say more than just he's stronger, but that's okay.
But I think that it really does come down to that. I think that can win the argument. So I'm gonna have to give it to you again, Beth. I do want to critique though. How I would argue that is that whenever we're in a high adrenaline situation, there needs to be one decided leader who is always the leader, and there should be no question about it. And that is usually decided before any sort of defensive measures actually happen. So that's why the men should always be the leader of the household.
Well, that's what I was trying to get to. I was trying to lay out all the ways that the man is the leader of the household all the way across the board. But yeah, it was hard to get a word in with him too. He was definitely talking just as much as I was.
You were very good. Yeah.
It was a good fight.
Thank you very much. I have to be honest here. Beth, normally you do really well with being pointed with the rhetoric, and this time it felt like you were chasing his rhetoric, which is weird, and it shouldn't have happened.
Yeah. There were a few points that it was just like, oh man, my brain was going too fast trying to keep my thoughts and then what he was throwing at me. So yeah, that was tough. That was tough.
He did. Shen, you did a really good job of adapting from the earlier battle to.
Yeah, I always fuck up on my first debate every single time. Any like if I do a first panel or anything, and I always just like every time need to adjust.
Yeah,
and not to go to Shenandoah because women ought to submit to men. Okay, someone said that in chat.
The chat always wins, my friend. Yeah. So it's interesting because Shen, I think you made pretty bland arguments, and Beth should have been able to have just really just
focused and stayed on it and talked over.
yeah.
I think you could have got me.
I know.
I think you got too caught up in the rhetoric. That's why I guess that's what I'm trying to say, Beth.
Yeah.
His arguments
Oh, no, I
were very easily. They're normal arguments and like
That was
nothing
the
you've never
I
heard.
wasn't doing anything
It
exotic.
was so normal. I was just like, I can slap that down real quick
Mhm.
and then get back to my point.
Yeah.
But then as I tried to get back to my point, he had another one right there. And so they were so like I said, that's why I was like, dude, everything coming out of your mouth is what every feminist is saying.
I know,
These
and
are stupid arguments that I can just go bleh because it you know.
But then that meant that I was ultimately controlling the conversation because then I was just like, but then you got this. I wasn't like drawing on any reserves. I was just like, I don't know, fuck it.
Yeah, it was you were reacting too much and not attacking enough. But you sounded like you were attacking. What threw everybody, and I know this is what messed up Tiki Tack, is it really sounded like you were attacking, but you weren't. You were responding to him. And this is something I think that you do a lot. This is just some, take it for what it is. When you're when someone is when you're in that position where he's making the points and making the claims and you're coming after him with all of that energy, you look like you're running. If you had just calmed down, taken it down and said, and you can watch Andrew do this, right? Where he's on the attack, and then somebody will come back with an attack towards him, and he literally will sit back and relax and say, that's a solid point, but you're wrong, and this is why. And you don't do that. You just
and that would have
keep
worked on me too.
pressing.
I wouldn't have been able to adjust to that at least today. So that would have
Yeah. Just some constructive criticism.
absolutely.
You did awesome. The big winner here is the chat for seeing all this cool stuff. We have one duo left. I want to thank our judges preemptively for all of their service tonight.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sierra.
Awesome.
It's been a pleasure, guys.
Thank you, Beth. You were really great.
Yeah, Beth. Again, it was awesome. Yeah. So
Thank you.
this is
very
a
much.
tough format. It's a tough format, and it's meant to be tough. And
I love it. It's good practice, and I have a lot of fun doing it. So I'll come back next week. I'll get a
Good.
rematch, right, Shenandoah?
Take care.
Yeah. All right.
See you later,
Excellent.
fellas.
So we only have the one battle left. Again, thanks to the judges for sticking it out tonight. Shen, thank you for showing up, even though you were a little late. I'm glad to have you here. And Cleaner, obviously, I know you want to redeem yourself from that victories or the victory snatched from the jaws of defeat into the jaws of defeat last week. So,
with Beth?
Yeah. But I'll leave it up to you guys. I'm going to go ahead and kick everybody else down. This, by the way, is exactly how this show's supposed to work, where we are finishing up a little late, but not too late. And everybody can, kind of go to bed on time or go to other shows or whatever you want to do. I don't care. What shall we debate, gentlemen?
Do you have an idea, Cleaner? I'm like still kind of behind on the suggesting debates just because I don't do this very often.
I don't know if that debate with Alex might have given you a little bit of a hint.
It did give me a little bit of a
research I do on the topics I have. So I don't think it would be fair for me to pick one of my topics.
Well, no, please go ahead. Yeah, you know what? I at this point I wasn't expecting to defeat Beth at all, so I'm fucking happy. I'm totally okay with losing to you. So give me a fucking shot, man. Like fucking.
All right, let me dig into my well of topics. Which, by the way, all of the topics. If you have a topic, or you want to see some of the potential topics, go over to my Discord in the debate. And it's literally labeled the debate sphere. And there's a section that says debate topics. You can leave your own. You can make recommendations. You can highlight a topic and say that's the most insane thing. What are you even thinking? Shut the hell up right now. I don't care.
We could do something economic. We could do like land value taxes or some shit. I don't know. Just an idea.
Economic.
Yeah. Because we've
Okay.
done like a lot of social issue stuff.
Flat tax versus income tax. Is the IRS just the largest group of gangsters in the country? Why do we need the IRS if we have the Department of Commerce? You know, there's a lot of meat on the bones there, guys.
Generally, there is.
Yeah. How about you list some grid? I'm sorry, I'm really bad at suggesting tonight.
No,
Like,
it's fine,
this
man.
is my total
I'll
first
get it.
time. It's very hard for me to just like fucking come up with it and just be like, yeah, I totally know. I'll think about it more next time. You know.
Economic. I got one for you. This has got you two written all over it. Isolationism versus, or pardon me, interventionalism versus non-interventionism.
Ooh, I would take the more interventionist stance. Would you take the more isolation stance, Cleaner? Or no?
If we're talking about America,
I mean, I'm not like.
We're and I'll define this.
Sure.
The United States of America pulling basically the non-interventionist or non-interventionism stance would be no more handouts to every country on the planet, no NATO, no nothing else, no more protection of the sea lanes for free, no subsidizing militaries. Trade, absolutely. Free trade, no problem. Tourism, no problem. Selected immigration, restricted immigration, no problem. But other than that, we go back to basically the way the country functioned in 1913.
So pulling out of world affairs, basically. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I could argue. Yeah, I think that would be an awesome thing.
I'm gonna say up front, like I'm not like a hardcore interventionist, but I definitely am definitely don't fucking pull out all, or anything like that, Like I'm not like a fucking Bush interventionist, but I'm definitely like I don't know, like an intervention, Yeah.
We believe the CIA is a great organization, basically. We think the CIA has done good in the world.
You know what? I would definitely be for reforming the CIA and making it more accountable, but I think the CIA gets way more of a bad rap than they fucking deserve. So yeah, fuck it.
I mean, I guess if we're talking about intervening in Bush, it depends on what kind you're talking about.
Yeah, I just meant like I'm not really the nation building type. Oh wait, was that a sex joke and I missed it? Hang on.
It really was.
Fuck!
Yeah, we got you. He slid that in there. That was funny.
Damn, I was just about to start talking about Iraq and shit, and you fucking got me. Fuck.
Yeah.
Shit. That was so fuck. You threw me off, man.
All right. So
I do that sometimes.
That was good though. That was good. I'm fucking. You know what? Actually, can I concede the whole thing to him just for that?
don't do that. Don't do that.
Was good.
I don't think you can. But let's pick a good topic here, guys. I think we got some good suggestions. I can't wait to see where you guys go with this. So
right. Yeah, I think that's
pick one.
I'm good with intervention. I'm good with interventionalism. And
who is taking the positive on this one that we should intervene in world's affairs?
Should intervene in world affairs. I'm taking the positive then.
All right. 1 minute is on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last the last battle of the show, and we're going to start right now. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my argument is that the United States of America, when it has intervened in world affairs, has been the most powerful, wealthiest, most prosperous country in the entire world, and there is no civilization parallel to that. I don't want to fucking go back to the backwater of like the 1776 times when we had no influence on the world and we're just like hoping that people would ignore us and leave us alone. No, man, I want to fucking like have some balls. I want to influence things. I want to direct things. I want to make the world a better place for Americans and for other people because I think they have some fucking value too, probably, I think. And yeah, okay, we'll just go with that. Fucking yeah.
All right. You're pretty consistent at around that 20-second mark.
Yeah. I have a hard time judging what a minute is, actually.
All right. Cleaner, whenever you're ready.
So for a should or ought claim of intervening in world affairs, we're going to have a moral standard, i.e., what is it that we are trying to uphold, or what moral standard are we trying to enforce upon the world? And are we enforcing that based off of our own viewpoints, or are we enforcing that based off of others' viewpoints? If we are enforcing that based off of others' viewpoints, we are not necessarily upholding what the United States holds most dear. I'd say that's it.
Okay. All right. 5 minutes on the clock, gentlemen.
Okay.
Let's make it great.
Yeah, so just to be clear, my moral standard is that I think the United States has been a force for good in the world. I think we've generally helped increase human rights in the world. I think we've helped defeat communism. I think we've helped defeat Islamist fundamentalism. I think these are all bad things in the world that America does care about and doesn't want to exist. And yeah, I think that's moral. Yeah, why fucking not?
I wouldn't necessarily say that we've been able to defeat Islam. It's still there. It's still very pervasive.
Just to be clear, like Islamist fundamentalism, I don't think like the religion will cease
not
to
been
exist.
able to defeat it. We've not been able to defeat terrorism yet. It's still there and it's still happening. We've not been able to defeat the Muslims from the things that they're doing that are heinous in the world. So I wouldn't say that we've actually been able to achieve any of our claims.
But honest question, do you think that fight is a good fight? Do you think like fighting against ISIS is like a moral thing? Because personally, I do. I think that like fucking Osama bin Laden and ISIS are bad guys and they should be attacked.
So what I would say to this is that it doesn't really matter what I think is good or what I think is moral or just. You are the one in the affirmative, and so I would need you to show me how it was just. What I would say to answer your question, though, because your question is a good one. However, when we're talking about us getting involved in world affairs, us getting involved in the Middle East necessarily did bring terrorism to our doorstep and into our country where it was not before. So we put ourselves into the combat, made ourselves an enemy, and then they came and fought us on our soil, killing our women and children and our innocents. So by us going over there, we have put ourselves in peril.
Just to be clear, so when if I recall correctly, most U.S. interventionism in the Middle East happened after 9/11, after we were attacked by these Islamist fundamentalists. I know there was some before, like with Iran and so on, but generally speaking, the British took the lead on that, and then 9/11 was the time when America really started stepping into the Middle East. And I think that was definitely, like, in some ways, like over response. But I think it was entirely reasonable to say, hey, look, you guys fucking blew us up. And then we're going to start actually giving a shit about what happens over here. And we're going to try to make sure that that doesn't happen to us again.
Well, it's actually not true. What ended up happening in the 90s, in the early 90s, late 80s, was that we entered into Iraq and Kuwait and started fighting the religious war that they were having because there was things going on that were affecting our interests, not necessarily our morals or anything ethical, but our interests, our monetary.
See, I disagree with that. I do think that our attacks on Saddam Hussein had a lot to do with the fact that he gassed the Kurds and the fact that he was also invading another sovereign nation, that being Kuwait. And I mean, in that case, we were actually acting as a stabilizing force. We didn't even go into Iraq until after 9/11. We were just returning to status quo.
Oxcaxo donated $10. Super chat.
You said the Kurds and which other?
Oh, the gassing the Kurds, and then Saddam invaded Kuwait, and we were essentially being a stabilizing force.
No, we weren't a stabilizing force by far, because if
in that war specifically, yes, we did invade later, which was the much worse Iraq war.
Well, and see, this is the problem that you say when you say it's a stabilizing force, us being there, right? In order for us to be a stabilizing force, we would have to be showing that we are supporting some form of stability, but we weren't, and we
didn't.
Just
to be clear, Saddam did not gas the Kurds after we intervened
again, right
and
now,
and also did not invade any other country after we intervened in the Gulf War. So we actually did. We very likely were big contributors to him not continuing genocide, and also not invading other neighboring nations. Up until that point, he had invaded Iran and then also invaded Kuwait, and then after the Gulf War, no more.
Yeah,
and
speaking about
that's a lot of lives saved, possibly.
speaking about the specific person that was at the lead doesn't necessarily stop the millions of other people that are following him that are doing these things. And we've already seen that because they're still doing these things.
Well, I think the
So we
Ba'athist
haven't
Party of
created any
Iraq no
kind of
longer
stability
exists to
there.
any great function. I think Baathism is dead as an ideology. So I would probably say that the
The
ideology
problem
of
with
the
this
movement
is
does no longer exist.
the problem with it is, even if I concede that we created some kind of stability there, you would have to show me how it would be moral for us to try and intervene there and create stability on one side or the other.
Additional 2 minutes have been added.
That do not follow our ideology or our moral structure.
So I think it's very simple. I think sending a message to the world that, hey, look, doing wars of aggression is a bad thing first, it directly helps America because we have a more stable global economy. Our trade lines aren't getting blown up and our property isn't getting destroyed and our citizens aren't in danger when they go into these war zones. That's very helpful. But also at the same time, less war in the world means that might not come back around to the United States. The more we say, hey, look, you guys are going to have to chill the fuck out. Wars of aggression are bad, which we've been doing ever since World War II, which was the first time we did this. The world has been getting more and more peaceful and safer for America and America.
I get what you're saying, and I get where you're going with this. The problem is it's still not going to speak to the moral claim. So, like, the moral claim here that I am having is that we as a Christian
I thought
society,
I, as the affirmative, get to set the moral
right?
claim. That's
No,
what
no.
you said earlier, right?
I get you're in the affirmative. I have a claim that has to be met, though. I have an argument that has to be met. Okay, maybe not a claim, an argument. I am saying that us as a quote unquote Christian society, because we are majoritatively a Christian society, and when we started this, we were as well. We have to have a moral reason or an ethical reason to go over there and defend either one form of Antichrist religion or the other form of Antichrist religion. And you've not given me any moral
Just
claim.
to be clear, I'm talking about a war of aggression where one country invaded another for non-religious reasons. When Iraq invaded Kuwait, they weren't doing it because they were different sects of Islam. Iraq at that time was actually an atheist state under Saddam Hussein. Until he switched it in 2000. In the 2000s, he's actually switched it later. Yes, the Ba'athist Party actually was a secular party.
The majority, okay.
Most Iraqis as people, but like we're talking about institutions.
They have
and
said one
government.
thing.
It was not a
the
religious
actual people were of a religion. See,
True,
and
I think Christians should value life.
A lot of people make
and
here.
I think
A
that
lot
they
of
should
people
try to stop
misunderstand
wars and get people
that
to kill each other
just
for no reason.
because politics.
That's time, gentlemen.
Ah,
That was exciting.
You did a good job, man. Actually, you kind of gave me a run for my money.
fun
My
one.
opening was shit. Good
That
job.
was exciting. All right. All right, that was good. That was really good. All right, I'm going to start with Tyler because I know he knows this argument because I beat him at it soundly.
Yeah, that's what the chat said. We'll go with that.
Stay away from the typical arguments too.
So, oh man, this is a close one. Starting arguments, both of you came out good, made your points. Cleaner, you clearly know your way around a debate and the burden of proof that you have to present. I think at one point, when you said, we haven't fully removed these things, that's an extremely high standard, and he missed something calling you out there. That's the argument of the drug war has been a failure because there's still drugs, despite the fact that we've seen a massive decline in drug-related violence, drug usage, and all those things as a result, especially early on, especially for the 90s. So I think he kind of missed the point there, and I had a second one for him, but he actually got to it a little later. It was what our efforts overall since World War II, the communist domino effect. He didn't use those exact words, but he hit the point. I think that your claims that he wasn't meeting you morally was just a misunderstanding on your part, because he did say we're going in there to save lives. He alluded to the argument of the strong protecting the weak in these cases. These are innocent civilians that don't have the means to protect themselves, and we're going in there and saying this is no longer allowed. The morality argument wasn't as clear as it needed to be, but he was making it, and I feel like maybe I'm doing him some grace here, but I feel like he met that point, and there was a couple points he made I don't think you really hit back as hard on. I think he really kind of smacked your underlying argument there in a way that you didn't smack his back with, and I give him a slight lead. Your argument was solid as hell. You did nothing wrong.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, that was close.
Shenandoah, you just got to double down on your points a little bit harder. Is all I'm
Yeah,
trying
no,
to
that's
say
okay.
here.
So anyway, so he won that one. Just to be clear, he got.
No, I say you won it.
Oh,
I just
won.
think
Okay,
you
okay.
need to be a little more because you did make
No.
the right arguments. You just never brought them around to like a buzzword at the end to
Got it.
smack it down. But
Yeah,
you made
got
the
it.
right points. You hit them right. You just need to smack down a little harder. It'll be a lot more decisive that time.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
To
that.
be fair about that, though, I did clarify what type of moral I was alluding to, what type of moral I was trying to get to understand, or to get him to understand that I was saying, like, we're in a Christian nation. If we're going to say that Christians should go over there and fight the war, why should we be defending one Antichrist nation versus the other? And I
Yeah.
do like that he tried to make it about politics, but it's never been about politics over there. None of it has ever really been about politics.
Well, that's the point he brought up with Iraq. Kuwait they were being invaded prior. That never happened again. He showed the effectiveness of this argument of the strong protecting the weak that he was making, and not those words. I would have used those words at the end to kind of hammer the point home.
That's a good call. Thank you.
But
and
he was making the right argument.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, Tyler, you're voting for
Shenandoah very slightly. I would have been more decisive, I feel like, if he made those points at the end, but still, I feel like he made the right arguments that he needed to. I wanted a buzzword at the end, and I didn't get it. That's all.
Yeah, that's fair. It's
That's
also,
my critique
I
of
will
him.
say, if I could critique myself, one thing I absolutely suck at during these debates, and this is like fodder if anybody else wants to use it against me. I'm really bad at judging how long we have. I get like very into it, and I have a very hard time of like wrapping stuff up. So like, especially during the intros, that's why I lean towards such short intros, is just because I'm like, I don't fucking know how long I'm in.
Yeah, point closers. That's all you need to work. It's something I'm working on right now as well. That's why I noticed it. Point
Got
closers.
it.
Is all you
Okay,
need.
thank you.
I have the same problem. If you hit the Windows key and type in timer, it'll take you to the clock app.
Oh, I don't have that on my
it has
computer.
okay. I was going to
I
say
have
that's
like a really stripped down version
all
of
that other
Windows.
stuff. I've been using that in here so that I can time us and make sure we're getting close.
So smart. I'll definitely use that in the future. I'm actually gonna write that down. Thanks for your suggestion, Cleaner.
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna go. Anson looks like he wants to have something to say, like extremely insightful. So I'm gonna do ticky tack first, so I can give Anson time to ponder and review everything.
Yeah, so I feel like that both sides had some very strong points and a really good understanding of the things that were going on in the Middle East. But I think that Cleaner definitely held to the idea of challenging Shannon on the of the morality of going in, which I understand that the position is that generally speaking, we were going in to fight for human rights in the world, defeating like communism, Islam fundamentalism, that part of your opening statement. However, that's not necessarily the results that we see, and a lot of the purpose that we went into the Middle East, it really was for more monetary gain, but from the initial reasons, and that just became a shit show afterwards, and we just didn't handle it correctly. So that's why I'm going to have to side for Cleaner on this, just because he was able to substantiate that better.
And now Anson, Mr.
Yeah.
Grumpy Face.
Yeah. So the point of these debates is to get to the people who are performing the best by the end of the night and have that be the last debate. And I think that the judges did an excellent job of creating a funnel down to what I think are the best two debaters. And so it was really actually extraordinarily difficult to judge this because Shenandoah, I've never seen you before. But damn, dude, you're really good at this. I don't know if your brain is just naturally, I don't know if your brain is just naturally organized. Some people are incapable of doing this.
I really struggle.
Yeah, but you're really good at it. Like if you're new to this, like I suggest you and do some sort of litigation or something as a career because your brain is freaking like awesome. Yeah, I scored y'all evenly, which really sucks because that's like the third time I've done that tonight, and it makes my job harder in terms of like power transfers during the conversation because both of you tried to take command equally and didn't yield on rhetoric. So I am actually going to give this to Shenandoah. Not for any reason other than I know that Cleaner usually when he does his debating, he's able to eventually poke holes that the opponent isn't able to return from, but you continue to return, and you didn't really back down from it. And I don't know, I felt like that you made the better argument, even though I disagree with the position you took, because
Yeah, that's fair.
you're terribly wrong and Cleaner was right, and you should change your ways because you are wrong.
That's fair. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And that's fair. And I wouldn't disagree with what Chairman of the Board is saying, what Anson's saying. Like, I needed another minute to get you to be walked into where I wanted you to go. It was taking a little longer because of the amount of rhetoric pushback that you were offering up for a speed debate. So you did a really good job of delaying the kill shot, which in this instance ended with you getting the win.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. You were really good, and honestly, you gave me a massive run for my money, and I absolutely love debating with you, and I hope to debate with you again, man.
Me too. It was a lot of fun.
Well, again, the show will be every week, so come on back. Now, I don't know if you know this, Shin.
Yes.
In a very anti-communist way, we provide you with a payout for your hard work tonight. So I'm going to total all of the super chats of the night, and I will send you. You'll need to get in contact with me through Discord or whatever.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to send you 10% of the proceeds from tonight.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And Cleaner is
I will
second.
not be donating it to charity. I will be keeping it for myself.
Yeah, no. I mean, be a good Maoist. So
yeah, I know. Hey, I was a fucking kid. I'm just gonna make that very clear. I was like 9 years old. I just want to make this
be a good Maoist and pocket that money. So and Cleaner, obviously, you get the runner-up, and the runner-up also gets a little stack. It's not as big, but just let me know where to send it. It was a great night, honestly. This was
Send
great.
it to your chat in subscriptions, memberships.
Yeah, we do that. We can do that.
I'm well off. I don't need the money. I would much rather it go to them.
Perfect. Sounds good. We'll do it. And that's it's really it is a really great night. This is what this show is supposed to be. It's supposed to move quickly. It's supposed to be fun for everyone. And yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. We're going to keep refining it too.
Well, thank you. It was great.
Yeah, I'm glad you came over. And one of the things that we really tried to do, where I really try to do, is to be fair. We rotate out judges. Some of the judges really like to debate in their own right, and so Tyler's like chomping at the bit. So maybe next week we'll let him get in there and debate.
I want Rob and Andrew. Bring them on.
Rob and Andrew
at the same damn time. Two dicks at once, boy.
It's a little too late at night for that much gay in a joke. But first of all, Rob may very well be on next week. He's not really used to the short form format, but he can do it. Andrew could come on anytime. You guys don't know. I generally send him the link to come on to all the shows. So sometimes he comes on just for the fuck of it, and sometimes he doesn't. So, he will just appear. And yeah.
This was another good addition to your show grid. I think this one was a little more structured and a little more formal, and that helped out a lot with the different debaters, with the exception of Mr. Spargaholic.
Well, and look, Alex is not a bad guy. Alex, he's emotional. He is. I mean, I think I told Tyler.
I could tell. I triggered him 9 times in 5 minutes.
Bro, I debated him. Let me just say, he's rage quit when he has faced me. He's rage quit 4 times One, I only said 2 sentences, and he raged, and he literally just he had to go. So
well, he lacked humility in the feedback that he received from people who A, disagreed with him, or B, agreed with him, right? And when you lack humility, you're incapable of learning and improving.
Yeah.
And it's sad, and that's what I saw.
yeah, we did have a good debate on. I think it was Wick's panel. We had a good debate there. That was good. That was fun. But yeah. But yeah, so I don't. Yeah, it's gonna be good. I am going to go. It's time to go. It's a time to kick everyone out. And I'm not going to send you guys anywhere. I should, but I don't. I don't know if anybody's live right now. That except maybe for the Powdered Dusty, and that you guys, you don't want that kind of Dame Bramage right now. So. I'm
Thank you so much
kidding.
for having me on. And I couldn't fucking believe I won. I thought I was going to lose in the first round, but that was great. I fucking loved it. That was like my 6th debate ever. I'm feeling good. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Good job. We'll yeah, hit me up in Discord. To everybody else, I really appreciate everyone that came out tonight and made the show happen. Once again, Kissy Cat was absolutely a rock star. Put a lot of money into the show that she did not have to do. And I guess everybody's calling out to go to Flow. Let me see if I can make that happen for you guys. At the end of the day, guys, the show has to constantly evolve. It has to constantly get better, or why do it at all? And this is what I had envisioned for the show. This is exactly the way I want it to go. Quick, good debates. Nobody getting really angry or anything stupid like that. And we didn't even really have that much trouble coming to, things that people could argue about. And even with the Uno reverse card that Anson played, that provided some of the best entertainment, to be honest. That was just great.
That provided some of the better fights too.
It really did. Yeah, it really did. I was unsure about that, but I put it in anyway, and man, that was just cool. So yeah, it was all right. It was pretty good. I don't see. I gotta find see who is on here. And I can't think of anything else. Any of you guys want to just say something really quick?
Yeah, hit that thumbs up because breast cancer and erectile dysfunction suck, and that'll prevent it. So hit it.
Yeah, there's plenty of trans women suffering with that right now.
For every sub that I get, one less puppy will die.
That's funny. Only because you will be so busy that you can't go kill puppies? Is that what you're trying to say?
Exactly. I have like 40 back there. I'm ready to strangle out you guys. Come on, save these puppies.
That's mean, man. That's mean.
I've
That's mean.
never heard a dog in my life.
Yeah. All right. All right. Well, we're gonna send you over to the Powdered Dusty. Please be on time, guys. Remember, I try and run a tight ship, try and make it happen. And once again, thanks everyone. I will not be on tomorrow. I will be on Monday with any luck, and during the daytime for the daytime show. And just come out, hang out with us, and we'll have some fun. You guys have a great rest of your night. Thanks everyone who came out, judges and everybody. And with that, as always, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them. And get the fuck off.